Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Moonlight filtered through the ancient stained glass of St. Augustine's Cathedral, casting kaleidoscope shadows across worn stone floors that had known centuries of faithful footsteps. Batman moved silently through these sacred spaces, his presence barely disturbing the contemplative quiet that hung like incense in the air. Even in a city as changeable as Gotham, some places remained eternal, anchors of stillness in the urban chaos. The cathedral's massive bronze bells had fallen silent hours ago, but their deep resonance seemed to linger in the building's bones. From his position in the bell tower, Batman could see much of downtown Gotham spread out below, modern skyscrapers dwarfed by the cathedral's ancient spires. But tonight his attention was focused inward, on mysteries hidden within these hallowed walls. Father Michael is waiting in the side chapel. Oracle's voice came softly through his cowl. He's agitated, more than when he first contacted us. The elderly caretaker had reached out through unconventional channels, seeking Batman's help while insisting on absolute discretion. Something had been taken from the cathedral's secret vault, something whose significance went beyond mere monetary value. Batman descended from the bell tower using centuries-old maintenance passages, his movements carefully measured to avoid disturbing the cathedral's silence. The side chapel was one of the building's oldest sections, its stones dating back to Gotham's founding. Here, candlelight provided the only illumination, creating shadows that seemed deeper and more significant than those cast by electric lights. Father Michael stood before a small altar, his weathered hands clasped in prayer. He turned as Batman approached, and even in the dim light, the worry etched across his features was clear. "Thank you for coming," the priest said quietly. "I've spent hours debating whether to involve you. The Archbishop would prefer we handle this internally, but..." He gestured to the ancient stonework surrounding them. "This cathedral holds secrets older than Gotham itself. Some of them were never meant to be disturbed." "Tell me about the vault," Batman prompted gently, respecting the sacred atmosphere. Father Michael's expression grew more troubled. "Few know of its existence. It was built into the cathedral's foundations by the original architects, a chamber designed to protect certain artifacts, items entrusted to the church's care centuries ago." He moved to a seemingly solid wall, running his fingers along barely visible seams in the stone. The vault itself wasn't breached. Someone used the proper keys, knew the correct sequences, but they only took one item. "The chalice of St. Jerome," a new voice added from the chapel entrance. Sister Margaret stepped into the candlelight, her practical shoes silent on the stone floor. Despite her traditional habit, there was nothing traditionally submissive about her bearing. "That's what's missing, isn't it, Father?" The priest nodded slowly. "Sister Margaret runs our community outreach program," he explained to Batman. "She knows more about what happens in the streets around the cathedral than anyone. And I know who's been asking questions about the chalice," Sister Margaret said, her voice carrying quiet authority. "Victor Carlo's people have been getting bolder, pushing their territory closer to our sanctuary, His followers treat him like some kind of dark prophet. They believe he can grant them protection through sacred artifacts. Batman knew of Carlo, a charismatic figure who had emerged in Gotham's underground over the past year, building a devoted following through a mixture of theatrical mysticism and very real criminal enterprise. Why this chalice specifically? Father Michael moved to a wooden cabinet, withdrawing an ancient leather-bound volume. There's a prophecy, recorded when the chalice first came into the church's possession. It speaks of divine protection granted to those who drink from it during the crimson moon. His hands trembled slightly as he turned brittle pages. The next blood moon is in 3 days. Carlo's followers believe drinking from the chalice during the eclipse will make them invulnerable, Sister Margaret explained, though her tone suggested skepticism. The local gangs are terrified. They think he's building an unstoppable army. The chalice has no mystical powers, Father Michael added quickly. Its true value is historical and spiritual, but in the wrong hands, even the belief in such power can be dangerous. Batman studied the ancient text, his cowl's enhanced vision capturing details that might have been missed by normal sight. The prophecy mentions specific conditions, ritual elements that would need to be performed in a consecrated space. Sister Margaret's expression sharpened with understanding. They'll need to use the cathedral itself. That's why Carlo's people have been scouting the building, attending services, asking questions about our schedule. The cathedral must be protected, Father Michael insisted. Not just the building, but what it represents to the community. If Carlo's followers desecrate this space, he trailed off, the weight of responsibility heavy in his voice. Batman turned his attention to the wall Father Michael had touched earlier. Show me the vault. I need to understand how they accessed it. The priest hesitated only briefly before nodding. His fingers found specific points in the stonework, pressing them in a precise sequence. With barely a sound, a section of wall swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The vault predates modern security, Father Michael explained as they descended. Its protections are architectural, weight-sensitive stairs, precise acoustic triggers, passages that only open when multiple conditions are met simultaneously. The staircase spiraled down through layers of the cathedral's foundation, each turn revealing more sophisticated medieval engineering. Batman's cowl analyzed the security measures, ingenious systems of counterweights and pressure plates that would have seemed magical to ancient minds. Someone mapped these defenses carefully, he observed, spent time learning the patterns. They posed as academic researchers, Sister Margaret confirmed, claimed to be studying medieval architecture. We get legitimate scholars often enough that it didn't raise suspicion. They reached the vault itself, a chamber whose walls were lined with recessed niches, most containing reliquaries or other sacred objects. One space stood empty, its velvet lining disturbed recently. The chalice was kept here for centuries, Father Michael said softly. Protected by faith and engineering alike, he touched the empty niche reverently. I should have been more vigilant. Batman examined the space with multiple scanning modes. No force was used. They had the correct key. Only 3 keys exist, the priest replied. Mine never leaves my possession. The Archbishop holds another. The third, he paused, troubled, was stolen from the diocesan archives last month, Sister Margaret finished, along with documents about the cathedral's original construction. We thought it was routine theft at the time. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized. What do we know about recent break-ins at church properties? Checking now, she replied through his cowl. Yes, similar pattern at 3 other locations. Professional jobs, targeting historical documents rather than valuable items, all related to medieval architecture and church engineering. Batman continued his examination of the vault. They needed more than just the key, knowledge of the security sequences, the acoustic triggers. He paused, noting something in the dust near the empty niche. And they're still studying. These marks are fresh. Someone returned to the vault after taking the chalice. But why? Father Michael asked. They already have what they came for. Because the chalice is only part of their plan, Batman realized. The prophecy mentions specific conditions. The blood moon, yes, but also ritual elements that would require intimate knowledge of sacred architecture. He turned to Sister Margaret. You said Carlo's people have been attending services? She nodded grimly, watching, learning the cathedral's rhythms. We've had to add security to protect our most vulnerable parishioners. They're not just planning to use the chalice, Batman concluded. They intend to perform the entire ritual here, in the cathedral itself. The vault visit was reconnaissance, learning how the building's original systems work, how to control access during their ceremony. Father Michael's face paled in the dim light. To defile this sacred space, to twist its purpose for dark rituals, I cannot allow it. You won't have to, Batman assured him. But I need to understand everything about how this building works. Every passage, every architectural feature they might try to use. The priest straightened, years of responsibility evident in his bearing. The cathedral holds many secrets. Some have been passed down through generations of caretakers, never written down. I will share what you need to know, and I'll tell you about Carlo's operation, Sister Margaret added. How he thinks, how he controls his followers. The man's no prophet, but he understands the power of belief, especially among those who feel abandoned by traditional faith. Batman nodded, already forming plans. Oracle, we need complete architectural scans of the cathedral. Focus on analyzing how the medieval systems interact with modern additions. Already on it, she replied. And Batman, the blood moon isn't the only significant date approaching. The cathedral's martyrdom festival is the night before, when the building will be full of devotees, holding all-night vigil, giving Carlo's people multiple opportunities to infiltrate. Batman noted, we'll need to protect both events without disrupting their spiritual significance. Father Michael touched the empty niche once more, his expression resolute. This cathedral has stood against darkness for centuries. It will not fall to false prophets and stolen relics. As they ascended from the vault, Batman studied how moonlight played through the stained glass windows, creating patterns that shifted with each passing cloud. The cathedral's builders had understood something profound about the relationship between light and shadow, faith and mystery. Now that ancient wisdom would need to serve a modern purpose, helping him protect this sacred space from those who would corrupt its power. Sister Margaret's practical voice cut through his contemplation. I should warn you, the gargoyles aren't just decorative. The original architects built them as part of the cathedral's defense system. Water flow during storms can trigger mechanical features throughout the building. Medieval security protocols, Oracle commented through the cowl. The entire structure was designed to be controllable through architectural systems. The builders created a medieval smart building, centuries before electronics. Batman's enhanced vision traced the complex network of rainwater channels and mechanical triggers. Carlo's people will try to use those systems during their ritual. We need to understand them better than they do. Father Michael led them through the cathedral's upper reaches, explaining how centuries of caretakers had maintained the original engineering while adapting it to changing needs. Each gargoyle had a purpose. Each architectural feature served multiple functions. The building was both a place of worship and an elaborate machine, designed to protect itself and its contents through ingenious medieval craftsmanship. As they walked, Sister Margaret provided intelligence about Carlo's operation, how he had built his following through a combination of genuine charisma and carefully staged miracles, using theatrical techniques to convince people he could channel divine power. The chalice would be his masterpiece, a prop in an elaborate performance designed to cement his control over his believers. His followers aren't evil, she noted with characteristic compassion. Most are lost souls, seeking meaning, protection, a sense of belonging. Carlo offers them what the traditional church seems to have forgotten: mystery, direct experience of the divine, even if it's all artifice. The charlatan's oldest trick, Father Michael said sadly, exploiting genuine spiritual hunger for personal gain. They reached the bell tower just as false dawn began lightening the eastern sky. Batman stood among the ancient bells, analyzing how their resonance could interact with the building's mechanical systems. The cathedral's defenders had understood acoustic engineering centuries before the science had a name. Sound itself could be a key to controlling the structure. 3 nights until the blood moon, he said quietly. Time enough to prepare if we work together. Sister Margaret nodded firmly. I'll have my people watch Carlo's movements, track how his followers are preparing. They trust me. They'll share their fears, their expectations for this ritual. And I will pray, Father Michael added, not just for protection but for wisdom in how we handle this. The cathedral's sanctity must be preserved, but so must its mission of offering shelter to all who seek it. Batman understood the delicate balance they needed to maintain. This wasn't just about preventing a theft or stopping a criminal ritual. It was about protecting the spiritual heart of this part of Gotham, preserving both the physical structure and the hope it represented to the community. As he prepared to depart, Father Michael touched his arm briefly. There's something else you should know. The prophecy about the chalice. It's not just about divine protection. It speaks of a price for using the relic incorrectly. A backlash against those who would twist its purpose to serve darkness. You believe the prophecy is real? Batman asked carefully. The priest's smile carried centuries of accumulated wisdom. I believe that faith and reason aren't always in conflict. The chalice's power might not be mystical, but that doesn't make it less real. Sometimes the truth is found in the space between what we can prove and what we choose to believe. As Batman swung away from the cathedral, Oracle's voice carried similar thoughtfulness. You know those medieval security systems, they're incredibly sophisticated. The architects built in failure points that would only activate if someone tried to use the building's features inappropriately, almost like they anticipated someone might try to corrupt their work centuries later. Protection through engineering rather than mysticism, Batman agreed, but no less elegant for being explicable. The cathedral's bells began tolling the hour, their deep voices carrying across the slowly awakening city. In 3 days, during the blood moon, those same bells would ring out again, either celebrating the protection of this sacred space, or marking a darker turn in the eternal dance between faith and deception. Batman already knew which outcome he would work to ensure. Some mysteries were better left undisturbed, some traditions worth protecting not for their supernatural power, but for the very human hope they represented. In Gotham's shadows, that hope was often the most powerful force of all. The days before the blood moon passed in careful preparation. Batman spent hours studying the cathedral's architectural systems, learning how each feature could be used, or misused, during Carlo's planned ritual. Sister Margaret's intelligence network provided crucial details about the cult leader's preparations, while Father Michael shared centuries of accumulated knowledge about the building's defenses. Oracle's analysis revealed the true genius of the medieval architects. They built multiple layers of security, she explained. Surface features that seem purely decorative but actually control access to different areas. And there are fail-safes everywhere. Try to use the wrong combination of systems, and the whole structure locks down. The Martyrdom Festival arrived, bringing hundreds of devoted parishioners for the all-night vigil. Batman watched from the shadows as Sister Margaret's people subtly directed the crowd flow, ensuring Carlo's followers couldn't access certain key areas. Father Michael led the prayers with calm dignity, his faith providing a steady center for the community's devotion. As midnight approached, Batman detected the first signs of infiltration. Cultists moved through the crowd with practiced stealth, positioning themselves near architectural features mentioned in the stolen documents. Their coordination suggested extensive planning. Carlo had trained them well. They're mapping the control points, Oracle observed through his cowl, learning which systems they'll need to access for tomorrow night's ritual. Let them look, Batman replied quietly, but watch which areas draw their attention. The vigil continued through the night, candles flickering in perfect stillness as prayers echoed off ancient stone. By dawn, Batman had identified 12 of Carlo's followers and logged their movements. The pattern was clear. They were preparing for an elaborate ceremony that would use the cathedral's own features to create an illusion of divine power. Clever, Sister Margaret commented when he shared his findings. The architectural systems could create quite a show. Water flowing up instead of down, sounds that seemed to come from nowhere, light effects through the stained glass. Combined with the chalice and Carlo's theatrical skills, his followers would believe they were witnessing a genuine miracle. Father Michael finished. Their faith in him would become unshakable. Batman spent the day making final preparations, working with Oracle to understand how Carlo's people might trigger the cathedral's medieval systems. The blood moon would rise at midnight, but the cult's ritual would need to begin earlier to achieve the proper dramatic timing. As sunset approached, Sister Margaret reported increased activity around the cathedral. Carlo's followers are gathering in small groups, trying not to draw attention. They're carrying ritual implements disguised as ordinary objects. And Carlo himself? No sign yet. He likes to make an entrance, probably waiting until the ceremony begins. Father Michael insisted on keeping the cathedral open for evening prayers despite the looming threat. We cannot let fear close these doors, he said firmly. That would be a greater victory for darkness than any stolen chalice. Batman positioned himself in the bell tower as night fell, watching as people moved through the cathedral below. His cowl's enhanced vision identified more of Carlo's followers mixing with genuine worshippers. They were carrying components that could be assembled into tools for accessing the cathedral's medieval controls. Wrench-like devices that could engage the ancient mechanisms, tools for manipulating the water flow systems that powered much of the building's engineering. They're positioning themselves near the major control points, Oracle observed, following the pattern we predicted, but something's odd about their movements. They're leaving gaps in their coverage. Batman had noticed the same thing. They're leaving space for additional participants. People who haven't arrived yet. More experienced members? Sister Margaret's voice came through his cowl. She was monitoring from the community outreach office, coordinating with her network of informants. Or specialists, Batman replied. People who understand how to actually operate the medieval systems. He shifted position slightly, tracking movement in the cathedral's lower levels. Carlo didn't just study the building's architecture, he recruited people with specific skills. The moon was rising, its edge already showing a hint of the reddish tinge that would soon transform it completely. In the cathedral below, genuine worshippers were gradually departing as evening prayers concluded. Those who remained were increasingly recognizable as Carlo's followers, though they maintained a pretense of devotional behavior. Movement at the south entrance, Oracle reported. A group just arrived carrying musical instruments. Cases are the wrong size for what they claim to be holding. The acoustic triggers, Batman confirmed. They'll use sound to activate specific architectural features. He had spent hours studying how the cathedral's builders had incorporated musical frequencies into their security systems. Certain combinations of notes, played at precise locations, could activate mechanical sequences throughout the building. Father Michael's voice carried concern. The original architects designed those systems to enhance worship through sacred music, to use them for deception. More arrivals through the side chapel, Sister Margaret cut in. These ones know what they're doing, moving directly to predetermined positions. Batman watched as the new group dispersed through the cathedral. Their movements were professional, efficient. These were the specialists, people who understood medieval engineering and acoustics. Carlo had assembled a sophisticated team for his performance. The chalice? He subvocalized to Oracle. No sign yet. They'll want to time its appearance for maximum dramatic effect. Her typing was barely audible in the background. Temperatures dropping in the lower levels. They're already starting to manipulate the ventilation systems. The cathedral's medieval climate control was another marvel of engineering, a network of passages and chambers that could create dramatic atmospheric effects. Combined with the building's natural acoustics and carefully positioned lights, it could produce experiences that would have seemed miraculous to ancient worshippers. They're laying the groundwork for Carlo's entrance, Batman observed, building anticipation among the followers. Sister Margaret's voice carried knowing cynicism. Standard cult psychology. Create an atmosphere of expectation, make people anticipate something extraordinary. By the time their leader appears, they're primed to believe whatever they see. The moon continued its ascent, its color deepening toward blood red. Inside the cathedral, Carlo's people had begun what appeared to be a prayer service, but the words were unfamiliar, a mixture of Latin phrases and something older. The acoustic specialists had positioned themselves near key resonance points, their instruments ready. 2 hours until the moon reaches its peak, Oracle noted. They'll want to build gradually toward that moment. Batman shifted his position, moving through the cathedral's upper architecture with practiced silence. The cultists had positioned guards near obvious access points, but they didn't know about the maintenance passages Father Michael had revealed, routes known only to the cathedral's caretakers. Their security has gaps, he reported. They don't fully understand how the building's systems interact. The original architects were clever that way, Father Michael replied. They built in complications that wouldn't be obvious from studying the plans alone. Sequences that only work if you understand the spiritual principles behind them. As if to demonstrate his point, one of Carlo's teams attempted to activate a water flow system. The result was less dramatic than they'd clearly expected. Instead of the planned fountain effect, they managed only a faint trickle. They'll learn, Sister Margaret cautioned. They've got people analyzing each attempt, adjusting their approach. She was right. The next attempt produced better results, sending a cascade of water through previously hidden channels. The cultists were methodically testing the cathedral's features, learning through trial and error. Main entrance, Oracle said suddenly. Multiple vehicles arriving. This looks like... Carlo, Batman finished. He could see the procession forming, robed figures escorting a tall man whose mere presence seemed to electrify the gathered followers. Victor Carlo moved with practiced theatrical grace, every gesture calculated for maximum effect. No sign of the chalice, Oracle noted, but one of his attendants is carrying a wrapped object of about the right size. Batman watched as Carlo entered the cathedral. The cult leader paused just inside the doors, letting his followers anticipate his next move. He was dressed in what appeared to be authentic medieval ceremonial robes, probably stolen from some museum collection. "Quite a performance," Sister Margaret commented quietly. "He knows how to make an entrance." Indeed, Carlo seemed to understand exactly how to use the cathedral's architecture to frame himself. He positioned himself where moonlight through the rose window would catch his robes, creating an ethereal effect. When he spoke, his voice carried perfectly through the space. He'd clearly studied the building's acoustics. "My children," he intoned, managing to sound both humble and commanding. "Tonight we reclaim ancient power. Tonight we prove that true faith still works wonders." He gestured and his attendants began moving to predetermined positions. The old church has forgotten the reality of divine intervention. They've reduced sacred mysteries to mere symbols, but we will demonstrate that real power still flows through consecrated spaces. "He's good," Sister Margaret admitted grudgingly, telling them exactly what they want to hear, that they're special, that they'll experience something authentic. Carlo continued his progress through the cathedral, his followers arranging themselves in patterns that Batman recognized from the stolen documents. They were recreating configurations described in the prophecy, but with subtle modifications. "They're setting up relay positions," he reported. "Each person will help trigger a different architectural feature. When combined, they'll create a synchronized performance," Oracle finished. "Light, sound, airflow, water effects, all coordinated to simulate divine manifestation." Carlo reached the main altar, turning to face his assembled followers. At some hidden signal, the acoustic specialists began playing not obvious music, but specific tones that resonated with the cathedral's structure. The effect was subtle but powerful, creating harmonics that seemed to come from the stones themselves. "Clever," Father Michael said softly. "They're using the building's own voice." The moon's light was steadily reddening, its color visible through the cathedral's many windows. Carlo's attendant unwrapped the object they'd been carrying, not the chalice itself, but an ornate box that presumably contained it. "Now," Batman sub-vocalized to Oracle, "while they're focused on the presentation." He moved silently through the maintenance passages, positioning himself near the altar's hidden infrastructure. Carlo was building toward his dramatic moment, but Batman had spent days studying exactly how the cathedral's systems could be used or disabled. "Ready when you are," Oracle confirmed. "Sister Margaret's people are in position to help contain the crowd." Carlo raised his hands dramatically, moonlight catching his robes. "Brothers and sisters, behold the vessel of true power, the chalice that will prove your faith." His attendant opened the ornate box with theatrical slowness. "Tonight, we drink divine protection. Tonight, we..." He trailed off, staring at the opened box. Instead of the chalice, it contained a simple note, written in Father Michael's elegant hand. "Faith needs no theatrical effects." Before Carlo could react, Batman triggered the cathedral's true security systems, not the showy effects the cultists had planned to use, but the real defensive features built into its architecture. Water that was supposed to create dramatic fountains instead flowed through channels that sealed off sections of the building. Acoustic frequencies that were meant to simulate divine voices activated ancient locking mechanisms. "What is this?" Karlov demanded, his theatrical persona cracking. "Where is the chalice?" "Safe," Batman replied, stepping out of shadows that suddenly seemed deeper than before. "Where it's always been." The cult leader's composure shattered completely. "How? We had the plans, the documentation. We spent months learning these systems." "You learned what was written down," Batman agreed. "But the cathedral's true guardians pass down more than just documents. They understand principles that can't be stolen." Around them, the building's medieval security continued its work. Carlo's followers found themselves separated into manageable groups as hidden panels closed and passages sealed. The acoustic specialists' instruments went silent as the cathedral's architecture channeled their sound waves in unexpected ways. "This is impossible," one of Carlo's engineers protested. "We mapped every system." "No," Father Michael's voice carried through the space, though he remained unseen. "You mapped what you could understand, but this cathedral was built by people who knew that true security comes from wisdom, not just mechanics." Sister Margaret's people began moving through the crowd, calming Carlo's confused followers, while GCPD officers appeared at the exits. The cult leader himself stood frozen, his grand theatrical moment transformed into something entirely different. "The chalice was never here," Batman told him quietly. "We moved it days ago, after we discovered your plans. The box, the positioning, the effects. We let you build toward a moment that was always going to fail." "A lesson in humility," Father Michael added, finally emerging from the shadows near the altar. "And perhaps a demonstration that real faith doesn't need special effects." As the police began taking statements and processing arrests, Batman watched how the cathedral's architecture slowly returned to its normal configuration. The medieval security systems reset themselves quietly, hidden features sliding back into centuries-old positions. "Beautiful engineering," Oracle commented through his cowl. "But it only works properly when used with respect for its original purpose." "Like faith itself," Father Michael agreed, having overheard through the communication system Sister Margaret had helped set up. "Most powerful when it serves its true function, rather than someone's desire for control." The blood moon had reached its peak, shining through the cathedral's windows with otherworldly radiance. But now its light fell on a very different scene than Carlo had planned. Not a demonstration of false miracles, but a reminder that true mysteries often lay in the harmony between faith and reason, between ancient wisdom and modern understanding. In the following days, the cathedral returned to its normal rhythms. The chalice was restored to a new, more secure location, and Father Michael worked with Sister Margaret to help those of Carlo's followers who genuinely sought spiritual guidance rather than theatrical validation. Batman made one final visit a week later, standing in the bell tower as evening prayers concluded below. The cathedral's ancient stones still held countless secrets, but they were secrets that would remain properly protected, not through elaborate security systems or theatrical demonstrations, but through the quiet wisdom of those who understood that some mysteries were meant to be preserved rather than exploited. "The cathedral feels different now," Oracle observed as Batman prepared to depart. "More settled, somehow." "It protected itself," he replied, "with help from people who respected its true purpose." He looked out over Gotham's nighttime landscape, where modern buildings stretched toward the sky like new spires beside ancient ones. Some powers don't need grand demonstrations. They work best in silence and shadow, guarding what matters without drawing attention to themselves. The cathedral's bells began their evening toll. their deep voices carrying the same message they had for centuries. A reminder that in Gotham, as in faith itself, the most profound truths often lay not in dramatic displays of power, but in the quiet persistence of wisdom passed down through generations of dedicated guardians. As Batman swung away into the night, the cathedral stood peaceful in the gathering darkness, its secrets once again secure within its ancient walls. In a city constantly torn between past and future, it remained a steadfast reminder that some mysteries were best left undisturbed, protected by those who understood that true power often lay not in grand demonstrations, but in the humble act of preserving what was sacred. The final echoes of Batman's footsteps faded within the cavernous halls of Gotham's old cathedral. The ancient stone walls had witnessed another of the city's darkest secrets brought to light. As Batman stood atop the cathedral's highest spire, the first light of dawn broke across Gotham's skyline, casting long shadows that stretched like accusing fingers across the city streets. His work here was done. The hidden chamber beneath the cathedral's crypt had been sealed once more, its contents catalogued and secured. The truth about the cathedral's architect and his connection to the Court of Owls would remain buried in Batman's private files. Some secrets were too dangerous for public knowledge. As Batman prepared to fire his grapnel gun and disappear into the morning light, the faint chirp of his communicator broke the silence. Bruce, Oracle's voice came through clearly. Something's happening at Robinson Park. Unusual plant growth reported overnight. Security cameras show massive vegetation expanding at an accelerated rate. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath his cowl. Poison ivy? That's my guess, Oracle confirmed. But there's something different this time. The plants, they're not like anything documented before. They only emerge at twilight and dawn. During full daylight and complete darkness, they become dormant. Batman slid the grapnel gun back into his utility belt. No rest tonight. Send me the coordinates. Already done. And Bruce, be careful. Preliminary readings show unusual chemical compounds in the pollen. Whatever Ivy's planning, it's evolved from her previous work. As Batman launched himself from the cathedral into the breaking dawn, he couldn't help but notice how the strengthening sunlight cast the park at the city center in an eerie glow. Within that verdant sanctuary, something waited. Something cultivated in shadow and twilight. Something that Pamela Isley had been nurturing with dangerous patience. The cathedral's secrets were now behind him. Ahead lay a garden of new threats, blossoming in the liminal light between day and night. The evening mist rose from Arkham Asylum's grounds like ghostly breath, wrapping around the Gothic spires and weathered stone walls, softening their harsh edges. Moonlight filtered through this diaphanous veil, casting everything in a gentle silver glow that belied the facility's troubled history. In this liminal hour between day and night, when the bustle of the day shift faded and the night staff moved quietly through their routines, subtle changes often went unnoticed. It was these subtle changes that had drawn Batman to Arkham tonight. 3 staff members had reported mild respiratory symptoms after working in the asylum's greenhouse. Nothing severe, just lightheadedness, vivid dreams, and an unusual sense of euphoria that lingered for hours after exposure. Medical tests showed no lasting effects, but the pattern was distinctive and familiar. Batman stood at the edge of the asylum's east courtyard, observing the greenhouse that occupied the space. The structure dated back to the 1920s, when Arkham had briefly experimented with therapeutic horticulture. In recent years, it had been largely neglected, used for storage and occasional patient activities, but never fully utilized as originally intended. Now, however, it seemed to pulse with a vitality visible even from a distance. The glass walls were partially obscured by lush foliage that hadn't been there during his last visit, and subtle luminescence glowed from within, suggesting plant life that wasn't entirely natural. 3 more staff reported symptoms today, said Dr. Eleanor Reed, her voice soft but steady as she approached from the administrative building. Nurse Chen was working with patients in the greenhouse therapy program. Dr. Abernathy and Orderly Wilson were just passing through the east corridor. All 3 described the same effects: mild euphoria, enhanced sensory perception, unusually vivid dreams the following night. Batman nodded, acknowledging the information while continuing to study the greenhouse. Dr. Reed was Arkham's newest staff botanist, brought in 6 months ago to revitalize the therapeutic horticulture program. Her academic background was impressive: degrees in botany and psychiatric rehabilitation, published research on biophilic design in healthcare settings. She had also, Batman noted in his background check, been an undergraduate student in the same department, where Dr. Pamela Isley had once conducted her research, though they had never directly worked together. "You believe it's her?" Dr. Reed said, not a question but a statement. "Poison Ivy's signature is distinct," Batman replied. "Non-harmful but mind-altering pollen, accelerated plant growth, species that shouldn't thrive in this climate." He turned to face the botanist. "The question is how she's accomplishing this, while supposedly secured in the high-security wing." Dr. Reed's expression showed professional concern rather than fear. "I've reviewed the greenhouse inventory. Several of the plant species we use in therapy show unusual growth patterns and properties that don't match their standard characteristics. Something is changing them at a genetic level." "Show me," Batman said simply. They crossed the courtyard together, their footsteps muffled by the unusual thickness of the grass beneath their feet. Even here, outside the greenhouse itself, the vegetation showed signs of enhancement: richer color, greater density, subtle luminescence at the edges of leaves when they caught the moonlight at certain angles. It was beautiful, in its way, but beauty and danger often grew from the same soil where poison ivy was concerned. The greenhouse interior struck Batman immediately with its humid warmth and rich, earthy scent, like a tropical rainforest rather than a facility in Gotham's temperate climate. Condensation trickled down glass walls now almost completely covered by vines and flowering plants, creating a constant gentle patter like distant rainfall. The lighting was subdued, with most illumination coming from small solar-powered lamps along the pathways and, more strikingly, from the plants themselves. Several species emitted a soft, pulsing bioluminescence in shades of blue and green, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. "We started with standard therapeutic plants," Dr. Reed explained, leading Batman along a narrow path between dense foliage. "Lavender, chamomile, various succulents, simple species that patients could easily care for with calming properties. Then, about 3 weeks ago, we noticed changes: accelerated growth, new flowering patterns, hybridization between species that shouldn't be compatible." She stopped beside what appeared to be a jasmine plant, its white flowers unusually large and glowing faintly in the dim light. "This began releasing a pollen that doesn't match any known variety. Analysis shows compounds similar to those found in previous samples of poison ivy's work. Mild psychoactive properties, but nothing immediately harmful." Batman examined the plant without touching it, noting the unusual vein patterns in the leaves and the way the flowers seemed to turn slightly toward them, as though aware of their presence. His cowl's sensors detected the presence of airborne compounds, though the concentration was low, enough to create the reported effects with prolonged exposure, but not enough to cause immediate symptoms. "The changes started 3 weeks ago," he noted. Any unusual events around that time? Visitors, new patients, staff changes? Dr. Reed shook her head. Nothing significant. Routine operations, standard rotation of... She paused, reconsidering. There was one thing. We received a large soil delivery for the therapeutic gardening program. It came through normal channels, proper authorization, all the paperwork in order, but in retrospect, the timing aligns with when we first noticed changes. The detail caught Batman's attention. Soil could contain seeds, spores, even specialized bacteria that might serve as vectors for Ivy's botanical influence. He made a mental note to trace the delivery back to its source. There's more, Dr. Reed continued, leading him deeper into the greenhouse. The changes aren't confined to the greenhouse anymore. We've found unusual growth in the east corridor, around the ventilation systems, even in the small courtyard garden outside the women's minimum security wing. As they moved through the greenhouse, Batman noticed that the paths seemed to narrow and widen in a rhythm that wasn't random, almost like a pulse moving through the space. The plants here were more diverse, less recognizable as standard species. Vines with gentle translucent thorns climbed structural supports, flowers that resembled orchids but with more complex petal arrangements turned to track their movement. Moss with a texture like velvet covered the ground in patches that seemed to expand and contract subtly, as though breathing. The spread pattern suggests intention, Batman observed. A deliberate path from the greenhouse towards specific areas of the asylum. Dr. Reed nodded, her professional demeanor tinged now with both concern and reluctant admiration. That's what worries me. These plants aren't just growing, they're being guided, and if we follow the path they're creating... She hesitated. Be lead to poison Ivy's cell, Batman finished for her. The botanist's confirmation was unnecessary. The pattern was clear now, a botanical network spreading through Arkham, with Pamela Isley at its center. Not an escape attempt, at least not in the conventional sense. Something more subtle, more gradual, more characteristic of Ivy's approach to reshaping the world. Dr. Reed, Batman said, his tone measured. I need to see Ivy's cell. The temperature seemed to drop slightly as they left the greenhouse, though the night remained unusually warm for the season. Batman noticed how Dr. Reed instinctively touched a leaf on a climbing vine as they exited, a gesture somewhere between scientific curiosity and something more personal, a connection to the living things under her care, even those that had been altered beyond their natural state. They crossed the courtyard toward the main building, Batman studying the grounds with heightened attention. Now that he knew what to look for, the signs of Ivy's influence were everywhere. The unnatural thickness of the grass, the way certain plants oriented themselves as they passed, the subtle shimmer of pollen in the air when moonlight struck at particular angles. Inside the main building, the atmosphere shifted from natural humility to institutional sterility, though even here, subtle changes were apparent. Small ferns had established themselves in corners where the stone met the floor, their fronds more vibrant than their species should display. Moss grew in delicate patterns along the baseboards, spelling out what might have been words in a botanical language known only to Ivy herself. The ventilation system connects the greenhouse to all major sections of the asylum, Dr. Reed explained as they walked. It was designed to bring fresh air throughout the facility. If pollen or spores entered the system, demon would spread throughout Arkham, Batman concluded, carrying whatever influences Ivy encoded in them. They passed a nurse's station where Nurse Sarah Chen was reviewing patient charts. She looked up as they approached, her expression brightening with recognition. Dr. Reed, I was just coming to find you. The patients from today's greenhouse therapy session are showing remarkable improvements. Jackson's anxiety levels have dropped to the lowest we've recorded, and Martinez is communicating verbally for the first time in months. Dr. Reed exchanged a significant look with Batman before responding, "That's encouraging, Sarah, but we need to temporarily suspend the greenhouse program until we've completed some testing." Nurse Chen's enthusiasm dimmed noticeably, but the results we're seeing may not be entirely natural, Dr. Reed said gently. We need to ensure the safety of both patients and staff. Chen glanced between them, understanding dawning. This is about the symptoms some staff have reported? I admit I felt a bit lightheaded after yesterday's session, but it wasn't unpleasant. Actually, it was the first time in years I didn't have a tension headache after a shift. Batman noted the nurse's words, not just the content, but the almost wistful tone. It matched reports from other affected staff. No one described the experience negatively. That was Ivy's subtlety at work, creating effects that felt beneficial, desirable even, making people less likely to question or resist what was happening. We're investigating, Batman said simply. Until we understand exactly what's causing these changes, caution is necessary. Nurse Chen nodded reluctantly and returned to her charts, but not before Batman noticed her glancing toward a small potted plant on her desk. A succulent that seemed to glow faintly in the fluorescent lighting, its leaves patterned with veins that pulsed with gentle rhythm. They continued toward the high-security wing, passing more signs of Ivy's botanical influence, trailing vines that had established themselves along ceiling corners, flowers growing from cracks in the ancient stonework, the subtle sweetness in the air that suggested airborne pollen. All beautiful, all seemingly harmless, and all completely controlled by a woman who viewed humanity as a blight on the natural world. The high-security wing presented a stark contrast to the increasingly verdant corridors they had passed through. Here, sterile conditions were strictly maintained, sealed air systems, regular chemical cleaning, monitoring for any biological contaminants, or at least that was the protocol. As they approached Poison Ivy's cell, Batman noticed fine tendrils of moss growing along the seams where wall met floor, delicate but unmistakable. Dr. Albertson, the wing's supervising psychiatrist, met them at the security checkpoint. "We've been expecting you," he said, his manner professional but strained. "Dr. Isley has been a model patient, cooperative, engaged in therapy, no incidents since her last evaluation, but the botanical anomalies suggest otherwise," Batman finished for him. The doctor nodded. "Her cell is regularly inspected for any plant material. Nothing has been found, not even microscopic spores. Yet somehow," he gestured to the moss growing along the corridor, trailing toward her cell like a green welcome mat. "She doesn't need physical contact anymore," Batman said. "Her connection to the green has evolved." Both doctors looked at him questioningly. "The green," he explained, "is what she calls the interconnected consciousness of all plant life. For years, she needed direct contact to influence plants. Now, it seems, her reach has extended. Distance is no longer a barrier." The implications hung in the air between them. If Ivy could affect plant life throughout Arkham without physical contact, what were the limits of her power? How far could her influence spread? They approached her cell, a specially designed space with controlled light, temperature, and humidity. Unlike other high-section patients, Ivy wasn't kept in darkness or uncomfortable conditions. Studies had shown that such deprivation only increased her hostility and power when she eventually escaped. Instead, her cell was maintained with optimal human conditions, pleasant but not ideal for plant growth. Or so they had thought. Through the reinforced observation window, they could see Pamela Isley sitting cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed in what appeared to be meditation. Around her, subtle evidence of her influence. The standard issue cotton blanket showed hints of green, as though threads were transforming into fine vines. The concrete floor had a faint, mossy patina and a perfect circle around her bed. The air itself seemed different within her cell, somehow greener, thicker with life. "Be Dr. Isolé." Dr. Albertson spoke through the intercom. "You have visitors." Ivy opened her eyes slowly, a smile spreading across her face as she saw who stood at her door. "Batman," she said, her voice as rich and fluid as sap rising in spring. "I was wondering when you'd notice my little garden project." Batman studied her carefully. She appeared physically unchanged, no signs of the increased chlorophyll content in her skin that typically accompanied her more aggressive phases. This was Ivy in her most human aspect, which in some ways made her more dangerous. When her skin turned vibrant green and her powers manifested visibly, her intentions were clear. This more subtle version could be easily underestimated. "Your influence is spreading throughout Arkham," Batman said, direct as always. "The greenhouse, the corridors, even the ventilation system." Ivy's smile remained serene. "Is that an accusation or an observation? I haven't left this cell in months. As Dr. Albertson can attest, I've been a model patient. You haven't physically left," Batman acknowledged, "but your influence has. The pollen, the altered plant species, the effects on staff, they all bear your signature." She uncrossed her legs and stood, moving to the window with a grace that seemed almost liquid. "The plants were already here, Batman. I simply encourage them to reach their full potential, to grow beyond the limitations imposed on them." Her green eyes flicked briefly to Dr. Reed. "A fellow botanist should appreciate that." Dr. Reed met her gaze steadily. "I appreciate ethical research with informed parameters, Dr. Isley. Whatever you're doing is affecting people without their knowledge or consent. Affecting them positively," Ivy countered. "Reduced anxiety, increased sensory appreciation, better sleep, connection to the natural world that humans have lost in their concrete cages." She placed a hand against the window. "I'm bringing life to a place dedicated to containing it. Where's the harm in that?" Batman remained unmoved by her rhetoric. "The harm is in the unknown. Your altered plants are spreading throughout a facility housing vulnerable people. The structural integrity of the building itself could be compromised if root systems continue to expand, and the psychoactive compounds, while mild now, could be precursors to something more potent." For a moment, Ivy's serene expression slipped, revealing a flash of the passionate environmentalist who had existed before her transformation. "Arkham is toxic, Batman, not just metaphorically. The ground beneath this building is contaminated with chemicals from decades of poor waste management. The air circulation is inadequate, creating perfect conditions for mold that affects patients' respiratory systems. Even the water contains trace pharmaceuticals that were improperly disposed of." Her voice intensified without rising in volume. "My plans are healing this place, filtering toxins, improving air quality, creating balance where there was none." The passion in her voice was genuine, Batman knew. That was the complexity of Pamela Isley. Her goals often began with legitimate environmental concerns before evolving into misanthropic extremes. The line between ecological restoration and humanity's elimination grew thin in her mind. "Show me," Batman said simply. Ivy tilted her head, momentarily confused. Show you what? If your purpose is environmental remediation, prove it. Show me what your plants are doing, how they're helping. If your intentions are as beneficial as you claim, transparency should be no issue. A smile slowly spread across Ivy's face, not her usual contemptuous smirk when dealing with humans, but something more genuine. A tour of my garden? I thought you'd never ask. She stepped back from the window. You'll need to let me out of this cell, of course, under whatever security measures make you comfortable. Dr. Albertson immediately began to protest, but Batman raised a hand to silence him. Special containment protocols, he said. Limited access to specific areas only. Dr. Reed will accompany us to verify your botanical claims. The arrangements took nearly an hour, specialized restraints designed to limit Ivy's direct contact with plant life, security personnel positioned at strategic points throughout the facility, emergency response teams on standby. Throughout the preparations, Ivy remained calmly cooperative, offering no resistance as the restraints were applied, making no attempt to contact the increasingly visible plant life in the corridors. You're being unusually accommodating, Batman observed as they prepared to leave the high-security wing. Ivy's smile was enigmatic. Perhaps I'm simply confident in the truth of my work. Or perhaps... She glanced toward a small vine that had somehow established itself in the corner of the security checkpoint, its leaves turning subtly as they passed. Their tour began in the main corridor connecting the High Secretary wing to the administrative section. Here, Ivy pointed out small ferns growing from cracks in the ancient stonework, their roots extending deep into the mortar. These aren't just decorative, she explained, her voice taking on a lecturer's tone that hinted at the scientist she had once been. They're filtering lead out of the building materials, lead that leaches into the air whenever temperature fluctuations cause the old stone to expand and contract. My varieties accelerate the phytoremediation process, capturing heavy metals and converting them to less harmful compounds. Dr. Reed examined the ferns with professional interest, taking samples for later analysis. The growth pattern is remarkable, she acknowledged, but altering existing species creates unknown variables. The ecological implications are managed by me, Ivy interjected. Every plant here is connected to my consciousness. I control their spread, their reproduction, their evolution. Nothing grows where or how I don't intend it to. They moved to the east corridor, where the botanical presence became more pronounced. Vines with delicate purple flowers covered portions of the ceiling, their tendrils extending toward the ventilation system. The air here was noticeably different, fresher, with subtle floral notes that seemed to change as they walked. Air purification, Ivy said, gesturing to the vines. These hybrids process carbon dioxide more efficiently than any existing plant species, while releasing oxygen and beneficial phytochemicals that reduce stress and improve cognitive function. They're particularly effective at neutralizing the airborne pharmaceuticals that escape during medication distribution, compounds that have been affecting both patients and staff without anyone realizing it. Batman noticed how the vines seemed to reach toward Ivy as she passed, despite the restraints limiting her direct contact. The connection between her and the plant life she had created transcended physical touch, a development that both impressed and concerned him. Their path continued to the small courtyard outside the women's minimum security wing. Here the transformation was most dramatic. What had once been a sparse green space with a few hardy shrubs had become a lush garden reminiscent of tropical regions. Flowers in impossible colors bloomed despite the season, their petals gently luminescent in the moonlight. The air was thick with life, carrying scents that seemed to change based on who was inhaling them. Batman detected notes of night-blooming jasmine and something deeper, like rich soil after rain. Several patients were visible through the windows overlooking the courtyard, their faces pressed against the glass, expressions showing unusual peace and focus. Nurse Chen stood among them, officially monitoring their behavior, but clearly affected herself by the garden's influence. "My centerpiece," Ivy said, genuine pride in her voice. The soil here contained the highest concentration of toxins, runoff from decades of chemical treatments for the building. These plants aren't just surviving in contaminated earth, they're healing it, converting harmful compounds into nutrients, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem where there was only poison before. She turned to Batman, her eyes reflecting the garden's subtle luminescence. "This is what I've been trying to show you for years. Nature doesn't need to destroy humanity to thrive. It can heal what you've damaged, restore what you've corrupted. All that's required is the right guidance. My guidance." Dr. Reed had been taking readings throughout their tour, her specialized equipment measuring air quality, chemical composition, and biological activity. She studied the results with a scientist's careful neutrality. "The data supports some of her claims," she told Batman quietly. "Toxin levels are significantly reduced in areas with the highest plant concentration. Air quality is improved. Even the psychological effects on patients appear beneficial, at least in the short term." Batman had been conducting his own analysis through his cowl's sensors, reaching similar conclusions. The plants were indeed performing environmental remediation, and the mild psychoactive compounds they released seemed genuinely therapeutic rather than harmful. Yet questions remained about long-term effects, about Ivy's ultimate intentions, about the consequences of allowing her influence to spread unchecked through a facility housing Gotham's most dangerous and vulnerable individuals. Their final stop was the greenhouse itself, now transformed beyond recognition from its original state. What had been a neglected Victorian structure was now a thriving jungle ecosystem, complete with canopy layers, understory growth, and environmental niches supporting incredible biodiversity. The glass walls were barely visible beneath the foliage, and the interior space seemed somehow larger than physically possible, as though the plants had created their own pocket dimension within Arkham's grounds. The three of them stood in a small clearing at the center of this botanical marvel, surrounded by evidence of Ivy's vision and power. Even restrained, she seemed more alive here, her presence stronger, her connection to the surrounding plant life palpable in the way everything leaned subtly toward her. "This is what Arkham could be," she said, her voice blending with the gentle sounds of moving leaves and trickling water. "A place of healing rather than containment, a living system that supports recovery instead of enforcing stagnation." Batman studied her carefully. "And your role in this system? What becomes of Poison Ivy if Arkham transforms according to your vision?" Her smile held genuine amusement. "Still suspicious, Dark Knight? Always looking for the ulterior motive?" She shook her head, causing nearby flowers to mirror the movement in perfect synchronization. "My role would be as it has always been. Guardian of the green, protector of the balance between humanity and nature. The difference is that here, in this controlled environment, I could demonstrate what's possible when that balance is properly maintained." It was a compelling vision. Arkham reimagined as a living laboratory for ecological rehabilitation, with carefully managed plant systems providing therapeutic benefits while remediating environmental damage. In theory, it addressed legitimate problems with humane, sustainable solutions. In practice, "Your history makes trust difficult," Batman said simply. "Your methods have evolved, but has your underlying philosophy? Do you still view humanity as a disease requiring control, or elimination. Ivy's expression didn't change, but subtle shifts occurred in the surrounding plants, leaves turning edge-on to reduce their profile, flowers closing slightly, defensive postures in botanical form. Some philosophies are rooted in irrefutable truth, she replied. Humanity is destructive, uncontrolled. Your species will continue to poison the planet until nothing remains. But my approach has matured. Control rather than elimination, guidance rather than destruction. She gestured to the thriving ecosystem around them. What I've created here demonstrates that human environments can be integrated with natural systems. The patients benefit, the staff benefit, even the building itself benefits from the structural support provided by certain root systems. It's a symbiotic relationship, the model I've advocated for years. Dr. Reed had been quiet during this exchange, but now she spoke, her scientific objectivity tempered with ethical concern. The benefits are real, Batman, but so are the risks. These plant systems are entirely dependent on Dr. Isley's consciousness to maintain their balance. If something happened to her, if her control wavered, the consequences could be severe. Ivy inclined her head, acknowledging the point. All pioneering work carries risk, but consider the alternative. Arkham continues as it has, a toxic environment housing damaged people, treating symptoms while ignoring underlying causes. My approach addresses both human and environmental health simultaneously. Batman had seen enough to form his assessment. The situation was complex, as interactions with Ivy often were. Her current work wasn't immediately threatening in the way her past schemes had been. No mass mind control, no elimination of human populations, no violent overthrow of urban infrastructure. Instead, she had created something subtler, potentially more enduring, a demonstration of her philosophical principles in practical application, a living argument for her vision of human-plant symbiosis. The question was whether that vision could be trusted, whether the benefits outweighed the risks, and whether any middle ground existed between Ivy's botanical utopia and Arkham's institutional sterility. Dr. Reed, Batman said finally, with your expertise in both botany and psychiatric care, could you develop a modified program, one that incorporates beneficial aspects of these plant systems while maintaining appropriate safeguards? The botanist considered this carefully. It would require significant modifications, controlled species selection, regular monitoring, limitations on certain growth patterns, and Dr. Isley's cooperation to help transition these existing systems to something more conventional. They both looked to Ivy, whose expression remained unreadable. The plants around her shifted almost imperceptibly, responding to thoughts and emotions invisible to human perception. A compromise, she said finally, the word itself seeming foreign on her lips. You're suggesting I voluntarily scale back what I've created, place limits on my garden's growth and influence. I'm suggesting, Batman countered, a demonstration of your evolved philosophy. If humanity and nature can truly exist in beneficial symbiosis, as you claim, then the process needs to be collaborative, not unilaterally imposed by either side. For a long moment, Ivy was silent, communing with the plant life surrounding them in ways neither Batman nor Dr. Reed could perceive. The greenhouse seemed to breathe with her, the entire ecosystem responding to her internal deliberation. A trial period, she finally proposed. 6 months. Dr. Reed implements her modified program with my advisory input. Certain areas remain under my direct influence as control groups for comparison. Transparent monitoring of all effects, both environmental and human. Her green eyes met Batman's directly. A true scientific study, with data rather than prejudice determining the outcome. It was more reasonable than Batman had expected, a perspective that acknowledged both scientific methodology and the practical concerns he had raised. Whether this represented genuine evolution in Ivy's thinking or simply a tactical adaptation remained to be seen, but the immediate threat of unchecked botanical expansion throughout Arkham could be addressed through this approach. "Agreed," he said, "with additional security protocols and emergency contingencies in place." Dr. Reed looked between them, the scientist in her clearly intrigued by the research potential despite the obvious risks. "I'll develop a preliminary protocol," she said, "something that balances the beneficial environmental and therapeutic effects with necessary safety measures." As they prepared to return Ivy to her cell, Batman took a final look at the greenhouse, at once beautiful and unsettling, a glimpse of what the world might become if Ivy's influence spread beyond Arkham's walls. In this controlled environment, her vision had created something with genuine benefits alongside its hazards. The question that remained was whether such balance could be maintained in the larger world, where competing interests and unintended consequences complicated even the most well-intentioned ecological interventions. Back in the high-security wing, as Ivy was secured in her cell, she offered Batman a parting thought. "Nature doesn't think in terms of total victory or absolute defeat, Batman. It thinks in cycles, in adaptations, in finding balance through constant change. Perhaps there's wisdom in that approach for all of us." The words lingered as Batman left Arkham behind, the night now giving way to the first hints of dawn. The asylum stood outlined against the lightening sky, its Gothic architecture softened by the green life now established within and around it. Seeds planted in twilight now faced the coming day, their growth to be guided, monitored, and studied in the months ahead. Whether those seeds would ultimately bring healing or harm remained to be seen. But in the delicate balance between human needs and natural systems, between institutional order and organic growth, perhaps something new and beneficial might emerge, a middle path between Poison Ivy's botanical extremism and humanity's technological isolation from the natural world. As Batman disappeared into the fading darkness, the plants of Arkham continued their quiet work, filtering, growing, adapting, breathing. Night-blooming flowers closed their petals against the coming light, while day-olded species began to stir, leaves turning eastward in anticipation of the sun. The cycle continued, as it had since life first emerged on Earth, finding balance through endless change, creating harmony from the eternal dance of opposing forces. The seeds of twilight, planted in darkness, now waited for their moment in the light. As Batman secured the last of Poison Ivy's withering plants for evidence, he noticed an anomaly in their genetic structure. Something deliberate. Someone else had guided Ivy's research. "The pollen victims are stable," Oracle reported through the comm, "but there's something else. Thomas Elliot is their attending physician at Gotham General." Batman froze. "Tommy? He's supposed to be in Arkham, released 6 weeks ago. And Bruce? He's only treating patients with connections to Wayne Enterprises or your parents." The pieces aligned with chilling precision. The cathedral, Ivy's enhanced plants, the specific victims. All chess moves in a larger game. "Used Ivy," Batman said, already moving toward the Batmobile. "The toxin was never meant to be lethal, just specific enough to bring certain patients under his care." As he raced through Gotham's streets, Batman knew that Hush was sending him a message. Tommy Elliot was once again holding up a dark mirror to their shared past, creating reflections of old traumas in the present. Whatever waited at Gotham General would be intensely personal, another chapter in a vendetta that began decades ago on the playgrounds of their youth. The antique hand mirror lay on Bruce Wayne's desk, its silver frame tarnished with age and its reflective surface broken by a single deliberate crack running from edge to edge. No note accompanied it, no signature needed for the message it conveyed. Bruce studied his fractured reflection, one eye on either side of the break, the division symbolic in its precision. "Interesting choice of gift," Alfred observed from the doorway, his usual stoicism tinged with concern. "I take it this isn't from a particularly devoted admirer." "It's from Tommy Elliot," Bruce replied, naming the man better known to Gotham as Hush. "A message that he's ready to resume our conversation." Alfred set down the tea tray he'd been carrying. "Dr. Elliot has been quiet for some time. What do you suppose has prompted this sudden communication?" Before Bruce could answer, his secure phone vibrated with an incoming alert. The message was from Dick Grayson. "Incident at Carson Gala. Need to talk." The Carson Foundation's annual benefit was the social event of the season, gathering Gotham's wealthiest citizens under one roof for an evening of conspicuous philanthropy. Bruce had declined his invitation, citing Wayne Enterprises' commitments, a decision that now seemed fortuitous given Tommy's reappearance. "I'll be in the cave," he told Alfred, already moving toward the hidden entrance behind the grandfather clock. "Dick's reporting an incident at the Carson Gala. Should I prepare for a long night, sir?" "Better assume so. Tommy never does anything without an elaborate plan." The Batcave's main computer was already displaying multiple news feeds when Bruce arrived. Headlines reported a medical emergency at the Carson Gala, with ambulances seen departing the venue. Details were sparse, carefully managed by the Carson family's PR. Robin was waiting in the cave when Batman finished changing, his expression grave beneath his mask. "Margaret Carson collapsed during her opening speech," he reported without preamble. "Symptoms suggested poisoning, but nothing immediately lethal. Before medical help arrived, someone placed a hand mirror beside her unconscious form." Batman's eyes narrowed. "Like this one." He produced a photograph of the cracked mirror from Bruce Wayne's desk. Similar style, different pattern. The crack in this one formed a question mark, and there was a note. Robin pulled up an image on the computer. The elegant handwriting read, "Some reflections are too painful to face directly. Ask Bruce Wayne about the Carson scholarship and the boy who truly deserved it." The reference was clear to Batman, if obscure to anyone else. Thomas Elliot, Tommy, had competed against him for the prestigious Carson Medical Scholarship 30 years ago. Bruce had won despite having no intention of pursuing medicine, while Tommy, a brilliant student with genuine medical ambitions, had been passed over. It had been one of many perceived slights that fueled Tommy's eventual transformation into Hush. "This is aimed at me," Batman said, "using old connections, old grievances." "But why now?" Robin asked. "And why the Carsons? If this is about the scholarship, why not target the selection committee?" "Because he's not really targeting the scholarship decision, he's targeting my past. The Carsons are just collateral damage in his vendetta." Batman studied the note again. "This is only the opening move. We need to get ahead of his plan. Mrs. Carson is stable," Robin informed him. "Whatever she was given appears designed to create spectacle, not fatality. Doctors are running toxicology now." Batman was already accessing old files, bringing up information on Thomas Elliot and their intertwined history. Hush's methods always blend medical precision with psychological warfare. He wants me on the defensive, reacting to each attack. Instead of anticipating his next move, Robin completed the thought. So what connects to both you and the Carsons that he might target next? The answer emerged from decades-old records, a list of scholarship finalists from the year in question. 3 names including Bruce Wayne and Thomas Elliot, with annotations about their connections to Gotham's elite families. The 3rd finalist was Catherine Townsend, daughter of Richard Townsend, who owned controlling interest in Gotham National Bank. The Townsends, Batman said. Catherine would be his logical next target. She benefited from the scholarship committee's decision too, moving up the list when I won, but declined the actual scholarship. The Townsends are hosting a private dinner tonight, Robin noted, accessing the society calendar. Small gathering, but significant guests. Catherine's there with her father. That's our next destination, but first, Batman pulled up schematics of Wayne Manor's East Wing. I need to check something in the family archives. The Manor's extensive archives occupied what had once been the family library, expanded over generations to house records, correspondence, and memorabilia from the Wayne family's long history in Gotham. Bruce rarely visited this wing, preferring to keep his focus on the present rather than family legacy. Master Bruce, Alfred said, appearing silently as he sometimes did when concerned. Might I ask what you're looking for among your father's papers? Anything related to the Carson scholarship decision. Batman was already examining a file cabinet labeled with the appropriate year. Tommy's implying there was something improper about my selection. Something beyond simple favoritism toward the Wayne name. Alfred hesitated. Your father was on the selection committee that year, as the medical professional representative. He recused himself from voting on your application, of course. But Tommy believes something else happened. Batman located the relevant files. Correspondence between Thomas Wayne and Harold Carson about the scholarship process. Most was procedural, but one letter stood out. Thomas Wayne expressing concern about irregularities in one candidate's application without naming the student in question. Did my father ever mention issues with Tommy's application? Batman asked. Not specifically, Alfred replied carefully, though he did once mention being disappointed in how certain students presented themselves during interviews. Something about character being as important as academic achievement. Robin, who had been scanning another section of records, called out, "Found something." News clippings about Thomas Elliot from that period. Apparently he was involved in an incident at Gotham Academy, an academic dishonesty allegation that was later dismissed. The pieces were starting to align, so my father may have known something about Tommy's character that influenced the committee, even if he wasn't directly voting on my application. And now Hush is using that old grievance to target people connected to that decision, Robin concluded. But why now? What's changed? Batman was already moving toward the exit. That's what we need to find out. The Townsend dinner is our best lead at the moment. They traveled across Gotham's rooftops in practiced silence. The city's nighttime landscape spread beneath them like a dark mirror reflecting countless lives. The Townsend estate sat on Gotham's northern perimeter, a sprawling mansion surrounded by carefully manicured grounds and discreet security systems. Batman and Robin positioned themselves on an adjacent property, observing the gathering through specialized optics. The dinner party was small but significant. Richard Townsend holding court for a select group of Gotham's financial elite, including representatives from major banks and investment firms. Catherine Townsend is present, Robin reported, currently in conversation with James Holder of First Gotham Investment. Security seems standard for this type of event, Batman observed. Private team, minimal police presence. He accessed the Bat computer remotely. Oracle, We need real-time monitoring of the Townsend estate. Any unusual activities or communications. Already on it, Barbara Gordon's voice replied. Interesting timing for this gathering. The Townsend Financial Group just announced a major acquisition yesterday, buying controlling interest in Elliott Medical Technologies. The name registered immediately. Elliott, as in Thomas Elliott's family company? The very same. His mother was the majority shareholder until her death. The company's been in trust since then, with various financial firms managing its assets. The Townsend's acquisition effectively ends the Elliott family's connection to the company. This new information shifted the context entirely. So this isn't just about an old scholarship grudge. Tommy's targeting the people he believes are dismantling his family legacy, which makes this even more personal, Robin noted, and potentially more dangerous. As if confirming their concerns, the mansion's lights flickered momentarily. Security personnel could be seen moving with increased urgency around the perimeter. Power fluctuation, Oracle reported, could be nothing, but the Townsend estate has redundant systems that should prevent even momentary outages. Batman was already in motion, Robin following close behind. We move now, something's happening. They approached from opposite sides, Batman taking the north entrance while Robin secured the service access. The security team was professional, but unprepared for the specific threat Hush represented. A surgeon with intimate knowledge of human vulnerabilities, both physical and psychological. Inside, the dinner continued without apparent disruption, though heightened tension was visible in the security personnel's movements. Batman slipped through shadow corridors, monitoring conversations while searching for signs of infiltration. Master Richard, status update. Alfred's voice came through their secured channel. Inside the East Wing, Robin responded quietly. No visible disturbances yet. Security is alert but uncertain what triggered their systems. I've accessed their security logs, Oracle added. The power fluctuation was precisely timed and targeted, only affected specific circuits. Someone with detailed knowledge of the estate's infrastructure. Batman reached the main security office, finding it momentarily unattended, the guards presumably checking the affected systems. The monitors showed normal activity throughout the mansion, but one camera feed caught his attention. A basement corridor where a service door stood slightly ajar. According to the timestamp, it had been opened exactly when the power fluctuated. Robin, basement level, east corridor, possible entry point. On my way. Batman continued his circuit of the upper floors, passing close to the dining room where Catherine Townsend was addressing her father's guests. Through the partially open door, he could hear her discussing the acquisition of Elliott Medical. The company's research division holds particular promise, she was saying. Their regenerative medicine patents alone justified the purchase price. With proper management and funding, breakthroughs are imminent, a guest responded. The Elliott family certainly couldn't provide that. Not after Thomas Elliott's mother's condition required such extensive care. I understand her medical expenses depleted much of their liquid assets. Yes, Catherine agreed, her tone professionally sympathetic. A tragedy on multiple levels, but the company will thrive under proper stewardship now. Batman moved on, noting the conversation for its potential relevance. Tommy's mother had suffered from a long-term illness requiring extensive care that Tommy himself had often provided, a point of pride in his medical career, but also a source of deep resentment. Batman, Robin's voice came through with hushed urgency. Found signs of entry, professional job, security systems bypassed rather than disabled. And there's something else, a mirror mounted on the wall where there shouldn't be one, according to the building plans. Don't approach it, could be rigged. Already keeping my distance. It's positioned to reflect the main waterline access point. Looks like someone's been tampering with the mansion's water supply. Batman immediately connected the dots. The Carson poisoning, it was in her champagne. Hush is using the same method here. But dinner service has already begun, Robin pointed out. If he's introduced something into the water system... Oracle, alert emergency services, possible mass poisoning event at the Townsend estate. Robin, find the main cut-off valve and shut down the water system. I'll evacuate the dining room. Batman moved swiftly toward the main gathering, calculating the most effective approach. A direct entrance would cause panic. A discreet warning to security might be ignored or delayed. He opted for a third option, accessing the mansion's fire suppression system and triggering a localized alarm in an adjacent room. The effect was immediate. Security personnel began a practiced evacuation procedure, interrupting the dinner without causing immediate panic. As guests were escorted toward designated exit points, Batman intercepted Richard Townsend and his daughter in a private corridor. Mr. Townsend, he addressed them directly, causing both to start at his sudden appearance. Your water system has been compromised. Tell your guests not to consume anything further. To their credit, neither wasted time questioning his presence or authority. Richard immediately signaled to his security chief, while Catherine used her phone to contact the kitchen staff. Who would do this? Richard demanded once the immediate actions were taken. Thomas Elliot, Batman replied, better known now as Hush. Catherine's expression shifted to one of recognition. Tommy? But why would he... Is this about the company acquisition? Partially, but his grievances run deeper and further back, including the Carson Medical Scholarship you both were finalists for. That was 30 years ago, Catherine said incredulously, and I barely remember him being a finalist. He certainly never showed any resentment toward me. His resentment was focused elsewhere, Batman noted, not elaborating on Bruce Wayne's role in the situation. Water system is shut down, Robin reported over the comm. Found traces of an organic compound introduced through a bypass valve, sending samples for analysis. The Carson woman, Richard Townsend realized. The news said she collapsed at their gala. Was that the same person? Yes. She's expected to recover fully. Catherine's expression hardened with professional calculation. Tommy Elliot. He was a brilliant surgeon before his issues became apparent. But I never connected him to the masked criminal that's been in the news. His tactics are always precise and personal, Batman explained. He called attention to the scholarship connection with the Carsons. With you, it's both that and the company acquisition. But why now? Catherine pressed. The acquisition has been in negotiation for months. The scholarship is ancient history. The question echoed Robin's earlier one, still without a satisfactory answer. Why had Tommy chosen this moment to resurrect old grievances? What had changed? Your security team should have the situation contained, Batman told them, but I recommend full medical checks for everyone present. The compound appears non-lethal but could have lingering effects. As emergency services arrived and the mansion's guests were evaluated, Batman rejoined Robin at a secure observation point. Analysis shows the compound is similar to what was used on Margaret Carson, Robin reported. A sophisticated derivative of scopolamine, produces disorientation and temporary memory issues. Not immediately dangerous, but certainly dramatic in a public setting. He's not trying to kill them, Batman observed. He's humiliating them, making them vulnerable in front of their peers. Just as he feels they did to him, Robin concluded. But there's still the timing question. Why now? Batman's focus shifted as Oracle transmitted a new alert. Disturbance reported at Gotham Cemetery. Security cameras show an intruder at the Wayne family mausoleum. The implication was immediate and disturbing. He's escalating rapidly, moving from indirect connections to direct provocations. This feels like it's building towards something specific, Robin said, as they moved toward their next destination, like he's following a script we can't see yet. Batman's thought exactly. Tommy had always been methodical, his plans unfolding with surgical precision. These attacks weren't random spite, they were calculated steps toward a specific objective. Gotham Cemetery lay shrouded in mist as they arrived, ancient monuments rising like silent sentinels among manicured pathways. Security guards had been subdued, alive but unconscious, their vital signs stable. The Wayne Mausoleum's heavy door stood slightly ajar, a thin beam of light visible from within. "Approach with extreme caution," Batman instructed. "This is almost certainly a trap." They entered from different angles, using the mausoleum's architecture for cover. Inside, the scene was disturbing in its calculated disrespect. A surgical lamp had been set up, illuminating the memorial plaque for Thomas and Martha Wayne. On the cold stone floor before it lay an antique mirror, its surface intact but its frame modified to hold what appeared to be medical instruments. "He's not here," Robin noted after a careful sweep of the shadows. "Just left this tableau." Batman approached the mirror, analyzing it without touching its surface. The instruments arranged around it were surgical tools, specifically those used in emergency trauma response. A handwritten note lay beside them, the same elegant script as before. Could the great Thomas Wayne have saved himself, his patient, or was he always destined to bleed out in that alley, his skills useless in his final moments? Some mirrors reflect possibilities never realized, others show us truths we refuse to acknowledge. The psychological attack was precisely calibrated, targeting Batman's most vulnerable memories. But something about this display didn't align with Tommy's usual methods. The message seemed hurried, almost improvised compared to his typically meticulous planning. "This doesn't feel right," Batman said aloud. "Tommy's usual approach is more subtle, more personal. This is theatrical, almost like a distraction," Robin suggested. The realization struck simultaneously. "He's drawing us away from something else. Oracle, status update on the Townsend situation. Emergency services have the scene contained, 17 people treated for mild symptoms, all stable, no sign of hush. What about Wayne Manor? Any unusual activity?" A brief pause, then, "Security systems show all clear, but hold on. Alfred's not responding to my check-in call." Batman was already moving. "Robin, secure the cemetery scene. I'm heading to the manor." The journey back seemed interminable even at maximum speed. Wayne Manor's security systems showed no breaches, but Batman had long ago learned that technology was only as reliable as the human element behind it. And if anyone could bypass his security, it was Tommy Elliot. He entered through a rarely used access point, moving silently through the manor's eastern wing. All appeared normal. Lights set to evening levels, security systems operational, no signs of disturbance. Yet instinct told him something was wrong. "Alfred," he called out, reaching the main foyer. "In here, Master Bruce," came the reply from the study. Alfred's voice, but with an uncharacteristic flatness that immediately triggered alarm. Batman approached cautiously, finding Alfred seated in an armchair, his posture unusually stiff. Standing behind him, one hand resting on the butler's shoulder in a deceptively casual pose that Batman instantly recognized as restraint, was Thomas Elliot. "Hush." He had removed his bandaged mask, his surgically altered face now an unsettling approximation of Bruce Wayne's own features. The similarity was both their childhood resemblance enhanced by deliberate surgical modifications, a twisted mirror of what Bruce might have become under different circumstances. "Family reunion," Elliot said smoothly. "The prodigal son returns to find the faithful servant has company. How perfect." Batman assessed the situation with clinical precision. Alfred appeared unharmed but possibly sedated, his reactions slightly delayed. Elliot's posture suggested he wasn't armed conventionally, but Batman knew the surgeon's hands themselves were lethal weapons. "Let him go, Tommy. Your quarrel is with me." "Oh, but Alfred is part of this story too." Elliot's voice carried the cultured tones of their shared upper-class upbringing. "The surrogate father who helped shape you after tragedy struck. The wise counsel behind the entitled prince. Master Bruce," Alfred said with effort, "he's been waiting for you. Says he has a proposal. A reckoning, more accurately," Elliot corrected. "A chance to finally address the imbalances between us." Batman remained perfectly still, gathering information. "You've gone to elaborate lengths to set this up. The Carsons, the Townsends, the cemetery. All to lead to this moment. Necessary steps. Establishing the pattern of our shared history before the final act." Elliot gestured to the desk where another antique mirror lay, this one unbroken, its reflective surface pristine. "Do you recognize this particular piece?" "You should. It hung in your mother's dressing room." The recognition was immediate and unsettling. The mirror had been part of the manor's furnishings during Bruce's childhood, removed after his parents' deaths when too many memories made certain rooms unbearable. "How did you get that?" "The Wayne estate auction, shortly after your parents died. While you were away finding yourself, certain family heirlooms were sold to settle estate matters. I purchased several items. Keepsakes of our shared childhood." The implication was clear. While Bruce had been training around the world preparing to become Batman, Tommy had been collecting pieces of the Wayne legacy, nursing grievances and planning his eventual. "And now you've brought it back. Why?" "Because it represents our diverging paths, the moment when everything changed." Elliot's hand remained on Alfred's shoulder, but his focus was entirely on Batman. "When your parents died, you received universal sympathy, support, resources. When I orchestrated my father's death and attempted the same with my mother, I was forced to play the devoted son for decades, shackled to a woman I despised, watching my inheritance dwindle on her care." The bitter resentment in his voice was palpable, undiminished by years. "While you gallivanted around the world, I endured. While you played at being a carefree billionaire, I calculated. While you secretly prepared for your crusade, I designed my own." "And yet here we are," Batman replied evenly. "Your elaborate plan leading to this confrontation. What do you hope to achieve, Tommy? Recognition, acknowledgement that we are mirror images of each other, that the differences between us are circumstantial, not fundamental." Elliot's expression shifted to something almost plaintive beneath the calculated control. "We were the same, Bruce. Brilliant children shaped by privilege and tragedy. But you were celebrated for your pain while I was forced to conceal mine." The raw emotion was unexpected. Tommy usually maintained clinical detachment, his surgeon's demeanor intact even in confrontation. This vulnerability suggested something had changed in his psychological state. "Master Bruce," Alfred said carefully, "I believe Dr. Elliot has experienced a significant loss recently." Elliot's grip on Alfred's shoulder tightened momentarily. The faithful servant, always observant. "Yes, My mother finally died last month. After decades of specialized care that depleted the family fortune, perfect timing, really, just as the vultures circled to dismantle my family's company. The timing suddenly made sense. The catalyst for this elaborate scheme wasn't just old grievances, but new losses. The death of his mother simultaneously freeing and untethering him, followed by the Townsend acquisition, erasing his family's business legacy. "Tommy," Batman said, using his childhood name deliberately, "what exactly do you want from this confrontation?" "I've always wanted understanding. Recognition that we are fundamentally the same person, shaped by different circumstances." Elliot released Alfred's shoulder, stepping around to face Batman directly. "You created Batman from your tragedy. I created Hush from mine. Neither of us accepted the hand fate dealt us. We both rebelled against it, shaped our own destinies. We made very different choices in how we responded to trauma," Batman countered. "That's not circumstance, that's character." "Is it? Or is it just the difference between having Alfred here to guide you versus having a manipulative, abusive mother controlling your development?" Elliot gestured expansively. "Nature versus nurture, Bruce. The eternal question." Robin's voice came through Batman's cowl, pitched for his hearing alone. "In position, east entrance secure, awaiting your signal." "You've gone to elaborate lengths to make your point," Batman said, carefully shifting position to draw Elliot's attention away from Alfred. "Poisoned innocent people, desecrated my parents' memorial, invaded my home. Necessary demonstrations. Establishing the pattern so you would understand the conclusion." Elliot reached into his pocket, producing a small device. "I've rigged specific points throughout the manor with targeted explosives. Not enough to destroy the building, but precisely placed to eliminate key emotional touchstones. Your father's study, your mother's music room, the hallway where you last saw them alive. The threat was calculated for maximum psychological impact, targeting not just physical spaces, but the memories they contain. What do you hope to achieve with this, Tommy? More trauma? More motivation for me to continue exactly as I have been? No. A reset. A recognition that both our paths have led nowhere." For the first time, real emotion cracked through Elliot's controlled facade. "I've lost everything pursuing this vendetta. My medical career, my reputation, years of my life, and for what? To prove I'm your equal, your superior? What does that even mean when we're both fundamentally broken people playing dress-up to avoid facing our real issues?" The sudden insight into Elliot's state of mind was jarring. This wasn't the calculated hush of previous encounters, but something more desperate, more human. The death of his mother, the focus of decades of resentment and obligation, had removed his primary motivation, leaving him unmoored. "So what now?" Batman asked carefully. "Destroy parts of the manor as some kind of symbolic gesture?" "No, that was the original plan, but seeing you here in your dual identity," Elliot gestured to Batman's costumed presence in Bruce Wayne's study, "I realize there's a better resolution." He placed the detonator on the desk beside the mirror, an unexpectedly conciliatory gesture. "I'm tired, Bruce. Decades of hatred, of plotting, of surgical alterations to look like you, and for what? My mother is dead. My family company is gone. My medical legacy erased. I've achieved nothing except proving I can make you as miserable as I've been." "Master Bruce," Alfred said quietly, "I believe Dr. Elliot is experiencing what psychiatrists would term an existential crisis." "The butler understands," Elliot confirmed with a hollow laugh. "With my mother gone, my primary motivation no longer exists. I've been operating on momentum, playing out plans designed for emotional satisfaction that I no longer feel. Batman maintained his vigilance despite the apparent surrender. Tommy had proven himself a master manipulator many times before. What are you suggesting then? A truce, not friendship. We're long past that possibility, but mutual recognition that our paths have both led to unsatisfying conclusions. Elliot gestured to the mirror. Look at us, the billionaire playing vigilante, the surgeon playing criminal mastermind. Mirror images of wasted potential. For a moment, silence filled the study. Then Robin emerged from the shadows, having entered undetected during their conversation. If you're serious about a truce, start by disarming the explosive. Elliot didn't appear surprised by Robin's presence. They're not actually connected. The detonator is a prop. I couldn't bring myself to destroy the manor. Too many of my own childhood memories are tied to this place. He smiled thinly. Check, if you don't believe me. Already scanning, Robin confirmed, his wrist computer active. No explosive signatures detected in the indicated location. Batman studied his childhood friend, now twisted nemesis. If not destruction, then what? What resolution are you looking for from this encounter? Acknowledgement that we've both failed in our chosen paths, that neither Batman nor Hush has found the closure we sought. Elliot picked up the mirror from the desk, studying his surgically altered features. I made myself look like you because I wanted what you had. The respect, the legacy, the freedom your parents' death gave you, while my mother's ongoing existence trapped me. He set the mirror down carefully. But it was always an illusion. Becoming you physically didn't give me your life any more than wearing a bat costume gave you closure for your parents' murder. The insight was uncomfortably accurate. Batman remained silent, unwilling to validate Elliot's assessment, but unable to refute it entirely. So where does that leave us, Tommy? He finally asked. At a crossroads. I'm leaving Gotham. There's nothing left for me here except this twisted obsession that's consumed half my life. Elliot straightened his posture, the brilliant surgeon momentarily visible beneath the vengeful persona. Consider this my farewell performance. No more attacks on your associates. No more psychological warfare. Just like that? Nothing about this has been just like that, Bruce. It's been 30 years in the making, and now it's finished. My mother is gone, the company is gone, even my hatred feels hollow now. Elliot stepped toward the study door. I came to destroy symbolic parts of your past, but I realize now that would just perpetuate the cycle. Better to simply walk away. Robin moved into blocking position, looking to Batman for guidance. The situation was unprecedented. Hush had always been relentlessly devoted to his vendetta. This apparent surrender demanded careful evaluation. If you're serious about ending this, Batman said slowly, there are conditions. Of course there are. Elliot's smile was tired but genuine. The great Batman never lets anyone simply walk away. Treatment. Real psychiatric help. Not Arkham. They're not equipped for your particular issues, but somewhere with the resources to address decades of trauma and obsession. Supervised by your people, I assume? Initially. Eventually transitioning to independent monitoring. Elliot considered this, his expression unreadable. And if I refuse, try to simply disappear, then nothing changes. We continue this cycle until one of us breaks permanently. The stark assessment hung in the air between them, two brilliant minds recognizing the inevitable conclusion to their current path. Very well, Elliot finally agreed. Treatment, supervised transition, a chance to reassess. what remains of my life. And as arrangements were made, secure transport, psychiatric evaluation, monitored accommodation, Batman found himself studying the antique mirror Elliot had brought, their reflections caught in its surface. Batman in his armored cowl, Thomas Elliot with his surgically altered face, Robin standing guard, Alfred recovering his composure, a tableau of interconnected lives shaped by choices as much as circumstances. Later, after Elliot had been transferred to secure psychiatric care and the manor secured once more, Bruce sat with Alfred and Dick in the study. The mirror remained on the desk, a remnant of the evening's confrontation. "Do you believe him?" Dick asked. "That he's genuinely done with the vendetta?" "I believe he's at a genuine crossroads," Bruce replied carefully. His mother's death removed the central pillar of his resentment. Without her ongoing needs to blame for his restricted life, he's forced to confront his own choices. "Quite the existential crisis," Alfred observed. "To build one's entire identity around hatred of another person, only to discover that achieving your goal brings no satisfaction." "Tommy was brilliant," Bruce said quietly. "He could have been one of the greatest medical minds of our generation. Instead, he devoted that brilliance to an elaborate revenge fantasy that ultimately led nowhere." "A cautionary tale," Dick suggested, "about letting trauma define your entire existence." The parallel to Bruce's own life choices hung unspoken in the air. Batman had been born from trauma too, a response to helplessness and loss that had shaped Bruce's entire adult life. "The difference," Bruce said, as if reading Dick's thoughts, "is purpose. Tommy's motivation was destruction, of his parents, of my happiness, of anything he resented. Mine was protection, ensuring others wouldn't experience what I did. And having people who cared about your well-being," Alfred added pointedly, "who helped guide that trauma response towards something constructive rather than destructive." Bruce nodded, acknowledging the truth in Alfred's assessment. "Tommy never had that. His father was abusive, his mother manipulative. No Alfred to provide wisdom and balance." Dick picked up the mirror, studying its antique craftsmanship. "So what now? Do we believe this is really the end of Hush?" "We remain vigilant," Bruce replied, "but we also acknowledge that people can change when their fundamental motivations shift." Tommy's mother defined his existence, both his childhood trauma and his adult responsibilities. With her gone, he has the chance to redefine himself. "Rather like looking into a new mirror," Alfred suggested, "and seeing possibilities rather than just reflections of the past." The antique mirror caught the study's warm light as Dick set it down, its surface reflecting not just their physical forms, but the complex interplay of their shared journey. Past and present, mentor and protege, trauma and healing, all facets of the continuous process of becoming who they chose to be, rather than simply what circumstance had made them. As night deepened around Wayne Manor, the three men continued their quiet conversation, bound together not by shared trauma but by the family they had forged in its aftermath. And somewhere across Gotham, under careful supervision, Thomas Elliot began the long process of facing his own reflection without the distorting lens of decades-old resentment. A different kind of battle than any he had fought before, but perhaps the only one that offered any hope of genuine victory. The last of Hush's mirrors shattered beneath Batman's gloved fist. Thomas Elliot's elaborate psychological trap, designed to force Bruce to relive his parents' deaths through each surgical victim, had failed, but the cost had been steep. "He's gone, sir," Alfred's voice came through the comm as Batman surveyed the abandoned operating theater. "GCPD found his surgical tools, but no sign of Elliot himself." Batman touched the fresh wound across his chest. Tommy's parting signature. He'll be back. Perhaps, but not tonight. Alfred paused. Master Bruce, Commissioner Gordon has requested your presence at the manor. Most urgently. Batman's eyes narrowed. The manor? Why not GCPD headquarters? There was quite insistent it be neutral ground. And sir, he's not alone. Several individuals of interest have accompanied him. As the Batmobile sped through Gotham's streets toward the cliffside road leading to Wayne Manor, Batman reviewed the unusual request. Gordon rarely broke protocol like this. Whatever awaited him at home transcended the usual boundaries between Gotham's protector and its underworld. By the time he entered the cave, the sun was setting over the bay, casting the manor above in twilight shadows. Time to face whatever uneasy truce awaited him upstairs. The autumn sun hung low over the western hills beyond Gotham, painting Wayne Manor's stone facade in fading amber light. The grand estate stood in solitary majesty atop its hill, silhouetted against the darkening sky as shadows lengthened across its manicured grounds. Inside the manor's East Wing library, Bruce Wayne studied financial reports with the focused attention he brought to all aspects of his dual life. The room embodied quiet opulence, leather-bound volumes lining mahogany shelves, a Persian carpet muffling footsteps, and tall windows admitting the last golden rays of daylight. Alfred entered with his characteristic quiet efficiency, carrying a silver tray with a pot of tea. Your evening refreshment, Master Bruce. Darjeeling, as you requested. Thank you, Alfred. Bruce accepted the cup without looking up from his work. He had been reviewing Wayne Enterprises' quarterly projections since returning from the office, a necessary if mundane counterbalance to his nocturnal activities. Alfred lingered a moment longer than usual, his posture suggesting he had something more to communicate. Bruce recognized the subtle cue immediately. Years of their wordless communication had created a language of micro-expressions and slight shifts in demeanor that conveyed volumes. Is something wrong? Bruce asked, finally looking up from his documents. Not wrong, per se, Alfred replied carefully. But the manor's security system has detected an irregularity in the West Wing. Specifically, in the corridor adjacent to the family archives. Bruce's attention sharpened instantly. The manor's security systems had been designed by Wayne Enterprises' most advanced R&D teams, then further enhanced with Batman's specialized technology. False alarms were exceptionally rare. What kind of irregularity? A momentary disruption in the pressure sensors beneath the hallway carpet. Too slight for a conventional intruder, but consistent with someone of, Alfred paused, delicately, exceptional skill. Bruce was already on his feet, the financial reports forgotten. Camera confirmation? None, Alfred replied, his expression betraying mild frustration. The system registered a 3-second blackout in that section's video feed just before the pressure anomaly. 3 seconds is precise, professional. Bruce moved toward the library's exit, his casual demeanor shifting subtly into a more alert posture. Have there been any other disturbances? None detected, which is rather telling in itself. Alfred followed at a measured pace. Shall I initiate lockdown protocols? Bruce considered the question as they entered the hallway. A full security lockdown would seal the manor, activating additional countermeasures designed to contain and neutralize threats. But the pattern described, minimal contact, targeted approach, surgical disruption of surveillance, suggested a very specific type of intruder. No lockdown, he decided. but activate silent monitoring on all vault access points and secure the cave entrance. And Alfred, "I remain on comms, sir," the butler confirmed, already retrieving a discreet communication device from his pocket. "And yes, I'll keep my sidearm accessible." Bruce nodded, knowing Alfred's military background made him far more capable than his formal demeanor might suggest. "I'll investigate directly. If our guest is who I suspect, a heavy-handed approach would be counterproductive." "Indeed, sir. Subtlety has always been the preferred approach when dealing with cats. They respond rather poorly to being cornered." The slight emphasis on the word cats confirmed they were thinking of the same potential intruder. Bruce made his way toward the west wing, moving with the quiet efficiency that carried over from his vigilante activities, even when not in the cape and cowl. Wayne Manor's grandeur, its high ceilings, ornate woodwork, and historical gravitas created an atmosphere of timeless permanence around him. Generations of Waynes had walked these corridors, their legacy embedded in every carefully preserved detail. The West Wing housed much of that legacy in physical form, while the East Wing contained the more frequently used living spaces. The western portion of the manor preserved family histories, portraits of Wayne ancestors adorning the walls, display cases containing historical artifacts relevant to both the family and Gotham itself, and the climate-controlled archives, where documents dating back to the manor's construction were carefully preserved. As Bruce approached the archives corridor, he activated a small device in his pocket, a remote interface with the manor's security systems that would provide real-time updates to his phone's display without alerting the intruder to increased surveillance. The feed showed no current disturbances, suggesting whoever had triggered the earlier alert was either gone or had become more cautious. The corridor stretched before him, illuminated by the warm glow of wall sconces that cast pools of light at measured intervals. Between these islands of illumination, shadows gathered in the recesses where decorative columns met the walls. The carpet runner muffled his footsteps as Bruce moved forward, senses alert for any disturbance in the stillness. He found it halfway down the hall, not through sight or sound, but through scent. A faint fragrance hung in the air, subtle but distinctive. Not a perfume exactly, but a signature scent he had encountered many times before, particularly when in pursuit of one specific adversary. It carried notes of jasmine and something deeper, more complex, a scent that managed to be both refined and dangerous. "She's here," Bruce sub-vocalized, knowing Alfred would receive the communication through the discreet earpiece he wore. "The family archives, sir," came the quiet reply. "Rather specific target for a burglary. Not a typical target for her either," Bruce agreed softly. "No obvious valuables, just historical documents." He continued toward the archives entrance. A set of double doors crafted from aged oak, their surfaces carved with the Wayne family crest. The doors stood slightly ajar, a thin line of light from within spilling into the darkened hallway. Bruce approached silently, listening for movement from the room beyond. The archives comprised a substantial chamber designed in the style of a Victorian research library. Tall shelves of organized documents, glass display cases for more delicate items, reading tables positioned beneath pendant lights that cast warm circles of illumination. The room had been modernized with climate control systems to preserve its contents, but retained its historical aesthetic, creating a space that bridged past and present. Bruce entered without announcing himself, scanning the room with practiced efficiency. At first glance, it appeared empty, the display cases undisturbed, the document shelves in their usual ordered state. Then a subtle movement caught his eye near the far wall, where a section of shelving contained bound volumes of Wayne family correspondence, dating back to the 1890 essay. A slender figure stood examining one of these volumes, her back to the door. She wore a form-fitting black outfit that was far more practical than her usual catsuit. Designed for stealth and mobility rather than drama, though it still unmistakably highlighted her distinctive silhouette. Instead of her usual cowl and goggles, her short dark hair was uncovered, lending her a vulnerability rarely seen during their rooftop encounters. Breaking and entering is still illegal, even when you're not wearing the costume, Selina, Bruce stated, remaining by the doorway. Selina Kyle turned unhurriedly, the leather-bound volume still in her gloved hands. Her expression registered neither surprise nor guilt, only a calm assessment that suggested she had been aware of his presence before he spoke. "Bruce," she acknowledged with a slight smile, "I'd apologize for the intrusion, but we both know sincerity isn't my strong suit." "What are you looking for?" he asked directly, noting that she had made no move to flee or to replace the volume she held. This wasn't the behavior of someone caught in the act of theft. "Family history," she replied, her tone difficult to interpret, somewhere between flippant and genuine. "Not yours, mine." Bruce studied her with careful attention. In their years of complex interaction, sometimes adversaries, sometimes allies, occasionally something less easily defined, he had developed an understanding of Selina's expressions and tells. Despite her carefully cultivated unpredictability, patterns emerged over time. The slight tension in her posture now suggested something beyond her usual professional focus during acquisitions. "The Wayne family archives contain nothing about the Kyles," he stated. "Don't they?" Selina countered, turning the volume in her hands to display its spine label, East End Property Acquisitions 189511901. "Your family's reach extended into every corner of Gotham, including the East End. Before it became the Forgotten District, it was once prime real estate, with ownership records that might interest me personally." Bruce moved further into the room, approaching one of the reading tables but maintaining a calculated distance between them, close enough for conversation, far enough to react if necessary. "You could have asked. Breaking into the manor was unnecessary. Asked the notoriously reclusive Bruce Wayne if I could rummage through his family's private records." Selina's eyebrow arched skeptically. "Besides, where's the fun in that?" "Fun wasn't your primary motivation," Bruce observed, noting the careful way she handled the volume. Not the casual disregard of someone pursuing a whim, but the deliberate care of someone with a specific purpose. "What are you really looking for, Selina?" Something shifted in her expression, a momentary hesitation that revealed more than she likely intended. Then she shrugged, a deliberately casual gesture that didn't quite mask the significance of what she was seeking. "My mother mentioned something once, years ago, about our family having owned property in the East End. Real property, not a tenement rental." She glanced down at the volume. "I never had the resources to trace the records properly. Gotham's public archives from that period are incomplete at best, deliberately obscured at worst. But the Wayne records..." Her gesture encompassed the meticulously organized shelves. "Your family documented everything." "Why now?" Bruce asked, genuinely curious. "You've known about these archives for years." Selina's gaze remained on the book, not meeting his eyes. "Let's just say, I've recently developed an interest in understanding where I came from. My mother's been gone 20 years now. There aren't many connections left." The admission carried more emotional weight than her casual tone suggested. Bruce recognized it as one of those rare moments when Selina allowed glimpses beneath her carefully maintained facade. Such glimpses had become more frequent in recent years, as their complex relationship evolved beyond the simple dynamic of bat and cat, crime fighter and thief. The East End acquisitions would be organized by street, then date, Bruce said after a moment's consideration, not by family name. If you're looking for specific property records, you'd need more precise information about location. Selina looked up, a hint of surprise in her expression at his implicit offer of assistance. My mother mentioned Powell Street, said her grandmother had owned a millinery shop there. Bruce moved to one of the archival computer terminals that had been discreetly integrated into the historical setting. Powell Street underwent significant redevelopment in the early 1900s. It was originally part of the fashion district before the commercial center shifted west. As he typed, accessing the digitized index of the physical archives, Alfred's voice came through his earpiece. An unexpected research partnership, Master Bruce. Shall I bring refreshments for your guest? Bruce suppressed his reaction to the subtle humor in Alfred's tone. That would be appropriate, Alfred, thank you, he responded aloud, knowing Selina would understand he was addressing his butler through some communication system. Playing host now? Selina asked, approaching the terminal with measured steps. How accommodating of you. Consider it a truce, Bruce replied, focusing on the search results populating the screen. Temporary and conditional on you not attempting to access any other areas of the manor. Such generosity, she murmured, though without her usual sarcastic edge. As she came to stand beside him, her shoulder nearly touching his, Bruce was again struck by the unusual circumstances. Selina Kyle in Wayne Manor, not as an uninvited guest at some gala function, but as someone seeking personal answers in his family's historical records. The search revealed several references to Powell Street properties in the volume Selina had been examining, plus additional mentions in related documents from the same period. Bruce transferred the information to the screen, displaying a digitized map of Old Gotham, with the relevant section highlighted. Powell Street ran for 6 blocks in what was then called the Garment Quarter, he explained. Wayne Enterprises acquired most of the western section in 1897 for commercial redevelopment. The eastern portion remained independently owned until the Depression. Selina studied the map intently. The shop would have been on the east end of the street. My mother described it as being where the cobblestones met the brick pavement. Bruce refined the search parameters, focusing on the intersection she described. There, he indicated as new results appeared. The boundary between the original settlement and the 1880s expansion. Property records show several small businesses at that junction, including, he paused, examining the entry more closely. A millinery shop, registered to Maria Catalina Lorenzo from 1888 to 1903. Lorenzo, Selina repeated, the name clearly resonating with her. My mother's maiden name was Kyle, but she once mentioned her grandmother had changed their name from something longer, something Italian. She leaned closer to the screen. Can you access the actual records, not just the index? Bruce navigated to the detailed entry, revealing digitized images of the original property deed and related documentation. The full records would be in Cabinet 17, Section C, he said, indicating a tall wooden filing cabinet across the room, but the basic information is here. Together they examined the digital records, property boundaries, tax assessments, and a brief business registration that included a faded photograph of the shop's facade. The small storefront featured an elaborate window display of women's hats and a hand-painted sign reading, Lorenzo Fine Millinery. I've never seen this, Selina said quietly. her usual composure momentarily giving way to genuine wonder. My family actually owns something in Gotham. Something legitimate. The significance of this discovery was evident in her expression. For someone whose life had been defined largely by taking what belonged to others, finding evidence of legitimate family ownership represented a different kind of connection to the city. A historical anchor point previously unknown. The Lorenzo shop appears in several Wayne business records, Bruce noted, continuing to scan through the digital archives. Your ancestors supplied hats to Gotham's elite families, including the Waynes. There are receipts for purchases by my great-grandmother, Elizabeth Wayne. Selina's eyes widened slightly. So my family actually had business dealings with yours. That's, she seemed to search for the right word, unexpectedly conventional. Gotham was smaller then. The social and commercial circles intersected frequently. Bruce brought up another document, a newspaper clipping from 1901, featuring a photograph of a society gathering. This might interest you more directly. The photograph showed a formal garden party hosted at Wayne Manor, with dozens of Gotham's prominent citizens in period attire. Among them, Bruce indicated a dark-haired woman in an elegantly designed hat with distinctive styling. Maria Lorenzo was invited to the annual Wayne Foundation Spring Gala as both a vendor and guest. According to the caption, she was respected for her artistry and business acumen at a time when female business owners were rare in Gotham. Selina studied the photograph intently, her expression softening as she examined the face of a woman who shared her dark hair and high cheekbones, a resemblance subtle but unmistakable across the generations. She looks formidable, she finally said, like someone who wouldn't take no for an answer. A family trait, perhaps, Bruce observed, his tone lighter than their usual exchanges. Before Selina could respond, Alfred appeared at the archive entrance, carrying a silver tray with tea service and a small selection of pastries. His expression revealed nothing beyond professional courtesy as he regarded Selina's presence in the manor's private archives. "Your refreshments, Master Bruce," he announced, moving to place the tray on a nearby reading table. "I took the liberty of including those French almond biscuits that have proven popular with previous visitors." The barely perceptible emphasis on previous visitors carried meaning Bruce understood immediately. Alfred was acknowledging that this wasn't the first time Selina had entered the manor uninvited, though it was certainly the most civil such encounter. "Thank you, Alfred," Bruce replied, then added with deliberate formality, "Ms. Kyle is assisting with some historical research this evening." "Indeed, sir." Alfred's perfect composure never wavered, though a hint of dry amusement flickered in his eyes. How fortunate that she possesses such specialized research methods to access our archives after hours. Selina's lips curved into an appreciative smile. "Your security systems are impressive, Alfred, almost a challenge. I shall convey your professional assessment to our security consultants, Ms. Kyle. I'm certain they'll be simultaneously flattered and dismayed." Alfred finished arranging the refreshments and straightened. "Will there be anything else required for your research session? We may need access to the physical records in Cabinet 17, Bruce replied, and perhaps the Gotham Business Directory volumes from 1880 through 1905. Very good, sir. I shall unlock the cabinet and retrieve the directories. With a perfect bow that somehow managed to be both proper and slightly ironic, Alfred departed, leaving them alone once more. "He doesn't approve of your choice in research partners," Selina observed, watching Alfred's retreating figure. On the contrary, Bruce replied, pouring tea for them both with practiced movements. If he disapproved, you would have encountered a very different reception. Alfred's background includes more than domestic service. Military intelligence. Selina nodded, accepting the offered cup. MI6, if rumors are correct. I've always suspected those perfect manners concealed something more dangerous. Bruce neither confirmed nor denied her assessment, but the slight lift of his eyebrow acknowledged her perceptiveness. The Wayne family has always valued discretion in its staff. Alfric exceeds all expectations in that regard. They moved to the reading table, where Alfred had arranged the refreshments. The warm pools of light from the pendant lamps created an intimate atmosphere amid the vast archive, the twilight outside now deepening into evening proper. Through the room's tall windows, the last traces of sunset painted the sky in deepening shades of purple and indigo, with the first stars becoming visible above the manor's grounds. "How did you know about these records?" Bruce asked as they settled at the table. "The Wayne archives aren't public knowledge." Selina sipped her tea before responding. "Professional interest. I make it my business to know where valuable and interesting things are kept in Gotham." She set down her cup. "But my specific knowledge about your family's East End records came from a less professional source. My mother mentioned once that her grandmother had kept a letter from the Wayne lady about her hats. I always assumed it was just a story. Until recently," Bruce prompted, noting her use of past tense. "Until I found this while clearing out a storage unit my mother had rented." Selina reached into a concealed pocket and withdrew a small object wrapped in protective cloth. Carefully unwrapping it, she revealed an aged envelope, its paper yellowed with time but still intact. The envelope bore elegant handwriting, addressing it to Mrs. Maria Lorenzo Fine Millinery, at the Powell Street address they had just discovered in the archives. The return address, partially faded but still legible, read, "Elizabeth Wayne, Wayne Manor." "I didn't open it," Celine said, a surprising admission from someone who made her living accessing things that were meant to remain closed. "It seemed important to understand the context first." Bruce studied the envelope with genuine interest. Elizabeth Wayne was known for her support of women in business. She established several funds to provide loans to female entrepreneurs when conventional banks wouldn't consider them. "Is that why she wrote to my great-great-grandmother? Business matters." "Possibly," Bruce acknowledged. "Or it could be more personal. Elizabeth was known for forming connections across Gotham's social boundaries. The historical record portrays her as someone who valued substance over status." Alfred returned with a ring of keys and several large bound volumes. "Cabinet 17 is now accessible, Master Bruce. I've also brought the business directories you requested." He placed these materials on the table, then addressed Selina directly. "Those French biscuits pair particularly well with the tea, Miss Kyle. A personal recommendation, if I may." The subtle gesture of hospitality wasn't lost on Selina. "Thank you, Alfred. I appreciate the consideration." With a slight nod that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement and reserved judgment, Alfred withdrew once more, closing the archive doors behind him. "He's remarkable," Selina commented, selecting one of the recommended biscuits. "Simultaneously making me feel welcome and reminding me I broke in. That takes skill." "Years of practice managing unexpected situations," Bruce replied with the ghost of a smile, "including numerous encounters with uninvited visitors to the manor. I imagine I'm not the most challenging guest he's had to accommodate," Selina observed, her tone suggesting curiosity about others who might have tested Alfred's composure over the years. "Not even close," Bruce confirmed, though he offered no elaboration on who might have claimed that particular distinction. They turned their attention to the newly delivered materials. Bruce unlocked Cabinet 17, revealing neatly organized folders of original documents corresponding to the digitized records they had already examined. Meanwhile, Selina began paging through the business directories, tracking the Lorenzo shop's listings over consecutive years. The shop appears consistently from 1888 through 1903, she noted, comparing entries across volumes. Then, nothing in 1904. What happened in 1903 that ended the business? Bruce extracted a folder from the cabinet, opening it carefully on the table. According to these records, there was a significant fire in the East End garment district in December 1903. Several buildings on Powell Street were destroyed or damaged beyond repair. The folder contained newspaper accounts of the fire, including photographs of the aftermath showing gutted buildings with only facade walls remaining. One image clearly showed the Lorenzo shop among those most severely damaged, its distinctive storefront now a blackened shell. Insurance records indicate Maria Lorenzo received a settlement, but it wasn't enough to rebuild completely. Bruce continued, examining the documents. The property was sold to a development company the following year. Celino's expression darkened. Let me guess, a Wayne Enterprises subsidiary. No, Bruce replied, understanding her suspicion but providing the documented facts. The buyer was Cobblepot Holdings, an early venture of the Cobblepot family before their shipping interests became their primary business. Oswald's family, Selina murmured, referring to the man now known throughout Gotham as the Penguin. Somehow that feels worse than if it had been Wayne's. Bruce continued examining the records. There's more. After selling the property, Maria Lorenzo appears to have left Gotham temporarily. Immigration records show her departing for Italy in early 1904, then returning to Gotham 8 months later. Running away, Selina speculated, or regrouping. The latter, it seems. Bruce drew out another document, a business registration form dated March the 9th, 1905. She re-established her business in a new location, Park Row, under the shortened name Lorenzo Designs. The registration lists her as Maria L. Kyle, with a note indicating formal name change documentation was filed with the city clerk. Kyle, Selina repeated, the significance of this discovery evident in her voice. So, that's when it happened. 1905. After the fire, she came back with a new name, a new location, and apparently a new business model, Bruce added, finding additional documentation. The new shop specialized in custom designs for theatrical productions and society events, rather than general millinery, more exclusive higher-end clientele. Selina considered this information thoughtfully, reinventing herself after losing everything, adapting rather than giving up. A hint of pride colored her voice. I like her style. There's a connection to the letter you found as well, Bruce noted, indicating the envelope Selina had brought. The postmark dates it to February 1904, after the fire, before Maria left for Italy. Selina looked down at the envelope she had placed on the table between them. So Elizabeth Wayne wrote to my great-great-grandmother during her lowest moment. After she'd lost her business, she touched the sealed edge of the envelope gently. What could she have said? That my family kept this for generations? The question hung in the air between them, a moment of genuine curiosity shared across the usual boundaries that separated their lives. Bruce recognized the unusual vulnerability in Selina's expression as she contemplated this tangible connection to her family's past. Would you like to open it? He asked quietly. The manor has conservation tools for handling historical documents without damaging them. Selina hesitated, her fingers still resting lightly on the aged paper. I've spent my life opening things that aren't mine to access, she said with unexpected candor. But this feels different. It's mine by inheritance, but opening it means acknowledging something genuine about my past. Something I can't reinvent or steal or improve upon. Bruce understood the significance of this admission. Selina Kyle had built her identity around flexibility and reinvention, shifting between socialized, thief, occasional ally, and whatever other roles suited her purpose. Confronting an unalterable family history represented a different kind of vulnerability than she typically allowed herself. Your ancestors survived losing everything, he observed, then rebuilt on her own terms. That resilience might be the most authentic inheritance she left you. Selina's gaze met his, a moment of genuine connection in the warm lamplight of the archives. When did you become so insightful about family legacies, Bruce? I thought brooding was more your style than philosophical reflection. The question carried no malice, just the gentle teasing that characterized their more amicable encounters. Bruce allowed a small smile in response. Wayne Manor tends to inspire reflection on legacy. It's difficult to avoid when surrounded by generations of family history. He gestured to the portraits visible through the archive doorway, generations of Waynes gazing from ornate frames along the corridor. Some legacies are more visible than others, but all influence who we become. The conversation paused as Selina considered his words, her attention returning to the envelope before her. I'll open it, she decided finally, but I'd appreciate those conservation tools you mentioned. This deserves proper care. Bruce nodded, moving to a cabinet near the archival computer where preservation supplies were stored. He returned with white cotton gloves, a small implement for carefully breaking the seal, and a clean, acid-free surface for displaying the contents. Selina accepted the gloves, pulling them on with the same precise movements she might use preparing for a difficult acquisition. The parallel wasn't lost on Bruce, the professional thief applying her specialized skills to a deeply personal task, accessing her own history with the same care she might show valuable artifacts belonging to others. With delicate precision, she broke the envelope's seal and extracted a folded letter written on heavy cream stationery, embossed with the Wayne family crest. The handwriting matched that on the envelope, elegant penmanship flowing across the page in dark ink that had faded only slightly with time. Selina unfolded the letter carefully, placing it on the acid-free surface where they could both read its contents. The date at the top confirmed their timeline, February 12, 1904, just weeks after the devastating fire. My dear Mrs. Lorenzo, I write to express my sincere condolences regarding the tragic fire that has claimed your establishment. Such losses extend beyond mere property. They represent the devastation of dreams, of years of dedicated craftsmanship, and of a place within our community that cannot be easily replaced. Your artistry has adorned the women of Gotham's finest circles, myself included, with dignity and imagination that transcends mere fashion. I count myself fortunate to own several of your magnificent creations, each bearing the unmistakable touch of a woman who understands that true elegance lies in individual expression, rather than rigid conformity to passing trends. It is this understanding of yours, that beauty requires both structure and freedom, that leads me to make the enclosed offer. The Wayne Foundation has established a fund for businesses affected by the recent tragedy. However, in your specific case, I wish to extend a more personal proposition. As you may know, the Gotham Theatre Renaissance project, which I chair, has encountered difficulties securing appropriate costume design for our upcoming season. The current fashion houses lack the artistic vision required for theatrical presentation. Your talents would bring precisely the creative direction our productions require. Enclosed, please find documentation for a business loan sufficient to establish new premises in a location of your choosing. This arrangement would include the commission for our theatrical season's costume designs, with full creative authority vested in your hands alone. This is not charity, Mrs. Lorenzo, but recognition of exceptional talent Gotham cannot afford to lose. The terms are detailed in the accompanying documents, which my secretary, Mr. Hampton, can explain further should you wish to discuss them. I understand you may require time for consideration, particularly as you contemplate possible relocation or even departure from our troubled city. Whatever your decision, please know that your contributions to Gotham's cultural landscape have been both recognized and valued by those with discernment to appreciate true artistry. With sincere regard, Elizabeth Wayne. Selina read the letter twice before looking up, her expression revealing more emotion than she typically allowed herself to display. She didn't just offer sympathy, she offered a pathway forward. A business loan, a commission, a reason to start again. Elizabeth was known for such gestures, Bruce confirmed, although usually through more formal Wayne Foundation channels rather than personal intervention. And my great-great-grandmother took the offer, Selina noted, connecting this letter to the business records they had already discovered. She went to Italy first, probably to recenter, possibly to connect with family or design inspiration, then came back with a new name and a new business model focused on theatrical and exclusive designs. A strategic adaptation, Bruce agreed. The name change is interesting. Simplifying Lorenzo to Kyle would have made her business more accessible to Gotham's predominantly English-speaking upper classes, reducing potential prejudice against reinvention as survival, Selina mused. Creating a new identity without completely abandoning the old. She looked up at Bruce with newfound understanding. It's in my blood, apparently. This chameleon ability I've always attributed to my own invention may actually be inherited. The significance of this realization was evident in her expression. For someone who had built her life around fluid identity and adaptation, discovering a family precedent created a new kind of continuity, a historical validation of traits she had developed independently. The letter mentioned enclosed documents, Bruce noted, loan terms and commission details. Were they not preserved with the letter? Selina shook her head. Just the envelope and letter in my mother's storage unit. The business documents would have been used, filed, eventually discarded when no longer needed, but the personal connection, Elizabeth Wayne's handwritten recognition of my ancestors' value, that's what the family kept. The twilight had fully transitioned to evening now, darkness settling completely outside the tall archive windows. The manor's grounds were visible only as darker shapes against the night sky, with distant lights from Gotham City creating a faint glow on the horizon. Inside, the warm pools of lamplight created an intimate atmosphere in the vast room, the two of them surrounded by records of intersecting family histories. I should thank you, Selina said after a moment, carefully refolding the letter. This wasn't the reception I expected when I decided to access your archives. Breaking into Wayne Manor typically results in a very different outcome, Bruce acknowledged with dry understatement. Consider this an exception based on unusual circumstances. The unusual circumstance being that I was seeking information rather than valuables, Selina asked, arching an eyebrow. The unusual circumstance being that your quest was personal rather than professional, Bruce corrected. History and identity rather than acquisition. Selina nodded, accepting this assessment. Fair enough. Though I'm now curious about what other connections might exist between our families in these archives. The Kyle Military Shop continued until the Great Depression, according to my mother's stories. There could be decades more of interaction. The Wayne Family Foundation records would be the place to look, Bruce suggested. Elizabeth continued supporting women-owned businesses throughout her lifetime, and her daughter-in-law Catherine maintained similar initiatives. Another time, perhaps, Selina said, though whether this represented genuine interest or merely a pretext for future unauthorized visits remained deliberately ambiguous in her tone. Preferably during normal research hours, with fewer security systems to navigate. The manor's archives are private, Bruce reminded her, not open to public research, even for descendants of businesses with documented connections to the Wayne family, Selina countered with a subtle smile. I thought your foundation prided itself on community engagement and historical preservation. Bruce couldn't help but appreciate the deft manner in which she had identified a legitimate rationale for access that would be difficult to refuse without appearing contrary to his family's stated values. It was characteristically Selina, finding the precise leverage point that created an opening where none had obviously existed. Supervised access could potentially be arranged, he conceded, through proper channels. Proper channels, Selina repeated with mild amusement. How conventional, almost takes the fun out of it. Their conversation was interrupted by Alfred's return, his timing as impeccable as always. He carried a small archival box and what appeared to be a camera. Pardon the intrusion, he announced formally. I recalled that the Special Collections Department maintains documentation tools for visiting researchers. Perhaps Miss Kyle would appreciate proper archival photographs of her discoveries before she departs. The thoughtful gesture clearly surprised Selina. That's very considerate, Alfred, thank you. Additionally, Alfred continued, placing the box on the table, I took the liberty of searching our theatrical archives when I noted your interest in the Lorenzo designs. The Wayne Foundation maintained comprehensive records of its supported productions. He opened the box carefully, revealing tissue-wrapped contents. This program from the 1906 Gotham Theatre production of A Midsummer Night's Dream specifically credits Lorenzo Design House for costume creation. He lifted out the program, a beautifully preserved playbill with ornate Art Nouveau styling, and placed it on the table. Inside, as Alfred had indicated, the credits clearly listed costume design by Lorenzo Design House, M.L. Kyle, proprietress. We also have several production photographs, Alfred added, extracting these carefully from the box, including this rather notable image of the principal cast. The black and white photograph showed elaborately costumed actors in fairy tale attire of remarkable design, detailed imaginative garments that transformed human figures into otherworldly beings. The costumes displayed an artistic vision that transcended typical theatrical wear of the period, incorporating elements that seemed decades ahead of their time in both construction and concept. These are extraordinary, Selina breathed, examining the photographs with genuine wonder. She wasn't just making hats anymore, she was creating entire fantastical worlds through clothing. Bruce studied the images alongside her, noting the distinctive stylistic elements that carried through each design. The Wayne Theatre archives credit the Lorenzo designs with revolutionizing Gotham's approach to theatrical costuming. These productions were apparently quite successful, partly due to the visual impact of these costumes. She found her true artistic voice after losing everything, Selina observed, a new understanding in her expression. The fire destroyed her conventional business but ultimately freed her to create something more authentic and ambitious. The parallel to Selina's own life hung unspoken between them. How circumstances that might appear devastating could sometimes open pathways to more authentic expression. Bruce recognized the personal significance this discovery held for her, beyond mere historical curiosity. The manor's archives contain additional materials related to the Lorenzo design house through the 100-920s, Alfred noted. Production sketches, newspaper reviews, and correspondence regarding commissions. Would you like me to prepare these for a future visit, Miss Kyle? The question acknowledged both the value of these discoveries and the presumption that her research might continue through legitimate channels rather than midnight break-ins. It represented a subtle shift in the evening's dynamic, from intruder caught in the act to researcher with a valid historical connection to the Wayne archives. I would appreciate that, Alfred, Selina replied with uncharacteristic sincerity. This means more than I expected it would. Very good, madam. I shall ensure the materials are properly catalogued for your reference. With perfect composure, Alfred began gathering the used teacups. Will there be anything else required this evening? Bruce glanced at the tall windows where full darkness had now settled over the manor grounds. I believe we've concluded tonight's research session. Thank you, Alfred. With a dignified nod, Alfred departed once more, leaving them to consider the evening's unexpected discoveries and their implications. Selina carefully returned the letter to its protective wrapping, her movements deliberate and thoughtful. I came looking for property records, she said quietly. Some documentation that my family once owned something tangible in Gotham. Instead, I found an entire legacy of creativity and resilience. She looked up at Bruce. And an unexpected connection to your family that spans generations. Legacy often reveals itself in unexpected ways, Bruce observed, especially in Gotham, where so many lives have intersected through the city's history. Selina nodded, her gaze traveling around the archive room with its carefully preserved records of those intersections. Your family kept meticulous documentation of these connections. The Waynes seem to have always understood the importance of recording history as it happened. A family trait, Bruce acknowledged, though the motivation has varied across generations. Some documented for business purposes, others for historical preservation, still others from a sense of civic responsibility to maintain accurate records of Gotham's development. And your motivation? Selina asked, her perceptive gaze returning to him. You maintain these archives with remarkable care for someone whose public persona suggests limited interest in historical matters. The question approached personal territory that Bruce typically kept carefully guarded, yet something about the evening's shared discoveries, the genuine connection they had uncovered between their families' histories, created a context that made such inquiry feel less intrusive than it might have in their usual interactions. Understanding where we come from helps determine where we're going, he replied after a thoughtful pause. Gotham's past and future are interconnected. The mistakes and achievements of previous generations shape what's possible now. Sounds more like Batman's philosophy than Bruce Wayne's, Selina observed with a hint of a smile. The public Bruce Wayne seems considerably less contemplative about historical continuity. Public personas seldom reflect complete reality, Bruce replied, meeting her gaze directly. Something you understand better than most. Selina acknowledged this observation with a slight inclination of her head. Touché. We both maintain our separate facades for different purposes. She glanced down at the letter and photographs before her. Though, tonight, has been an unusual departure from those established patterns. Indeed, the evening had unfolded unlike any of their previous encounters. Neither the charged confrontations of Batman and Catwoman across Gotham's rooftops, nor the carefully superficial interactions of Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle at social functions. Instead, they had engaged as researchers, historians of their own intertwined family legacies, sharing discoveries that held personal significance beyond their professional personas. It's been enlightening, Bruce acknowledged, choosing his words with care. Seeing you connect with your family's history puts our usual interactions in a different perspective. Discovering I come from a line of creative entrepreneurs rather than just nameless strugglers in Gotham's underclass does change things, Selina agreed. Though I'm not planning to open a millinery shop anytime soon. Some family traditions don't translate across generations. Her attempt at lightness didn't entirely mask the genuine impact of the evening's discoveries. Bruce recognized that something fundamental had shifted in her understanding of her own identity. A connection established where previously there had been only questions and assumptions. Your ancestors' adaptability seems to have been her defining characteristic, he noted. Reinventing herself after disaster, transforming conventional craftsmanship into artistic innovation. That legacy certainly continues, even if the specific applications differ. Selina smiled at this assessment, appreciating his recognition of the continuity between her great-great-grandmother's resilience and her own adaptive skills. A diplomatic way of connecting legitimate business innovation to my less conventional career choices. Different circumstances, similar qualities, Bruce replied without judgment. Maria Lorenzo Kyle built something lasting from the ashes of what she lost. That resilience is evident regardless of how one views the specific paths taken. As they began gathering the various materials they had examined, returning documents to their proper archival storage, the unusual domesticity of their cooperation struck Bruce as remarkable. This was typically Alfred's domain, the careful preservation of Wayne family history. Yet here was Selina Kyle helping return folders to Cabinet 17 with the same precise attention she might apply to navigating a high-security vault. The manor's eastern garden would provide a more discretionary exit than your entry point, Bruce suggested as they completed the archival organization. If you'd prefer to avoid triggering additional security measures. Offering me a guided tour to the exit. Selina's eyebrow arched in amusement. How hospitable. Should I expect this courtesy during future visits, or is it a one-time accommodation? Future visits through proper channels wouldn't require alternative exit strategies, Bruce pointed out, though without his usual sternness when addressing her professional activities. Proper channels, Selina repeated thoughtfully. An interesting concept. I'll consider it. They left the archives together, Bruce securing the doors behind them. The corridor outside was dimly lit now, the manor settling into its nighttime ambience. Portraits of Wayne ancestors seemed to watch their passage with painted eyes that had witnessed generations of Gotham's history unfold. Your family has always been present at pivotal moments in Gotham's development, Selina observed as they walked past these silent observers. Building, financing, influencing. The Waynes appear at every significant juncture in the city's evolution. With corresponding responsibilities, Bruce noted. Influence creates obligation to those affected by that influence, a perspective not shared by most of Gotham's influential families, Selina replied. The Cobblepots, Crowns, Canes, they've generally viewed influence primarily as entitlement rather than responsibility. Different philosophies lead to different legacies, Bruce said simply, guiding their path through the manor's less traversed corridors toward the eastern wing. They passed through a gallery lined with landscape paintings, artistic interpretations of Wayne Manor and its grounds throughout different historical periods, showing the evolution of both the estate and the surrounding countryside as Gotham grew from distant settlement to encroaching metropolis. The city is almost invisible in the earlier paintings, Selina noted, pausing to examine a 19th century rendering of the manor grounds with only the faintest suggestion of distant Gotham on the horizon. The manor existed in splendid isolation that changed with each generation, Bruce confirmed, indicating a progression of paintings showing the gradual appearance of the city in the background, first as a small collection of structures, then as a growing urban center, finally as the sprawling metropolis now visible from the manor's highest windows. The relationship between the estate and the city evolved as Gotham expanded, requiring each generation of Waynes to reconsider their connection to the broader community, Selina observed perceptibly, isolation becoming increasingly impossible as the city grew closer. Bruce nodded, appreciating her insight into what had indeed been a significant theme in his family's history, the tension between privileged seclusion and civic engagement that each generation had navigated differently. This understanding of Gotham's complex social dynamics was one of many qualities that distinguished Selina from typical adversaries, making their interactions consistently unpredictable. They continued through the manor, passing the library where Bruce had begun his evening, then through a formal sitting room rarely used except during official functions. Their path deliberately avoided both the main entrance hall and the western wing where access points to the Batcave were concealed. Even this temporary truce had its boundaries, existing in the specific context of historical research, rather than extending to all aspects of their complex relationship. Eventually they reached a set of French doors, opening onto a stone terrace that overlooked the manor's eastern gardens. Night had fully embraced the grounds now, but subtle landscape lighting illuminated stone pathways winding through formal plantings and architectural features. The garden represented a more intimate space than the manor's grand western lawns, designed for contemplation rather than impression, with secluded benches and small decorative fountains now silent in the evening stillness. This section of the garden dates back to the original manor construction, Bruce explained as they stepped outside into the cool night air. It's been maintained in its historical design, though the plantings have been adapted to contemporary conditions. Preservation with practical adaptation, Selina noted, drawing her own parallel to their earlier discoveries, a recurring theme tonight. The terrace offered views across the eastern portion of the estate, with Gotham City visible in the distance, a glittering constellation of lights against the night sky. From this elevation, the urban sprawl appeared almost beautiful, its harsher realities softened by distance and darkness. The garden path connects to a service road that exits the estate's eastern boundary. Bruce indicated a barely visible pathway leading away from the formal gardens, toward a wooded area, less monitored than the main entrance. Offering me the secret exit, Selina observed with a knowing smile. How thoughtful. Though I'm curious, are you facilitating my departure because you trust me not to explore further, or because you've already secured anything you don't want me to find? Let's say I'm acknowledging that tonight's circumstances were exceptional, Bruce replied diplomatically, and that proper exits are preferable to improper entries. Selina's laugh was soft but genuine. Ever the strategist, making virtue of necessity by escorting me out through the one route you're confident I haven't already mapped during previous visits. Before Bruce could respond to this tacit admission of prior explorations, Alfred appeared at the French doors, carrying a small archival box. "Pardon the interruption," he announced with impeccable timing. "I've taken the liberty of preparing reproductions of the key materials from tonight's research for Miss Kyle to retain. The originals must remain in our archives, of course, but these copies have been properly certified for historical reference. He presented the box to Selina with formal courtesy. Including, you'll find, photographic reproductions of additional Lorenzo Design House materials that may be of interest, with corresponding catalogue numbers, should you wish to examine the originals during a future, properly scheduled visit. Selina accepted the box with visible surprise at this gesture. Thank you, Alfred. This is unexpectedly generous. The Wayne family has always valued the preservation and sharing of historical knowledge, madam, Alfred replied with perfect composure, particularly when it concerns significant Gotham cultural contributions such as your ancestors' work. The subtle acknowledgement of the legitimacy of her research interest represented a significant shift from the warranted suspicion that might typically greet her presence in the manor. Bruce recognized Alfred's gesture for what it was, not just hospitality, but recognition of the genuine connection discovered between their families' histories. Alfred has excellent judgment about such matters, Bruce noted, his tone conveying appreciation for his butler's initiative. Indeed, sir, Alfred acknowledged with the faintest suggestion of satisfaction. Will there be anything else required? No, thank you, Alfred. I'll see Miss Kyle safely to the eastern boundary. With a formal bow that somehow managed to convey both respect and reservation, Alfred withdrew, leaving them alone on the terrace, beneath the vast canopy of stars, now fully visible in the clear night sky. Your butler continues to surprise me, Selina remarked, her fingers lightly tracing the outline of the box she now held. I've encountered less courtesy in five-star hotels. Alfred understands the importance of family history, Bruce replied simply. He recognized the significance of what you discovered tonight. Selina nodded, her expression thoughtful as she looked out over the darkened gardens and the distant city lights beyond. I came here looking for property records, something tangible that would connect my family to Gotham's physical landscape. Instead, I found something more meaningful. Creative legacy rather than real estate, Bruce observed. More than that, Selina corrected gently. I found evidence that my family wasn't just surviving in Gotham's margins. They were contributing to its cultural development, creating beauty that was recognized and valued. She glanced down at the box in her hands. And forming connections across social boundaries that I never imagined existed. The personal significance of these discoveries was evident in her voice, a rare moment of unguarded emotion from someone who typically maintained careful control over such revelations. Bruce recognized the vulnerability this represented, so different from their usual carefully negotiated interactions. History often reveals connections we didn't know existed, he said after a moment. Gotham's social fabric has always been more intricate than simple divisions between wealth and poverty, privilege and struggle. Easy perspective from the manor on the hill, Selina noted, though without her usual edge when referencing his privileged position. But I take your point. Tonight suggests there were more pathways between different Gotham worlds than I previously assumed. They descended the terrace steps into the garden proper, following a stone path that wound through formal plantings, now transformed into sculptural silhouettes by the strategic landscape lighting. The air carried the lingering scent of autumn, fallen leaves, cooling earth, the first hint of frost that would soon transform the garden entirely. Will you continue researching your family history? Bruce asked as they walked. Selina considered the question, her pace unhurried despite the unusual circumstances of their garden stroll. I think I will, now that I have a starting point. I'm curious about what happened to the Lorenzo Design House during the Depression, how the business evolved or ended, whether other family members continued the creative tradition. The Wayne archives contain records through the 1930s, Bruce offered, and the Gotham Historical Society maintains extensive documentation of the city's fashion and theatrical history that might include references to your family's business. Suggested legitimate research channels, Celine observed with a hint of amusement, rather than midnight explorations of private archives. Alternative approaches have their respective advantages, Bruce replied diplomatically. They had reached a small ornamental bridge that crossed a decorative stream, now little more than a trickle in the autumn dryness, but clearly designed for more impressive water features during wetter seasons. Beyond the bridge, the formal garden transitioned into a more naturalistic landscape that eventually merged with the wooded eastern boundary of the estate. "This is where I leave you," Bruce stated, pausing at the center of the bridge. "The path continues straight through that grove of birch trees to the eastern service road. No active security measures will impede your departure along that route." Selina turned to face him fully, the archival box held carefully against her body, her expression thoughtful in the subtle interplay of shadow and landscape lighting. "Tonight was unexpected, Bruce. Not just finding what I came for, but how the discovery unfolded. Research often takes unanticipated directions," he replied, deliberately focusing on the scholarly aspect of their evening, rather than the unusual nature of their interaction. "Indeed it does," Selina agreed, seeing through his deflection with characteristic perceptiveness. "But we both know tonight represented a departure from our usual patterns, a temporary truce that allowed something neither of us anticipated." Bruce couldn't deny the accuracy of her assessment. The evening had unfolded in ways he couldn't have predicted when Alfred first alerted him to the security breach, evolving from potential confrontation to collaborative historical exploration, revealing connections between their families that neither had previously known existed. It was... He searched for the appropriate characterization. "Enlightening?" "Such careful word choice," Selina noted with a soft laugh, always maintaining that precise distance, close enough for meaningful interaction, far enough to preserve necessary boundaries. Her insight into his approach wasn't surprising. She had always demonstrated remarkable perceptiveness regarding his carefully maintained separation between Bruce Wayne and Batman, between personal connection and professional mission. This awareness made their periodic encounters particularly complex, existing in the narrow space where their different worlds temporarily overlap. "Some boundaries serve necessary purposes," he replied simply, "and others exist primarily through habit rather than necessity," Selina countered, her gaze direct and challenging despite the gentleness of her tone. Tonight demonstrated that different kinds of interaction are possible when circumstances align properly. Before Bruce could formulate a response that acknowledged this truth without opening pathways he wasn't prepared to explore, Selina continued. "But don't worry," she added with a return of her more characteristic playfulness. "I'm not suggesting this evening fundamentally changes our usual dynamic. Tomorrow night, if we encounter each other across Gotham's rooftops, we'll likely revert to our established roles without hesitation." "Likely," Bruce agreed, though with a subtle qualification that acknowledged the fluid nature of their complex relationship. "Still, I'll remember tonight's discovery," Selina continued, her expression softening as she glanced down at the box of historical materials. Not just the family history, but the recognition that connections exist in unexpected places, linking lives across Gotham's social geography in ways not immediately visible. This observation carried implications beyond their personal interaction, touching on themes central to Bruce's dual existence and his understanding of Gotham itself. The city's complex social ecology had always defied simple categorization, with boundaries between justice and criminality, privilege and deprivation, often blurring in ways that challenged rigid moral frameworks. Gotham's history is written in such connections, he acknowledged, for better and worse. Selina nodded, understanding the broader implications of his statement. Then, with characteristic unpredictability, she stepped forward and placed a light kiss on his cheek, brief contact that ended before he could properly respond. "Thank you for tonight's unexpected hospitality," she said, already moving past him toward the garden path that would lead to her exit. "And please extend my appreciation to Alfred for his consideration. He's truly exceptional." "I'll convey your thanks," Bruce replied, maintaining his composure despite the momentary disruption of boundaries her gesture had represented. She paused briefly at the end of the bridge, looking back over her shoulder with an expression that combined genuine gratitude with her more typical mischievous charm. "Until our next encounter, Bruce. Whether across boardroom tables, rooftop edges, or perhaps even research archives." With that ambiguous promise of future intersection, she continued along the garden path, her dark clothing soon blending with the shadows between landscape lighting fixtures. Bruce remained on the bridge, watching until her silhouette disappeared among the birch trees that marked the transition to the estate's boundary. Only when she had fully vanished from view did he activate his communication link to Alfred. "She's departing via the Eastern Service Road as arranged." "Very good, sir," came the immediate response. "Shall I deactivate the supplementary security protocols in that sector?" "Yes, and Alfred, sir." Bruce paused, considering how to express his appreciation for Alfred's handling of the evening's unusual situation. "Your archival assistance was perfectly judged. Thank you." "Commodores try to maintain appropriate standards even in unexpected circumstances," Alfred replied with characteristic understatement. "I trust the research session proved illuminating." "More than expected," Bruce acknowledged. "The Lorenzo Wayne connection spans decades, with significant cultural implications for Gotham's artistic development." "Indeed, sir. I've taken the liberty of creating a more comprehensive file of these connections for the main archives. History benefits from proper documentation, particularly when it concerns such notable cultural contributions." The subtle approval in Alfred's tone confirmed Bruce's impression that his butler had recognized the evening's significance beyond the immediate circumstances of Selina's unorthodox visit. Alfred's deep understanding of both Wayne family history and Bruce's complex relationship with Selina had informed his measured response, facilitating meaningful discovery while maintaining appropriate boundaries. "Will Ms. Kyle be returning for further research through more conventional channels?" Alfred inquired, the question carrying multiple layers of meaning. "Uncertain," Bruce replied honestly, "but possible. I shall maintain the relevant materials in an accessible state should such a visit materialize," Alfred confirmed, "though perhaps it would be prudent to digitize certain key documents to reduce the necessity for direct archival access." Bruce smiled slightly at this practical suggestion, which elegantly balanced historical preservation with security considerations. "A reasonable precaution. Will you be resuming your evening plans now, sir?" Alfred asked, the question implicitly referencing the patrol schedule that had been interrupted by Selina's unexpected arrival. Bruce glanced toward the distant Gotham skyline where the city lights glittered against the night sky. The evening was still young by Batman standards, with hours of potential patrol time remaining before dawn. "Yes, I'll be heading out shortly. The financial reports can wait until tomorrow." "Very good, sir. I'll prepare the usual systems for your departure." The communication ended, leaving Bruce alone on the garden bridge, suspended between the formal structure of the manor grounds and the wilder boundary that separated the Wayne estate from the world beyond. It was an appropriate metaphor for the evening itself, a rare moment of balance between different aspects of his life, between personal history and professional purpose, between connection and necessary distance. As he turned to walk back toward the manor, Bruce reflected on the unexpected discoveries the night had brought. The historical connection between the Wayne and Kyle families added another layer of complexity to his already multifaceted relationship with Selina. Their families had intersected generations earlier, with Elizabeth Wayne recognizing and supporting Maria Lorenzo's artistic talents across social boundaries that typically remained rigid in Gotham's stratified society. The parallel to his own complicated alliance with Selina wasn't lost on him. The continuing pattern of connection across conventional social divisions, recognition of talent and resilience regardless of its origin. Perhaps their periodic cooperation, their unusual understanding despite opposing professional paths, represented not just personal chemistry, but a continuation of historical patterns established long before either of them existed. These reflections accompanied Bruce as he re-entered the manor through the French doors, now moving with purpose toward the study where a concealed entrance would grant access to the Batcave below. The evening's historical exploration had been enlightening, but Gotham's present needs still awaited his attention. Alfred met him in the study, already having prepared the necessary equipment for the night's patrol. "I've updated the patrol route to compensate for the delayed start, sir. Priority has been given to the warehouse district, where Detective Montoya reported suspicious shipments arriving earlier this evening. Thank you, Alfred." Bruce moved toward the grandfather clock that concealed one of several cave entrances. "Has Oracle forwarded the shipping manifests?" "Already downloaded to the Bat computer, sir, along with satellite imagery of the loading dock activity between 6 and 8 p.m. Bruce paused before activating the hidden mechanism, his thoughts momentarily returning to the evening's unexpected historical discoveries. "Alfred, when time permits, I'd like a more complete assessment of the Wayne family's connections to Gotham's artistic development in the early 20th century, particularly Elizabeth Wayne's patronage activities." Alfred's expression registered mild surprise at this request, given its departure from Batman's typical information priorities. "Of course, sir. Historical context often provides valuable perspective on contemporary Gotham dynamics." The butler's diplomatic phrasing acknowledged the unusual nature of the request, while connecting it to Bruce's broader mission, a characteristic approach that recognized both the practical and personal dimensions of his employer's dual existence. "Indeed it does," Bruce agreed, activating the mechanism that would reveal the hidden passage to the cave. As the entrance opened, Bruce cast one final glance at the manor study. Its comfortable furnishings, family portraits, and carefully curated collection of books representing the civilized world he publicly inhabited as Bruce Wayne. In minutes, he would exchange this environment for the technological command center built beneath the manor, transitioning fully into his role as Batman. Yet tonight, the boundary between these worlds seemed slightly less rigid than usual, the transition less absolute. The historical connections discovered in the family archives had created a bridge between aspects of his life typically kept separate, revealing continuity where he had perceived only division, suggesting patterns of interaction that transcended individual identity to connect generations across time. With this expanded perspective, Bruce descended into the cave, preparing to continue his protection of the city, whose complex history had shaped both his family's legacy and his own chosen path. Tonight's patrol would focus on Gotham's present dangers, but with a deepened awareness of the historical patterns that had created both the city's challenges and its resilience. And somewhere in that same city, Selina Kyle carried her own newly discovered historical connections, fragments of family legacy that might influence her understanding of her place in Gotham's complex social ecology. How this knowledge might shape their future encounters remained uncertain, but the shared discovery had added another layer to their already multifaceted relationship. As Batman emerged from the cave into Gotham's night several minutes later, the evening's temporary truce transitioned back to the familiar dynamics of his nocturnal mission. Yet the discoveries made during those twilight hours in Wayne Manor remained subtle but significant additions to his understanding of both Gotham's past and his own unexpected connections to those who moved through the city's shadows alongside him. The boundaries between allies and adversaries had always been complex in Gotham. Tonight had simply revealed that this complexity extended further into the city's history than either of them had previously known, connecting lives across generations in patterns that continued to influence their present interactions in ways neither could have anticipated. Whether this knowledge would ultimately bring them closer together or simply add new dimensions to their careful distance remained to be seen, another unresolved question in their ongoing, evolving relationship. For now, Batman focused on the immediate needs of his city, letting the historical revelations settle into their proper context within his broader understanding of Gotham's past and present. The night air carried the familiar urban sense as he traveled above the city streets, a stark contrast to the rarefied atmosphere of Wayne Manor's archives, yet connected to those historical records through countless threads of cause and effect, legacy and consequence that bound Gotham's past to its present reality. The temporary truce had ended, yielding to the established patterns of their professional lives. But like the historical connections they had discovered, its effects would linger, adding another layer to the complex relationship that continued to evolve across their many encounters, whether as Bruce and Selina in social settings, as Batman and Catwoman across Gotham's rooftops, or perhaps someday again as collaborative explorers of shared historical legacies that neither had previously known existed. The uneasy alliance formed in Wayne Manor's study had dissolved with the night's first stars. Batman watched as the last of Gotham's crime lords departed through the manor gates, their temporary cooperation secured only by the greater threat they all now faced. "Think it'll hold?" Gordon asked, stubbing out his cigarette in the garden. "Until self-preservation gives way to opportunity," Batman replied. 3 days at most." Gordon nodded grimly. "Still gives us time to prepare. The evidence from the harbor shipment is being moved to secure storage at the Gotham Museum of Antiquities tonight." Batman's communicator chimed softly. A notification from Oracle. Motion sensors triggered at the museum's east wing. Too soon for coincidence. "Someone's making their move already," Batman said. Gordon reached for his phone, but Batman was already gone, a shadow melting into deeper darkness. The Gotham Museum of Antiquities stood silhouetted against the night sky, its neo-Gothic architecture catching the silver glow of a full moon. As Batman landed silently on its slate roof, he detected the subtle scent of jasmine and leather. Someone was waiting for him. Someone who hadn't been at the manor meeting. The rain fell in a gentle, persistent drizzle over the abandoned amusement mile, transforming the dilapidated carnival grounds into a shimmering landscape of reflections and shadows. Batman stood motionless atop a nearby warehouse roof, water running in rivulets down his cowl as he studied the defunct attraction below. The carnival had been closed for nearly a decade, its rides frozen in mid-motion, like grotesque sculptures commemorating happier times. The Ferris wheel's skeleton loomed against the night sky, its carriages swaying slightly in the autumn wind. The carousel's once bright horses, now faded and chipped, seemed to stare with hollow eyes across the empty pathways, where children's laughter had long since faded into memory. Yet tonight, something had disturbed this graveyard of forgotten amusements. A disturbance subtle enough that most would miss it, but unmistakable to Batman's trained senses. Third report this week. Commissioner Gordon's voice crackled through Batman's communicator, pitched low despite the distance between them. Night security guard heard laughter coming from the old funhouse. Previous guards reported the same thing, but nothing was found during daylight inspection. Batman adjusted his cowl's audio receptors, filtering out the patter of rain to focus on the distant structures. There, almost imperceptible beneath the ambient sounds of the night, a faint echo of familiar laughter. The funhouse was always his favorite, Batman replied, his gaze fixed on the structure in question. Its once bright facade had faded to ghostly pastels, the giant clown face above the entrance now a macabre parody of joy with its peeling paint and weather-damaged features. A flickering light pulsed erratically behind one of its eyes, not the random shorting of old wiring, but a deliberate pattern, Morse code possibly, or some other form of rhythmic signaling. "I've got officers standing by," Gordon said, his voice carrying the weight of experience. But after what happened last time, he didn't need to finish the thought. The last time GCPD had rushed into one of Joker's elaborate setups, the casualty count had been significant. 3 officers dead, 7 hospitalized, and psychological trauma that had forced 2 others into early retirement. Batman understood Gordon's caution and shared it. The Joker was never more dangerous than when he was being subtle. "Keep your people back," Batman instructed. "If this is him, he's expecting an audience. And if it's not him?" Batman's eyes narrowed as he caught another flicker, this time from within the funhouse itself, a brief illumination behind one of the tattered curtains covering a broken window. It's him. He engaged his cowl's scanning systems, sweeping the carnival grounds for heat signatures, electronic signals, or chemical traces. The results were inconclusive, dampened by the rain and the carnival's deteriorating infrastructure. Not unusual when dealing with the Joker, who seemed to possess an intuitive understanding of how to disrupt Batman's technological advantages. "I've got Officer Montoya coordinating the perimeter," Gordon continued. "SWAT is on standby but maintaining distance as requested. How do you want to proceed?" "Maintain current positions. I'll investigate directly." Batman fired his grapnel gun, using the momentum to swing in a controlled arc toward the outskirts of the carnival grounds. He landed silently among the abandoned game stalls, their once colorful awnings now tattered and bleached by years of exposure. Moving from shadow to shadow, he navigated the carnival's decaying landscape with practiced efficiency. The abandoned attractions created an obstacle course of rusted metal and rotting wood, their shadows stretching like grasping fingers across rain-slicked asphalt. Faded banners torn loose by years of wind fluttered weakly overhead, their once cheerful messages now illegible, promises of joy never to be delivered. A broken shooting gallery still displayed its fading targets, clowns with grotesque grins that seemed more menacing than mirthful in the uncertain light. As he approached the funhouse, Batman activated the enhanced audio receptors in his cowl. Beneath the steady patter of rain, he detected a sound almost too faint to register, a scratchy recording of laughter, played at low volume, emanating from within the building. The sound was unmistakable, The Joker's unique cadence, his signature blend of humor and menace, captured in a simple laugh. There was something else beneath it too, a faint mechanical hum suggesting recently installed electronics. The entrance to the funhouse stood partially open, its wooden door warped by years of exposure to Gotham's harsh weather. The once bright Hall of Mirrors sign hung askew above it, several letters missing and others faded beyond recognition. Above it all, the flickering light in the clown face's eye continued its deliberate pattern. Batman recognized it now, Morse code, repeating a simple message. "Come inside." "I'm approaching the funhouse entrance," Batman sub-vocalized to Gordon, the microphone in his cowl picking up even this nearly silent communication. Confirmed Joker presence through audio signature. He's using recorded laughter as a lure. "Trap?" Gordon asked tersely. "Almost certainly, but no signs of explosives or chemical agents yet." Batman scanned the entrance with multiple detection systems built into his cowl. Infrared, chemical sensors, electromagnetic field detectors. No obvious triggers on the door or threshold. The rain intensified briefly, drumming against the metal roofs of nearby kiosks. Batman moved closer to the entrance, sheltering in the shadow of a derelict ticket booth to reassess the situation. The funhouse had been one of the carnival's main attractions in its prime, a multi-level maze of mirrors, moving floors, and disorienting visual effects designed to confuse and entertain. In the Joker's hands, such a venue could become a deadly puzzle box. "Hey, you shouldn't go in there." Batman turned to find an elderly man approaching cautiously, his rain-soaked jacket pulled tight against the chill. Despite his apparent anxiety, he moved with the comfortable familiarity of someone who knew the carnival intimately. His weathered face bore the deep lines of someone who had spent decades working outdoors, and a faded amusement mile staff patch was still visible on his jacket sleeve. "The funhouse isn't safe," the man continued, stopping a respectful distance away. His eyes registered recognition of Batman, but without the usual surprise or awe that civilians typically displayed. Structural issues. That's why they closed the place down. Floors rotted through in places. "Who are you?" Batman asked, though he'd already noted the staff patch and was categorizing the man as likely legitimate rather than a potential threat. "Miles Crenshaw. Used to be head of maintenance here." He gestured at the surrounding carnival with a gnarled hand. "Still come by sometimes to check on things. Spent 40 years of my life in this place. Hard to just walk away, you know." Batman studied him briefly. "Did you hear the laughter too?" Crenshaw's weathered face tightened with obvious discomfort. "Started 3 nights ago. Thought it was kids at first, breaking in for kicks. But kids don't set up power to run the old speaker systems." He pointed toward the funhouse with a trembling finger. "That place. It's not just falling apart. It's a maze inside, designed that way. Mirrors that make you lose your sense of direction, floors that tilt when you don't expect it, hidden passages the regular folks never knew about. You know the layout." "Used to. Been years since I've been inside, though." Crenshaw hesitated, then reached into his pocket and produced a folded, water-stained piece of paper. "Still got this, though. Maintenance schematic. Shows the basic structure. Employee passages, control rooms for the effects." Batman accepted the offered diagram, scanning it quickly before storing it in a waterproof compartment of his utility belt. The schematic confirmed his own research on the funhouse's structure, but included additional details about mechanical systems and access points that weren't in the public records. "When did you last see anyone near the funhouse?" Batman asked. Crenshaw's brow furrowed in concentration. "Couple days ago. Thought it was one of the security company people at first. Wore a uniform, had a clipboard, looked official, but something seemed off about him. Too I don't know, cheerful for someone working a night shift in this weather. He shook his head slowly, didn't see his face clearly, kept his back to me. And I didn't press it. My eyes aren't what they used to be, especially at night. A security uniform would provide cover to move around without attracting attention, Batman noted. Did you notice anything else unusual? Deliveries, vehicles, equipment? Nothing big, though. Crenshaw paused, considering. There was a van parked by the service entrance a few days ago. Electrical contractor logo on the side. Thought maybe the development company was finally doing something with the place. Batman made a mental note of this detail. The Joker frequently used disguises and false identities to prepare his elaborate scenarios. A fake electrical contractor would have provided perfect cover for installing whatever systems he was now using inside the funhouse. Thank you. Now, get clear of the area. Contact Commissioner Gordon at the perimeter. Tell him I sent you. Crenshaw nodded, clearly relieved to have an excuse to retreat. Watch yourself in there. Place was designed to confuse even when it was working properly. No telling what kind of modifications someone could have made. As the old caretaker disappeared into the rainy darkness, Batman turned back to the funhouse entrance. The recorded laughter had stopped, replaced by absolute silence that seemed more ominous than any sound could have been. He activated his cowl's night vision, scanning the visible portion of the interior corridor. No movement, no heat signatures within range. Whatever awaited him inside was either stationary or beyond his immediate detection capabilities. Gordon, Batman sub-vocalized. I've made contact with former maintenance head Miles Crenshaw. He's provided structural details of the funhouse. He should be reaching your position shortly. Received, Gordon replied, the slight static in the communication suggesting he'd moved to a new position. We'll debrief him. Any change in the situation? The recordings have stopped. I'm proceeding inside. Batman approached the entrance cautiously, testing the weathered wooden door before pushing it fully open. It swung inward with a protesting groan of rusted hinges, revealing a darkened corridor beyond. Inside, emergency lighting cast weak illumination through the entry hallway, revealing peeling wallpaper adorned with faded circus motifs, clowns, acrobats, and ringmasters that seemed to leer from the walls in the uncertain light. The air carried the musty scent of abandonment. Mildew, rotting wood, the distinctive smell of deteriorating carpet. But beneath these expected odors was something else, faint but unmistakable to Batman's trained senses. Grease paint and hair dye, with undertones of the unique chemical mixture the Joker used to maintain his bleached skin and green hair, his personal signature as distinctive as fingerprint. Batman moved cautiously, each step precisely placed to avoid potential pressure plates or triggers. His weight distribution was carefully controlled, years of training allowing him to test each surface before committing to it. The entry corridor extended about 30 feet before ending at a junction where visitors would once have chosen between different paths through the attraction. Now all options lay in darkness except for one, a softly illuminated passage to the right, light spilling from around a corner ahead. Someone's been here recently, Batman observed quietly to himself. The floor showed disturbances in the years of accumulated dust. A single set of footprints, too careful and deliberate to belong to thrill-seeking teenagers or urban explorers. The pattern suggested someone taking their time, stopping periodically to examine or modify something along the walls. He followed the illuminated path, rounding the corner to find himself facing the first of the funhouse's famous mirror chambers. Warped reflective surfaces lined the walls, ceiling, and parts of the floor, creating a disorienting infinitude of distorted Batmen staring back from every angle. Some stretched his form to impossible heights, others compressed it to squat, almost comical proportions. Despite the years of neglect, the mirrors remained mostly intact, though spotted with age and grime. As he stepped into the chamber, a speaker hidden somewhere in the ceiling crackled to life. "Welcome, welcome," the Joker's voice, full of its characteristic manic glee, echoed through the space. "So good of you to accept my invitation, Batsy. I was beginning to think you didn't care." Batman remained silent, scanning the room for surveillance cameras. He spotted one cunningly disguised within a decorative clown face mounted above the exit door, recently installed, its lens barely visible in the painted eye socket. The silent treatment, how predictable. The Joker's voice carried a theatrical pout. "But that's always been your problem, hasn't it? So serious, so focused on the mission that you forget to enjoy life's little pleasures. Like a fun house. Who doesn't love a fun house?" Batman moved purposefully toward the exit, ignoring the disorienting effect of seeing himself reflected and distorted in dozens of directions simultaneously. His training allowed him to maintain spatial awareness despite the visual confusion, focusing on the exit door rather than the multiplicity of reflections. "Oh, not so fast," Joker chided as Batman reached for the door handle. "We've barely begun our evening's entertainment." The handle refused to turn, locked or jammed. Not surprising. "You will have to forgive the state of the place," Joker continued conversationally. "Hard to find good maintenance help these days. Although I did bump into old Crenshaw outside. Such a wealth of institutional knowledge. Did you know he helped design this very fun house? Told me all sorts of fascinating details before I let him go." Batman's attention sharpened. "Gordon, confirm Crenshaw's status," he subvocalized. "No sign of him yet," came the response, concern evident in Gordon's voice. "Should we be concerned?" Before Batman could reply, the Joker's voice continued. "Don't worry about Miles, he played his part beautifully. The frightened old caretaker warning the hero about the dangers ahead. So cliché, but sometimes the classics just work." The implication was clear. Either Crenshaw was working with Joker, or he'd been coerced into providing the schematic and information. Either way, the reliability of the maintenance diagram was now questionable. Batman examined the locked door more carefully, finding it had been recently modified with an electronic mechanism. Not impossible to bypass, but it would take time. Time the Joker clearly wanted him to spend in this chamber of reflections. "I've been thinking about mirrors lately," Joker mused, his voice taking on a more contemplative tone. "Fascinating things. They show us ourselves, but not really. Everything's reversed. Left becomes right, right becomes wrong." He chuckled at his own wordplay. "But the really interesting thing is what they reveal when you're not looking directly at them. The things you miss when you're focused only on your own reflection." On cue, the lighting in the chamber shifted subtly. Where before the illumination had been even and diffuse, now shadows gathered in corners, creating blind spots and dark recesses within the reflective maze. The multiple Batmen reflected in the mirrors seemed to fragment, portions disappearing into shadow, while others remained highlighted. Batman turned slowly, surveying the changed environment. The Joker was right about one thing. Mirrors could conceal as effectively as they revealed, especially when lighting was carefully controlled. Each shadowed area could potentially hide a threat, yet focusing too much on any single reflection risked missing movement elsewhere. "Gordon," Batman sub-vocalized again. "Crenshaw may have been compromised. Joker claims to have had contact with him. Approach with caution if he appears." "Understood," Gordon replied tensely. Want us to move in? Negative. Maintain perimeter. This is a psychological game so far. Batman continued his methodical assessment of the chamber, identifying all potential threats or deceptions. No indication of imminent danger to civilian. As if hearing the unspoken assessment, Joker's voice returned. No explosives. No toxic gas. No elaborate death traps. Disappointing, isn't it? You're probably wondering where the punchline is. That's the problem with our little dance, Batman. You've become so accustomed to grand finales that you miss the subtle humor. Batman had located the speaker system now, cleverly concealed within the decorative molding running around the ceiling. But the voice seemed to shift locations, suggesting multiple speakers or some form of acoustic manipulation. The Joker was using the Funhouse's original design features, enhanced with modern technology, to create a disorienting audio environment. The lock mechanism is standard electronic, Batman reported quietly to Gordon. I could force it, but that might trigger countermeasures. Proceeding with caution. Take your time, the commissioner advised. No detected movement around the perimeter. Whatever he's planning, it seems contained to the funhouse itself. Batman approached the problem methodically, examining the doorframe for secondary security measures, while maintaining awareness of the mirrored environment around him. The Joker clearly wanted him to spend time in this chamber, which suggested either a distraction from something happening elsewhere or a specific purpose to the mirrored room itself. You know what I admire about you, Batman. Joker's voice had shifted again, now seemingly coming from directly behind him. Your relentless focus, your absolute devotion to your mission, never questioning, never doubting, at least. His voice dropped to a more intimate tone. Not where anyone can see. The lighting changed again, this time dimming everywhere except for one specific mirror. Batman turned to find this highlighted reflection subtly different from the others. The cowl was the same, the stance identical, but something in the eyes, visible through the mask's slits, seemed altered, haunted, uncertain. It was a sophisticated visual trick, likely using projected images layered over the mirror's reflective surface. The technology wasn't particularly advanced, but its application was clever, especially in this environment designed to confuse perception. But mirrors don't lie, do they? Joker whispered, his voice now seeming to come from within Batman's own cowl. They show what's really there, beneath the costume, beneath the symbol. Batman recognized the psychological tactic, an attempt to provoke emotional response, to create doubt and vulnerability. The Joker had always been adept at psychological warfare, using insights gained through their many encounters to target perceived weaknesses. Not interested in your reflection? How about some others then? The lighting shifted dramatically. Suddenly the mirrored surfaces around the chamber displayed not Batman's reflection but projected images, cunningly aligned with the mirrors to create the illusion that they were reflections themselves. A young Bruce Wayne kneeling beside his fallen parents. Batman standing amid the ruins of a failed mission. Faces of those he couldn't save, victims he'd been too late to rescue over the years. Smoke and mirrors, Batman said aloud, his first words since entering the funhouse. Projector technology combined with specialized reflective surfaces. Impressive, but ultimately just an illusion. Joker's laugh echoed through the chamber. He speaks and dismisses my little show as mere illusion. But isn't that what you are, Batman? An illusion created to make sense of a senseless tragedy. A costume to give meaning to random chance. Batman had located the projector system now, concealed in the ceiling, its mechanism recently installed among the funhouse's original infrastructure. Not Joker's usual work, he typically favored more flamboyant approaches. This showed patience, technical precision, and subtle psychological understanding. The images are from public records, Batman noted, recognizing newspaper photographs and security camera stills. Nothing that reveals any non-public information. Disappointed? Joker asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Did you think I'd somehow discovered your precious secret identity? Please. Where's the fun in that? The mask is what makes you interesting. The man beneath it is just a man. Batman had nearly bypassed the door's security now, carefully disabling the electronic lock without triggering secondary systems. Your point, Joker? He asked, buying a few more seconds to complete the work. Point. Must there always be a point? Can't a clown simply enjoy watching the world's greatest detective locked in a room of reflections, confronting the many faces of his failures? Joker's voice carried a theatrical quality, as if performing for an audience larger than just Batman. Or perhaps the point is that you can't save everyone, Batman. No matter how many criminals you capture, no matter how many plots you foil, the tragedy continues. One bad day is all it takes to create another me. The lock disengaged with a soft click. Batman pushed the door open, stepping through into a curved corridor lined with more mirrors, these designed to distort height and width in increasingly exaggerated ways. Moving to secondary chamber, he reported to Gordon. Continuing psychological tactics. No physical threats detected yet. Careful, Gordon cautioned. This seems too restrained for him. Batman shared the concern. The Joker's methods typically involved flamboyant gestures, public spectacle, and genuine danger to both specific targets and random bystanders. This introspective, private approach represented either a significant tactical shift or a prelude to something more characteristic. The new corridor brightened as he entered, lights activating sequentially to illuminate his path forward. The distorting mirrors created a carnival procession of Batmen, some stretched impossibly tall and thin, others compressed to comical proportions, still others fragmented into kaleidoscopic arrays of black cape and cowl. Standard funhouse fare, but the effect was nonetheless disorienting when combined with the knowledge that somewhere within this labyrinth, the Joker waited. You know why I chose this place? Joker's voice resumed, now echoing from somewhere ahead. Besides the obvious theatrical value, of course. The funhouse is where we learn to laugh at ourselves, Batman, to see our distorted reflection and find humor in it. Something you've never quite mastered. Batman continued forward, mapping the funhouse's layout in his mind and comparing it to Crenshaw's schematic. If the diagram was accurate and not another layer of Joker's deception, then beyond this corridor lay the funhouse's central chamber, originally designed as a rotating barrel that visitors would attempt to walk through while it spun around them. I've often wondered, Joker continued conversationally, what you see when you look in the mirror each morning. Do you see the heroic Batman first, and the man second? Or is it the other way around? Has the mask become the reality? The philosophical nature of these questions was unusual for the Joker. Typically, his taunts were more personal, more designed to provoke an immediate emotional response. This thoughtful, almost introspective approach suggested something different was at play tonight. Or perhaps, Joker continued when Batman didn't respond, there's no separation anymore. Perhaps the line between the man and the bat has blurred beyond recognition. A soft chuckle. We might have that in common, you and I. The blurring of lines between who we were and who we've become. The corridor ended at another modified door, this one ajar, revealing glimpses of the chamber beyond. As Batman had anticipated, it was the central barrel room, but it had been transformed. The cylindrical walls were now lined with mirrors, creating a dizzying infinity of reflections. The barrel itself was stationary, but projectors mounted at intervals created the illusion of rotation through shifting light patterns on the mirrored surfaces. Batman paused at the threshold, scanning for traps or triggers. Approaching central chamber, he updated Gordon, continuing environmental manipulation but no direct threats. "This is wrong," Gordon replied, concern evident in his voice. "It's too subtle, too intellectual for him." Agreed, proceeding with extreme caution. Batman stepped into the mirrored barrel, his senses on highest alert. The projected light patterns created a disorienting effect of movement where there was none, the hundreds of reflections multiplying and shifting with each subtle change in illumination. At the chamber's center stood a simple wooden chair, facing away from the entrance. Come in," Joker called, his voice now seeming to emanate from the chair itself. "Don't hover in doorways, it's rude." Batman approached carefully, circling to keep the chair in view while scanning for hidden threats. The chair appeared empty, but a small speaker had been mounted to its back, explaining the localized sound. "Disappointed again?" Joker's voice asked through the speaker. "Were you expecting a dramatic confrontation? Another opportunity to drag me back to Arkham's revolving door? Perhaps I'm not even in the building." "You're here," Batman stated with certainty. His cowl's sensors had detected minute traces of the Joker's distinctive chemical signature, growing stronger as he moved deeper into the funhouse. "This setup is too precise, too personally tailored for remote operation." "Such confidence," Joker chuckled. "But then, you've always known me so well. Better than anyone, really. Which brings me to the purpose of our little funhouse adventure." The lighting shifted again, darkening everywhere except for a single mirror directly opposite the chair. Unlike the others, this one showed no reflection. Instead, it appeared to be a window into another room, where the Joker himself sat in an identical chair, facing forward. "Do you like my little two-way mirror trick?" Joker asked, his voice now coming directly from the mirror rather than the speaker. "Old theatrical technique. The Pepper's ghost illusion, modernized with some technological flourishes." Batman studied the image carefully. The Joker appeared precisely as expected. Green hair, white face, crimson smile. He wore a purple suit jacket over an orange vest, hands folded casually in his lap. The image showed slight movement, breathing, small adjustments of posture, suggesting either an extremely sophisticated projection or genuine presence. "What do you want, Joker?" Batman asked directly. "Want?" Such a simple question for such a complex relationship. Joker leaned forward slightly in his chair. "What I want, Batman, is understanding. Recognition of our unique bond. You and I, we're reflections of each other, distorted by the funhouse mirrors of circumstance, perhaps, but reflections nonetheless. We're nothing alike," Batman countered, still analyzing the mirror image for clues to Joker's actual location. The image appeared three-dimensional, suggesting it might be genuine rather than projected. If so, the Joker was likely in a room connected to or adjacent to the central chamber. Aren't we? Both created by one bad day, both choosing to wear masks rather than face the world as ordinary men, both existing outside society's comfortable norms. Joker's expression grew momentarily serious, an unusual sight that heightened Batman's caution. "The difference between us isn't as great as you pretend. It's simply the direction we turned after tragedy struck. You toward order, me toward chaos. There's a fundamental difference between justice and random violence, Batman replied, moving closer to the mirror, between protecting the innocent and harming them. Philosophical labels, Joker dismissed with a wave. What matters is the motivation, the driving force, and at our core, we're both responding to the same truth, that the world is absurd, that tragedy strikes without meaning, that plans and hopes are nothing but jokes waiting for their punchline. Batman had reached the mirror now, examining its frame for signs of the mechanism behind the illusion. The construction was recent but skillful, integrated seamlessly with the funhouse's original architecture. If that's your message, you've gone to elaborate lengths to deliver it. Because you never really listen. Joker's calm facade cracked momentarily, genuine frustration showing through. All these years, all our encounters, and you still refuse to acknowledge what we are to each other. Not just enemies, counterparts, necessary opposites. You define yourself in opposition to me as much as I define myself in opposition to you. Batman located what he was looking for, the slight seam in the wall beside the mirror indicating a hidden door. According to Crenshaw's schematic, a maintenance passage ran behind this wall, providing access to the barrel room's mechanical systems. The perfect place for Joker to set up his illusion, or to wait in person. Gordon, he sub-vocalized, I've located Joker's likely position, behind the central chamber, accessible through a maintenance passage. SWAT team is ready on your signal, Gordon replied. Hold position, I'm gonna resolve this directly. Batman turned his attention back to the Joker's image in the mirror. You've created an elaborate setup to deliver a philosophical argument. That's not your usual approach. What's really happening here, Joker? The clown's smile widened. Perceptive as always, yes. There's more to tonight's entertainment than mere conversation. Consider this, an anniversary celebration. Anniversary? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Today marks exactly 10 years since our first encounter, a decade of our special relationship. Joker's expression shifted to one of mock offense. And you didn't even bring a card? Batman mentally confirmed the date. The Joker was right. Their first confrontation had indeed occurred on this date, 10 years earlier at the Gotham Chemical Processing Plant, where a criminal who called himself the Red Hood had fallen into a vat of chemicals, emerging transformed into the Joker. The fact that Joker had tracked and remembered this detail was unsettling in its own way. So this is, what, nostalgia? Reflection, Joker corrected, emphasizing the word with a gesture toward the surrounding mirrors. A moment to acknowledge what we've become to each other, how we've shaped each other over the years. He leaned forward again, his expression unusually earnest. Tell me honestly, Batman, who would you be without me? Would your mission have the same clarity, the same purpose? Or would you have eventually run out of common criminals to terrorize and found yourself facing the fundamental emptiness of your crusade? The question struck closer to truth than Batman would admit. The Joker had in many ways become the ultimate justification for Batman's existence, the embodiment of the chaos and senseless violence that he had sworn to combat. And you, Batman countered, who would you be without Batman to define yourself against? Exactly my point. Joker clapped his hands in delight. We create each other continuously, this endless dance of opposing forces, each making the other more defined, more pure in their purpose. Batman had confirmed the access point now, a concealed panel that would slide aside to reveal the passage behind the mirror. You've made your point. What happens now? Now, Joker considered the question with theatrical thoughtfulness. Now we acknowledge the truth of our relationship, and then we continue. You return me to Arkham, I eventually escape, and our dance begins again, because neither of us knows how to exist without the other anymore. Or, Batman suggested, we break the pattern, end the cycle. Something like genuine alarm flickered across Joker's painted features. You don't mean killing me? That would violate your precious code. Not killing, but perhaps finding you the help you've never really received. Real treatment, not Arkham's revolving door. Joker laughed, but the sound lacked his usual conviction. Rehabilitation? For me? You can't seriously believe that's possible. I believe in the potential for change, Batman replied simply. Even for you. For a moment, something indefinable passed across Joker's expression, surprise perhaps, or a flicker of something almost human beneath the manic persona. Then it was gone, replaced by his customary grin. Such touching optimism. But I think we both know better. He straightened in his chair. Well, our anniversary celebration has reached its natural conclusion. I've said what I wanted to say. You've listened more attentively than I expected. What happens next is up to you, Batman. Batman moved decisively, activating the hidden panel and stepping through into the maintenance passage beyond. As Crenshaw's schematic had indicated, a narrow corridor ran behind the barrel room's wall, providing access to the original mechanical systems that would have rotated the barrel in the funhouse's operational days. And there, seated before a sophisticated array of electronic equipment that controlled the mirror illusion, sat the Joker, exactly as he had appeared in the mirror, down to the positioning of his hands in his lap. Impressive response time, Joker commented, making no move to escape or resist, though I knew you'd figure it out eventually. You always do. Batman scanned the area for traps or concealed weapons, finding none immediately visible. The lack of resistance was itself concerning. Joker was rarely this compliant, unless it served some broader scheme. It's over, Joker, Batman stated. Approach cautiously. Whatever game you're playing ends now. Is it? Or is this just an intermission before our next act? Joker smiled, the expression somehow more disturbing for its apparent genuineness. You know I'll escape whatever facility they put me in. You know we'll do this dance again. It's who we are. Batman secured the Joker's wrists with specially designed restraints. Gordon, he subvocalized. Target secured. No resistance offered. Approaching exit through main funhouse entrance. Teams are ready to receive, Gordon confirmed. Any surprises or traps we should know about? Batman conducted a final sweep of the area, finding nothing beyond the sophisticated projection and audio equipment. Appears clean. This was about the message, not physical harm. How disappointingly civilized of him, Gordon remarked. As Batman led the Joker back through the funhouse's mirrored chambers, the clown maintained an unusual silence, his expression contemplative rather than manic. Only when they reached the entrance, where flashing police lights now illuminated the rain-slicked carnival grounds, did he speak again. You never answered my question, you know, he said quietly. About what you see in the mirror each morning. Batman paused at the threshold. I see the same thing you refuse to see in yourself, he replied. Possibility, choice, the potential to be more than what tragedy tried to make of us. Joker's laugh was softer than usual, almost thoughtful, always the optimist. That's why you're the hero and I'm the villain, I suppose. Those are roles, not identities, Batman said as they stepped out into the rain. "Those are roles, not identities," Batman said as they stepped out into the rain. "And roles can change." "Can they?" Joker mused, blinking against the sudden glare of police spotlights. "Well, that would certainly be a plot twist worth waiting for." The night air was cool against Batman's exposed jaw, a stark contrast to the stale, enclosed atmosphere of the funhouse. GCPD officers moved with practiced efficiency, establishing a secure perimeter as Batman guided his prisoner toward the waiting transport vehicle. The Joker walked with uncharacteristic docility, his usual flamboyance subdued, almost as if the night's exchange had affected him more deeply than he cared to admit. Commissioner Gordon approached, relief evident in the slight easing of his perpetual frown. His raincoat glistened in the harsh artificial light, water droplets catching the blue and red flashes from nearby police cruisers. No casualties, no property damage beyond the funhouse modifications, no toxic gas or explosives, Gordon noted, eyeing the Joker with obvious suspicion. What was this about? Anniversary observance, according to him. 10 years since our first encounter. Huh. Gordon scratched his chin thoughtfully. Almost sounds like he was feeling nostalgic? Reflective, Batman corrected. His word, not mine. They watched as the specialized Arkham transport team took custody of the Joker, following protocols developed through years of hard-won experience. The clown offered no resistance, maintaining his uncharacteristic calm as restraints were checked and security measures verified. "Well, whatever it was, I'll take this version over his usual antics any day." Gordon gestured toward the funhouse. "Crime scene unit will go through the place thoroughly, document the setup. I'm guessing he spent weeks preparing this?" "At least. The technical work is sophisticated, especially the projection systems and audio integration with the original funhouse infrastructure." Gordon studied Batman's expression. What little of it was visible beneath the cowl. "Something about this is bothering you." "It's too contained, too personal." Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. The Joker doesn't do subtle, intimate encounters without purpose. This wasn't just about marking an anniversary. "You think there's more to it? Something we're missing?" Batman didn't immediately respond, his attention drawn to the transport vehicle where the Joker was now being secured. The clown turned, somehow sensing Batman's gaze, and offered one final theatrical wink before the doors closed and the vehicle pulled away, heading toward Arkham Asylum. "I think," Batman finally replied, "that he wanted something specific from tonight's encounter. Something beyond the usual chaos and destruction. And did he get it? I'm not sure yet." As the GCPD continued processing the scene, Batman performed his own methodical investigation of the funhouse. He documented the sophisticated modification of the original carnival infrastructure, the integration of modern projection technology with vintage mirror arrangements, the careful calculation behind each psychological effect. The work was precise, patient, qualities not typically associated with the Joker's usual manic energy. "Batman." Oracle's voice came through his cowl's communication system. "I've been analyzing the data you're transmitting from the funhouse. The equipment setup is interesting. It's not just projection technology. He's incorporated biometric sensors throughout the mirror chamber, subtle enough that they wouldn't trigger your initial scans. They were monitoring your physiological responses, heart rate, pupil dilation, micro-expressions, essentially gathering data on your reactions to specific stimuli." Batman paused in his examination of the control room behind the two-way mirror. "He was studying me." "Exactly. And the projection sequences weren't random. They followed a specific psychological assessment protocol, modified but recognizable. It's similar to methods used in advanced therapy for trauma and phobia treatment. This new information cast the night's events in a different light. The Joker hadn't just been performing his usual psychological warfare. He'd been conducting a systematic analysis, gathering data for some unknown purpose. "There's something else," Oracle continued. "The Joker's behavior tonight matches a pattern I've been tracking over his last 3 encounters. Progressively less violence, more focused on communication rather than chaos. It's subtle, but measurable. Implications? Uncertain without more data. But if I had to hypothesize," Oracle paused briefly, "he might be experiencing a psychological shift himself. The anniversary focus suggests possible reflection on his own identity and choices." Batman considered this as he completed his inspection of the funhouse. The possibility that the Joker, after a decade of manic destruction and nihilistic chaos, might be experiencing some form of introspection seemed almost absurd. And yet, the evidence of tonight's carefully constructed encounter suggested exactly that. As Batman emerged from the funhouse, he found Gordon waiting near the entrance, holding a transparent evidence bag containing a small, ornate pocket mirror. Its silver frame was tarnished with age, and a delicate engraving decorated its back. "Found this in the chair where he was sitting," Gordon explained. "Thought you might want to see it before it goes into evidence." Batman examined the mirror through the plastic. The engraving was a date, exactly 10 years earlier, and beneath it 2 simple masks, one laughing, one solemn. Comedy and tragedy, the traditional theatrical symbols, rendered with surprising artistry. "A custom piece," Batman noted, "recently made, despite the artificial aging." There was this too. Gordon produced another evidence bag containing a small card, hidden in a compartment behind the mirror. The card contained a single handwritten sentence in the Joker's distinctive handwriting. "When you finally see yourself clearly, do you recognize what looks back?" "What do you make of it?" Gordon asked. "He's questioning identity, permanence." Batman returned the evidence, the idea that roles can become fixed, unchangeable. Gordon's expression was thoughtful. 10 years is a long time to play the same part. Batman's gaze turned toward Gotham's distant skyline, barely visible through the rain and mist. "For both of us." 3 days later, Bruce Wayne sat in the Batcave's analysis center, reviewing the comprehensive data gathered from the funhouse encounter. The computer screens displayed multiple angles of the interaction, along with biometric readings, psychological assessment metrics, and comparative analysis against previous Joker encounters. Alfred approached, bearing a tray with coffee and a light meal. "Still analyzing, Master Bruce?" "Something doesn't add up, Alfred." Bruce gestured to one of the screens, showing the Joker's unusually calm demeanor during their conversation. "This isn't his normal pattern. There's a purpose here I'm missing." "Perhaps the purpose was exactly what he stated," Alfred suggested, setting down the tray. "An anniversary reflection. 10 years is a significant milestone in any relationship, even one as unconventional as yours with the Joker." Bruce's expression remained skeptical. "The Joker doesn't do sentimental, doesn't he? A man who has consistently returned to certain themes, locations, and symbolic gestures throughout his criminal career." Alfred raised an eyebrow. "I would argue that, beneath his chaos, lies a peculiar form of sentimentality. A commitment to particular narratives and relationships that he finds meaningful." Bruce considered this perspective. There was truth in Alfred's observation. The Joker did maintain consistent patterns despite his apparent randomness. His fixation on Batman had remained constant throughout a decade of confrontations, even as other obsessions came and went. Dr. Arkham submitted his initial assessment, Bruce noted, pulling up a new file. He reports the Joker has been unusually cooperative, participating in therapy sessions, responding to questions without his typical manic digressions. A concerning development in its own way, Alfred remarked. Change in established patterns often precedes new and unpredictable behavior, or genuine transformation. Bruce studied the psychological assessment. His responses to standard evaluation protocols show significant shifts from previous baselines. Less extreme ideation, more reflective cognition. You sound almost hopeful, sir. Bruce didn't immediately respond, his attention caught by a detail in the Arkham report. During a standard therapeutic exercise, the Joker had been asked to describe what he saw when he looked in a mirror. His response? Someone who once had a different reflection, echoed uncomfortably with the question he had posed to Batman in the funhouse. Not hopeful, Bruce finally replied. Cautious. If this represents a genuine psychological shift, it could either lead to something better or something worse than what we've known before. The uncertainty itself is unsettling, Alfred observed. We've become accustomed to the Joker's particular brand of predictable unpredictability. A fundamental change in his psychological makeup introduces variables we cannot anticipate. Bruce nodded, closing the file, which is why we need to be prepared for anything. 1 week after the Funhouse encounter, Batman stood atop the GCPD headquarters, waiting as Commissioner Gordon emerged onto the roof. The night was clear, stars visible despite Gotham's perpetual light pollution, and a crisp autumn wind carried the sense of the city upward. Thanks for coming, Gordon said, approaching the shadowed figure. I thought you'd want to see this directly rather than through official channels. He handed over a small evidence bag containing what appeared to be a page torn from a book. The paper was yellowed with age, its edges worn smooth from handling. A series of handwritten notes filled the margins in familiar, jagged script. Found in the Joker's cell during a routine inspection, Gordon explained. The book itself was a standard psychology text from the Arkham Library, but this page had been carefully removed and kept separate. Batman examined the page through the plastic. It contained a section on identity formation and the psychology of masks, both literal and metaphorical. The Joker's handwritten notes were surprisingly coherent, lacking the manic energy of his usual communications. They spoke of roles versus true self, the permanence of choices, and the possibility of seeing beyond established patterns. One passage had been underlined in the text. The personae we adopt can, over time, become indistinguishable from our core identity. The mask, worn long enough, melds with the face beneath. Beside this, the Joker had written, "But what if the mask cracks? What remains beneath a decade of performance?" Dr. Arkham believes he's experiencing a genuine identity crisis, Gordon said, questioning the role he's created for himself. It happens sometimes with long-term inmates, a moment of clarity after years of delusion. Or another performance, Batman countered. A new game, designed to lower our guard. That's the problem with someone like the Joker, Gordon sighed, leaning against the roof's parapet. We can never truly know which version is genuine, the chaos or the contemplation. Both could be equally manufactured. Batman returned the evidence. What does Arkham recommend? Continued observation, cautious therapeutic engagement. Gordon pocketed the bag. They are proceeding under the assumption that this represents a potential treatment opportunity while maintaining all security protocols. A wise approach. Gordon studied Batman's expression, or what little of it was visible. You know, he asks about you, not directly, but the questions circle back to your encounters, especially the recent one. He's fixated. That's not new. No, but the nature of the fixation seems different. Less antagonistic, more... Gordon searched for the right word, comparative, like he's measuring his choices against yours. Batman remained silent, processing this information against his own analysis of the funhouse encounter. The parallel questioning, Batman asking Joker to consider change, Joker now apparently questioning his own identity, suggested a pattern too synchronous to be coincidental. There's something else, Gordon added, his tone shifting. We finally debriefed Miles Crenshaw thoroughly, the maintenance man from the carnival. His account of his interaction with the Joker was... unusual. In what way? Andrew described the Joker as almost normal when they spoke. Said he asked detailed questions about the funhouse's history, seemed genuinely interested in its design and purpose. Gordon shook his head slightly. Crenshaw said something that struck me as odd. He claimed the Joker told him that sometimes we build elaborate mechanisms just to see ourselves clearly. The phrase resonated with the mirror imagery that had dominated the funhouse encounter. The Joker had created an environment filled with reflections, distorted, fragmented, revealing, as if searching for something specific in the multiplicities of self they represented. Keep me updated on any changes in his status, Batman instructed, moving toward the roof's edge. Always do, Gordon nodded, though I'm still not sure what to make of all this. 10 years of manic destruction, and now suddenly he's contemplating identity and change. People can surprise you, Batman replied, his grapnel gun already in hand. Even the ones you think you know completely. As he swung away into Gotham's night, Batman considered the implications of the Joker's apparent introspection. Experience had taught him to approach any shift in the clown's behavior with extreme caution. What appeared to be vulnerability could easily mask a new form of threat. And yet, professional skepticism couldn't entirely suppress a slender thread of, not hope exactly, but acknowledgement of possibility. After all, his own journey had begun with a transformation, a choice to channel trauma into purpose rather than destruction. If such a choice had been available to him, could it not theoretically be available to others? Even someone as seemingly defined by chaos as the Joker? The question lingered as Batman continued his patrol, the city spread beneath him in its complex tapestry of light and shadow. In Gotham, as in its inhabitants, darkness and illumination existed in perpetual tension, neither ever achieving complete dominance over the other. Perhaps that balance, that potential for both corruption and redemption, was what truly defined the city, and those who called it home. Only time would reveal whether the Joker's apparent moment of reflection represented genuine change or merely another elaborate performance in their decade-long dance. But for tonight, at least, Gotham's streets were quiet, its citizens safe from the clown's particular brand of chaos. Sometimes, Batman reflected, that momentary peace was victory enough. In his cell at Arkham Asylum, the Joker sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in unusual stillness. The room's single mirror, shatterproof, carefully monitored, reflected his motionless form. Green hair stark against institutional white walls, 10 years of existence defined by a single moment's transformation. A chemical bath, a psychological break, the birth of a persona that had consumed whatever identity came before it. Memories flickered behind closed eyelids, fractured, unreliable, possibly manufactured, a funhouse of the mind where nothing could be trusted as genuine. Had there truly been someone before the Joker? A man with plans, hopes, perhaps even loved ones? Or was that just another story he told himself? Another joke with no punchline? He opened his eyes, meeting his own gaze in the mirror. The face that looked back was hauntingly familiar, yet somehow changed, as if the reflection had shifted while he wasn't watching. The painted smile remained. The green hair still framed his features, but something in the eyes seemed different. Questioning, perhaps. Uncertain. Roles, not identities, he whispered, echoing Batman's words from the funhouse. And roles can change. His reflection offered no answer, merely stared back with the same ambiguous expression, caught between the familiar manic grin and something new, something undefined. After a decade of certainty, of knowing exactly who and what he was in opposition to Batman's ordered world, this uncertainty was both terrifying and strangely exhilarating. The Joker reached beneath his mattress, removing a small object hidden from the surveillance cameras. A fragment of mirror, carefully crafted from materials available within Arkham's confines. Not large enough to serve as a weapon, but sufficient to catch his reflection in moments when he couldn't access the monitored mirror on the wall. He held it up, studying the fractured image it returned. His face divided by the irregular edges, each section showing a slightly different aspect of his features. Which one was real? The laughing madman? The contemplative patient? The performer? The man who might have existed before the chemicals and the bat? Perhaps they all were. Perhaps none were. Perhaps the answer didn't matter as much as the question itself. He returned the mirror fragment to its hiding place and resumed his cross-legged position on the bed. Beyond his cell, Arkham continued its nightly routines. Medications distributed, security checks performed, therapy sessions scheduled for the following day. A clockwork environment of treatment and containment that had failed to change him for a decade. Yet something had shifted, not in Arkham's approaches, but within himself. The anniversary encounter with Batman had crystallized a question that had been forming beneath his conscious awareness. After 10 years of playing the same role, could there be something else? Something beyond the endless cycle of escape, chaos, capture, and containment? The Joker closed his eyes again, returning to his unusual stillness. Tomorrow would bring another therapy session, another opportunity to explore whatever this new uncertainty might represent. Perhaps nothing would come of it. Perhaps the familiar chaos would reassert itself, the questions fading like so many abandoned jokes. Or perhaps something new waited on the other side of reflection, something neither he nor Batman had anticipated in their decade-long dance of opposition. Only time would tell. And if there was one thing the Joker had learnt to appreciate through years in Arkham's cells, it was the relentless passage of time, changing everything it touched, whether one wished for transformation or not. Outside his window, rain began to fall again, pattering against the reinforced glass. Somewhere in Gotham, Batman would be continuing his eternal patrol, moving through shadow and storm with singular purpose. Their paths would cross again, that much was certain, but whether as familiar adversaries or in some new configuration remained, for the first time in 10 years, an open question. The Joker smiled, not his usual manic grin, but something quieter, more contemplative. A joke with no punchline yet, a performance still taking shape, a reflection caught between what was and what might be. In the silence of Arkham's night, that uncertainty echoed like distant laughter, familiar yet changed, recognizable yet new. A sound that carried through empty corridors like the last notes of one song or the first measures of another, the distinction impossible to determine until the full melody revealed itself. Time would tell. Time always did. The abandoned amusement park fell silent as the Joker's maniacal laughter finally faded into the night. Batman stood amid the wreckage of the funhouse mirrors, each shattered reflection telling a different fragment of the night's chaos. "He's gone," Nightwing said, nursing a dislocated shoulder. "GCPD has the area surrounded, but was never planning to escape this way," Batman replied, examining a playing card left behind. Not the Joker's usual calling card, but something different. The Queen of Diamonds, with coordinates written in elegant script on the back. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. This was a distraction. The coordinates led to Gotham's Diamond District, specifically to a recently opened establishment that catered to the city's elite, a place where the wealthy indulged their most exclusive vices behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. The Velvet Vault. As Batman disappeared into the shadows, leaving Nightwing to brief Gordon, he wondered what connection the Clown Prince of Crime could possibly have to Gotham's most secretive high society club. Whatever game the Joker was playing, it had just shifted to a more dangerous board, one where the pieces were Gotham's wealthiest and most powerful. The Diamond District of Gotham City transformed at night. By day it bustled with wealth and commerce, jewelers, appraisers, and affluent customers moving beneath the watchful eyes of private security. But after closing hours, the narrow streets grew quiet, ornate lampposts casting pools of amber light on empty sidewalks. Display windows still gleamed, their treasures secured behind reinforced glass and state-of-the-art alarm systems, patiently waiting for morning. It was this nocturnal tranquility that drew Batman to the rooftop overlooking Fabergé Nouveau, the latest addition to Gotham's luxury landscape. The boutique had opened 3 months ago to considerable fanfare, exclusive invitation lists, champagne fountains, and Gotham's elite draped in their finest. Bruce Wayne had received an invitation, of course, but sent his regrets. He was more interested in the establishment than the event, but for entirely different reasons than the other invitees. Something about Fabergé Nouveau didn't align with Batman's extensive knowledge of Gotham's business landscape. The boutique had appeared suddenly, backed by Prismatic Holdings, a corporate entity that, despite its impressive digital footprint, left remarkably few traces in the physical world. The speed of the renovation, the high-profile location, the immediate acceptance among Gotham's most exclusive circles, it all suggested connections and capital beyond what a simple jewelry boutique should command. But most intriguing was the vault. Batman had accessed the building plans filed with Gotham's Department of Buildings, noting the extensive modifications to the structure's original blueprint. The jewelry boutique occupied the front portion of the space, while nearly 40% of the square footage was dedicated to what the plans labeled simply as secure storage. The construction specifications for this area included reinforced concrete, electromagnetic shielding, and a security system that rivaled some of Wayne-Tech's military-grade installations. All this for jewelry inventory seemed excessive, even by Gotham's luxury standards. Tonight marked the culmination of weeks of background investigation. Financial trails leading to offshore accounts, security contractors with questionable histories, specialized equipment deliveries that didn't match standard jewelry operations. Each piece of evidence suggested Fabergé Nouveau was more than it appeared. Perhaps a front for something that required both secrecy and significant protection. Batman activated his cowl's enhanced vision mode, scanning the building's thermal signature. 2 security guards moved through predetermined patrol patterns inside, their body heat creating bright silhouettes against the cooler background. A third heat signature remained stationary near the rear of the building, likely a guard stationed permanently at the vault entrance. 3 security personnel on site, Batman sub-vocalized, the communication system in his cowl transmitting to the Batcave. Consistent with previous nights. Their shift change occurs at 2 a.m., Alfred's voice replied through the secure channel. Will you be waiting until then, sir? No, I need to see the vault while the current staff is present. They might have access protocols the night shift doesn't. Batman moved to the edge of the rooftop, his gaze shifting to the neighboring buildings. The Diamond District's architecture was older than much of Gotham, with narrower streets and buildings that nearly touched across alleyways. This density made it ideal for someone with his particular method of transportation. He paused, attention caught by a subtle movement on a rooftop 2 buildings away. Through his cowl's magnification, he detected a sleek silhouette moving with deliberate grace along the roofline. A figure in black, the moonlight occasionally catching on reflective goggles. It seems I am not the only one interested in Fabergé Nouveau tonight, he murmured. Ah, Alfred replied, recognizing the implication. Miss Kyle has developed an appreciation for fine jewelry again. So it would appear. Batman adjusted his planned approach. Selina's presence complicated matters, but it also confirmed his suspicions about Fabergé Nouveau. Catwoman's targets were rarely selected at random. Her professional interest suggested the boutique held something valuable beyond its display cases. He watched as she made her way closer to the building, moving with the fluid efficiency that had become her signature. Her path would intersect with his intended entry point, the rooftop access door that connected to the building's service stairwell. I'm going to make contact, Batman decided, already calculating the fastest route to intercept her before she reached the boutique. Very good, sir. I'm sure she'll be delighted by the company. Batman chose not to respond to Alfred's dry comment, instead launching his grapnel toward an architectural detail on a nearby building. The line went taut, and he swung in a controlled arc across the street, landing silently on the rooftop adjacent to Catwoman's position. She had paused at the building's edge, studying the boutique with an assessor's eye. Even from his position, Batman could see her methodical analysis, noting security camera positions, evaluating potential entry points, calculating risk factors. It was the same professional approach he himself employed, though their ultimate objectives typically diverged. Batman moved across the rooftop, deliberately making just enough noise to alert her to his presence without startling her into a defensive response. Catwoman turned smoothly, her posture shifting from surprise to relaxed amusement in the space of a heartbeat. Fancy meeting you here, she purred, straightening from her crouched position. Don't tell me you've developed an interest in diamonds too. That seems more Bruce Wayne's territory than Batman's. I'm more interested in what's behind the diamonds, he replied, moving closer until they stood just a few feet apart. Fabergé Nouveau isn't what it seems. Catwoman tilted her head slightly, studying him through her goggles. No, she smiled. Do tell. I suspect you already know, otherwise you wouldn't be here. She shrugged, a casual gesture that managed to be elegant, even in the confines of her catsuit. A girl hears things. Whispers about a new vault that's supposedly uncrackable. Her smile widened. You know how I feel about that word. Is that all you've heard? Catwoman regarded him for a moment longer, seemingly weighing how much to reveal. Let's just say that Fabergé Nouveau's ownership structure is interesting. Layers of shell companies all leading back to Prismatic Holdings. She took a step closer. And Prismatic Holdings has some fascinating connections to certain members of Gotham's business elite. Batman nodded slightly. Her information aligned with his own findings, though he suspected she might know details he hadn't yet uncovered. Selina's network of contacts often reached into corners of Gotham's underworld that remained inaccessible even to him. The vault's security is excessive for jewelry inventory, he observed. Precisely. Catwoman circled around him, her movements casual yet calculated. Electromagnetic shielding, vibration sensors, atmospheric pressure monitors. All for some pretty baubles. I don't think so. She stopped, facing him directly. Something else is in that vault. Something worth protecting with much more than standard security. And you want to know what it is. Her smile returned, enigmatic in the moonlight. Curiosity and cats. We have a history. Batman considered the situation. Catwoman's intentions remained unclear. Whether she sought only jewelry or had some interest in the vault's other potential contents. Either way, her presence complicated his investigation. Yet there was also potential advantage in cooperation, at least temporarily. "What's your plan?" he asked, already knowing she would have developed one. "Wouldn't you like to know?" She traced a clawed finger along the edge of her goggles. "But since you ask so nicely, I was thinking of using the service entrance on the mezzanine level. The security system has a 3-second vulnerability during backup generator testing, which happens to occur." She glanced at the small display built into her glove. "In about 20 minutes. Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's not public information. I have my sources." Her expression became more serious. "The question is, are you here to stop me, or for something else entirely? I need to see what's in that vault." "Planning a heist, Batman? How unexpected." "Planning to gather evidence," he corrected. "If Fabergé Nouveau is a front for illegal activity, I need proof before I can take action." Catwoman studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Well then, shall we pool our resources? Your detective skills, my specialized talents?" She gestured toward the boutique. "After all, we both want to see inside that vault, even if for different reasons." Batman weighed the proposal. Working with Catwoman always carried risk. Her objectives rarely aligned perfectly with his, and her methods often crossed lines he refused to. Yet her expertise with security systems and her evident knowledge about Fabergé Nouveau made her a valuable ally for this particular mission. "Agreed," he said finally, "but we do this my way. No unnecessary risks, no theft of legitimate property." Catwoman's smile returned. "Define legitimate property." "Selina." She held up her hands in mock surrender. Fine, your rules for now." She turned toward the boutique again. "So shall we?" Together they made their way across the remaining rooftops until they reached the building housing Fabergé Nouveau. The boutique occupied the ground floor and mezzanine, with the upper stories belonging to various financial firms that operated during normal business hours. The rooftop access door was secured with both an electronic keypad and a conventional lock, neither presenting significant challenge to either of them. Batman gestured for Catwoman to proceed with the electronic bypass, which she did with practiced efficiency. Within moments, the keypad's indicator light shifted from red to green, and she stepped aside with a theatrical flourish. "Your turn," she whispered, nodding toward the mechanical lock. Batman removed a specialized pick from his utility belt, manipulating the lock with precision until it yielded with a subtle click. He eased the door open, revealing a darkened stairwell illuminated only by safety lighting. They descended in silence, Batman leading with Catwoman following close behind. The stairwell connected to a service corridor that ran behind the boutique's main floor, providing access for deliveries and maintenance without disrupting the customer experience. As they approached the point where the corridor intersected with the boutique's back rooms, Batman activated his Cal's thermal imaging again, tracking the movement of the security guards. One remained stationed near the vault entrance as expected, while the other two continued their patrol circuit through the main showroom area. 3 guards, he whispered, turning to Catwoman. 1 stationary at the vault, 2 moving through the main floor on a 7-minute rotation. She nodded, already assessing the timing. The generator test will trigger a momentary shutdown of the primary security system. All cameras and sensors will reset, creating a 3-second window before the backup system engages. That's tight. That's why you brought me along. Her smile was visible even in the dim light. Or rather, why I'm allowing you to accompany me. Batman ignored the quip, focusing on the logistics. The vault guard will notice when the system resets. We need a distraction. Catwoman reached into a small pouch on her belt, extracting what appeared to be a compact electronic device. Already planned for, this will create electromagnetic interference with their communication systems once activated. They're trained to investigate any communication failure immediately. Batman took the device, examining it briefly. Wayne Tech prototype. Where did you get this? Would you believe a gift shop? At his unamused expression, she sighed. Relax. I borrowed it from a private collector who probably shouldn't have had it in the first place. I'll return it when we're done. He handed it back to her without further comment, though his skepticism remained evident. Together they moved to a position that provided a limited view of the hallway leading to the vault. The guard stationed there was clearly visible, a tall, well-built man in a tailored security uniform, alert despite the late hour. 30 seconds until generator test. Catwoman whispered, checking her display again. Batman nodded, calculating their approach. They would need to move with precise timing, activating the distraction, utilizing the security reset, and neutralizing the guard before he could trigger any alert. Ready, he confirmed, shifting into position. Catwoman activated the interference device, placing it carefully in a ventilation duct where its signal would propagate most effectively throughout the building. Almost immediately, they heard the security guard's communication device emit a burst of static, followed by silence. "Com check," the guard said, pressing a finger to his earpiece. When no response came, he frowned and spoke again, more firmly. "Base, comms are down. Requesting status." After another moment of silence, he reached for the landline phone mounted on the wall nearby. Exactly as Catwoman had predicted. As he stepped away from his position to use the phone, the building's lights flickered briefly, signaling the beginning of the generator test. "Now," Batman whispered, moving forward with Catwoman right beside him. They traversed the distance to the vault corridor in fluid silence, timing their approach to coincide with the moment the security guard's back was turned. The security system reset with an almost imperceptible click, the indicator lights on various sensors momentarily darkening before beginning to reactivate. Batman reached the guard first, applying a precise nerve strike that rendered the man unconscious before he could react. He caught the guard's body as it crumpled, preventing any noise that might alert the patrolling security personnel. "Impressive," Catwoman murmured, already moving toward the vault door. "You'll have to teach me that trick sometime." "Focus," Batman replied, gently lowering the guard to the floor in a position that would minimize discomfort. "We have less than 5 minutes before they realize he's not responding." The vault entrance was imposing. A circular door reminiscent of traditional bank vaults but with distinctly modern features. Multiple electronic locks complemented a sophisticated mechanical system, all integrated with the building's security network. Now that they were closer, Batman could see that the door's design incorporated cutting-edge technology disguised by classic aesthetic elements. "Elegant," Catwoman observed, running her gloved fingers lightly over the door's surface. retro styling hiding next-generation security. She knelt to examine the lower lock mechanism. "This is going to require both of us." Batman nodded, immediately understanding her assessment. The vault required simultaneous interaction with multiple security measures. No single person could bypass all of them within the necessary time frame. "I'll handle the electronic override," he said, extracting a specialized device from his utility belt. "You take the mechanical system." Catwoman was already working, her clawed gloves exchanged for specialized tools designed specifically for such mechanisms. Her movements were precise and efficient, each manipulation of the lock components executed with practiced care. Batman connected his device to the electronic access panel, initiating a sophisticated bypass sequence developed for Wayne Enterprises security testing. The vault's security was impressive but not impenetrable, especially not to someone who had helped design many of the underlying technologies. 30 seconds, he warned, monitoring the progress on his device's display. Catwoman nodded without looking up, her attention fully focused on the mechanical lock. "Almost there." The seconds ticked by in tense silence, both of them acutely aware of the limited window before the patrolling guards would discover their unconscious colleague. Finally, Catwoman's lock yielded with a satisfying click, followed moments later by a soft tone from Batman's electronic bypass. "Got it," she whispered, a note of triumph in her voice. The vault door released with a barely audible hiss of pneumatic mechanisms, the heavy structure swinging slowly inward to reveal the space beyond. They entered quickly, pulling the door nearly closed behind them to avoid immediate detection if the other guards passed by. Inside, the vault was larger than Batman had anticipated, approximately 30 feet square with climate-controlled conditions and subtle lighting that activated automatically upon their entry. The space was divided into two distinct sections. The front area contained what one would expect in a high-end jewelry vault. Display cases with velvet-lined trays, specialized storage units for loose stones, and several larger compartments, likely housing unique pieces or custom commissions. But it was the rear section that immediately captured their attention. Behind a glass partition stood several file cabinets and a sophisticated computer workstation, alongside shelving units containing what appeared to be document boxes and external hard drives. "Well," Catwoman said softly, "that's definitely not inventory management." Batman moved toward the partition, examining it quickly before locating the access point. The secondary security was minimal compared to the vault door itself. Clearly, the designers had assumed that anyone who made it this far was authorized to access all contents. They passed through into the rear section, Batman immediately moving to the computer workstation while Catwoman investigated the file cabinets. "Interesting filing system," she noted, opening one drawer carefully. "Organized by company name, it seems. And look at this." She extracted a folder labeled Dagat Industries. "Aren't these some of Gotham's most prestigious corporate citizens?" Batman had already bypassed the computer's security, accessing its contents with efficiency born of extensive practice. "It's evidence," he said, scanning through digital files with rapid precision. "Financial records, communication logs, transaction histories." He opened a particularly large file, eyes narrowing as he absorbed its contents. Documentation of systematic corporate fraud across multiple Gotham businesses. Catwoman moved to look over his shoulder, her interest clearly piqued. Blackmail material? More than that. Batman continued navigating through the files, building a clearer picture with each document. This is a comprehensive record of corporate corruption going back nearly a decade. Tax evasion, bribery of officials, environmental violations covered up. He paused on a document showing what appeared to be falsified environmental impact studies. This would destroy reputations, trigger investigations, possibly lead to criminal charges. So our jewelry boutique is actually an evidence locker. Catwoman turned back to the file cabinets, extracting more folders with growing curiosity. But whose evidence? And why store it in a front business in the Diamond District? Batman had already begun addressing that question, tracing the ownership structure of the computer's network connections. The system connects to servers registered to an entity called Obsidian Data Management. He continued his digital excavation, which appears to be a subsidiary of... Let me guess, Catwoman interrupted, holding up a document she'd found in one of the files. Prismatic Holdings? Yes, she handed him the paper. A complex organizational chart showing various corporate entities connected through a web of ownership stakes and management agreements. And according to this, Prismatic Holdings is ultimately controlled by none other than Roman Sionis. Batman's expression darkened. Black Mask. The connection made a disturbing kind of sense. Sionis had been expanding his legitimate business interests in recent years, cultivating a veneer of respectability while maintaining his criminal operations more discreetly. This vault would give him tremendous leverage over Gotham's business elite. He's collecting leverage, Batman concluded, still examining the digital files. Information he can use to control corporate executives, pressure them for favors, financing, or to facilitate his less legitimate operations. Smart, Catwoman acknowledged, continuing to explore the file cabinets. Create a legitimate front business, hide your blackmail material in plain sight, and give yourself a reason to have exceptional security without raising suspicions. Batman had connected a small device to the computer, rapidly copying selected files that would provide evidence of both the corporate crimes and Sionis' involvement. The question is, what are you doing here, Selina? This isn't your usual target. She smiled enigmatically, moving back toward the jewelry section of the vault. Can't a girl be multitasking? World-class security system, rumors of extraordinary treasures. She gestured toward the velvet-lined display cases, and indeed, there are some lovely pieces here. Batman watched as she examined the jewelry displays without touching them, her appreciation evident even through her professional assessment. But there was something else, a focus to her interest that suggested specific knowledge rather than general admiration. You knew about Sionis' involvement beforehand, he stated rather than asked. Catwoman glanced back at him, her expression shifting to one of mock offense. Are you suggesting I have inside information on Black Mask's operations? That would be dangerous. Selina. She sighed, abandoning the pretense. Fine. I heard rumors about what Sionis was collecting in this vault. Information that could harm people, some who deserve it, some who don't. She moved back toward him, her expression becoming more serious. Contrary to popular belief, I do occasionally concern myself with matters beyond shiny objects. Batman studied her, recognizing the truth in her statement. For all her criminal activities, Selina had always maintained her own complex moral code, one that included protecting the vulnerable when it suited her. What were you planning to do with the information? He asked. Nothing noble, if that's what you're thinking. She gestured toward the computer. Copy enough to understand what Sionis has on whom. Knowledge is power, especially in Gotham. Her lips curved into a slight smile. Though I might have anonymously helped a few people who don't deserve to be under his thumb. Their conversation was interrupted by a subtle vibration from Batman's utility belt, an alert from the proximity sensor he'd placed in the corridor outside. The patrolling guards were approaching the vault area. Security check incoming, he warned, disconnecting his device from the computer. Time to go. Catwoman nodded, already moving back toward the vault door. But she paused briefly by one of the jewelry displays, her attention caught by something inside. "Selina," Batman cautioned, recognizing the look in her eyes. "Just admiring," she replied innocently, though her gaze lingered on a particular necklace, an Art Deco piece featuring black opals surrounded by diamonds in a platinum setting. They reached the vault door together, listening carefully for movement in the corridor beyond. The unconscious guard would have been discovered by now, likely triggering increased alertness among the remaining security personnel. Batman activated his cowl's enhanced audio, detecting 2 sets of footsteps approaching from different directions. The patrolling guards converging on the vault area, probably responding to their colleagues' lack of communication. 2 guards converging from both ends of the corridor, he whispered. "We need an alternate exit." Catwoman pointed upward toward a maintenance access panel in the vault's ceiling. "Ventilation system. Connects to the building's central air handling." Batman nodded, quickly calculating the route. The ventilation system would allow them to bypass the guards entirely, though it would require navigating a cramped and potentially complex pathway back to an accessible exit point. He crouched slightly, interlacing his fingers to provide Catwoman with a boost. She stepped into his hands with practiced coordination, and he lifted her smoothly toward the ceiling panel. With remarkable efficiency, she released the panel's secured corners and slid it aside, creating an opening just large enough for them to pass through. Catwoman pulled herself up into the ventilation duct with characteristic grace, then turned to extend a hand back down to Batman. He took it, using the assistance to supplement his own strength as he maneuvered his larger frame through the opening. The duct was narrow but navigable, requiring them to move in a hunched position through the metal passageway. Catwoman led the way, her natural agility making the awkward movements seem almost elegant. Batman followed, his bulk more constrained by the limited space, but his movements no less controlled. They traversed the ventilation system in silence, Catwoman occasionally signaling direction changes based on what Batman assumed was prior research of the building's mechanical systems. After several minutes of careful progress, they reached a junction, where the duct widened into a larger air-handling chamber. "Maintenance access should be directly below," she whispered, indicating a panel in the chamber's floor. "Leads to a utility room on the mezzanine level." Batman nodded, moving forward to examine the panel. It was secured from below, designed to prevent exactly the kind of entry they were attempting, but such considerations rarely deterred either of them for long. He extracted a small tool from his utility belt, carefully manipulating the panel's locking mechanism through a narrow gap in its frame. After a moment of precise adjustment, the lock disengaged with a soft click. Catwoman raised an eyebrow, impressed despite herself. "Nice tool." "Proto," he replied simply, carefully lifting the panel to reveal the utility room below. They descended into the space, a cramped room housing electrical panels and cleaning supplies, illuminated only by the dim glow of emergency lighting. The door leading to the mezzanine corridor was locked from the outside, but posed no significant challenge to either of them. Batman listened carefully before opening the door, confirming the corridor beyond was empty. They slipped out, moving with silent efficiency toward the building's rear exit, a service door used by maintenance staff and deliveries during business hours. The exit was equipped with an alarm system tied to the building's main security network. Batman bypassed it quickly, allowing them to depart without triggering any additional alerts that might complicate their escape. They emerged into a narrow alleyway behind the building, the space between Fabergé Nouveau and its neighboring structure barely wide enough for delivery vehicles. Above them, The night sky was visible in a thin strip between roof lines, stars obscured by Gotham's perpetual light pollution. "Well," Catwoman said once they were safely away from the immediate vicinity, "that was informative. Not quite what I expected when I planned my evening, but interesting nonetheless." They had reached a fire escape that would allow them to return to the rooftops, their preferred method of traversing Gotham's urban landscape. Batman paused, turning to face her directly. "What will you do with what you've learned?" he asked, his tone making it clear that the question was significant. Catwoman considered for a moment, her expression thoughtful in the dim alley lighting. "Nothing immediate. Information like that needs to be used carefully." She tilted her head slightly. "The better question is, what you'll do. You have the evidence now. Gordon needs to see it. This goes beyond Sionis. The corporate corruption affects thousands of Gotham citizens." Always the Crusader. There was no mockery in her tone, just a nuanced acknowledgement of their different approaches. "Just be careful. Men like Sionis don't create resources like that vault without extensive protection measures. Not all of them physical." Batman nodded, understanding her implication. Sionis would have informants, contingency plans, perhaps even leverage against law enforcement officials who might investigate his operations. Dismantling this particular scheme would require precision and patience. "What about the jewelry?" he asked, knowing she hadn't forgotten the contents of the vault's front section. Catwoman smiled enigmatically. "What about it? I didn't take anything, as per our agreement." Her expression became more serious. "Though I question whether items purchased with the proceeds of blackmail and corporate fraud should really be considered legitimate property." Before Batman could respond, she had already started ascending the fire escape, moving with her characteristic fluid grace toward the rooftop above. He followed, knowing their conversation wasn't finished, but accepting the change in venue. On the roof, Gotham spread before them in its nocturnal splendor, a complex tapestry of light and shadow, wealth and poverty, corruption and hope, existing in uneasy proximity. The Diamond District gleamed even at night, its concentration of luxury businesses creating an island of illumination amid the darker surrounding neighborhoods. Catwoman walked to the roof's edge, gazing out at the city with an expression that combined appreciation and assessment. Batman joined her, standing close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "You know," she said after a comfortable silence, "we made a good team in there. We've worked together before. Yes, but usually under more chaotic circumstances." She turned slightly toward him. This was almost civilized, professional. Batman acknowledged the observation with a slight nod. There was truth in it. Their temporary alliance had functioned with remarkable efficiency, their different skills complementing each other effectively. "It doesn't change the fundamental issue," he pointed out. "Your methods, your objectives. My charming disregard for certain laws," she finished with a smile. "No, it doesn't change that. But it does suggest we might find more common ground than you like to admit." Batman didn't immediately respond, considering her words. The evidence they'd discovered in Sionis's vault had reinforced something he already knew, that justice and law didn't always align perfectly in Gotham. The corporate executives documented in those files had broken laws designed to protect public health, environmental safety, and financial markets, yet they operated with virtual impunity due to their wealth and connection. In such a system, was Selina's approach really so different from his own? Both operated outside official channels. Both sought to address wrongs that conventional methods failed to remedy. The primary distinction lay in their ultimate objectives and the moral boundaries they established for themselves. "I need to get this information to Gordon," he said finally, deliberately steering the conversation back to immediate concerns. "Sionis won't leave that vault unsecured for long once he discovers the breach." Catwoman nodded, accepting the shift in focus. "Of course. Duty calls." She stepped back from the edge, preparing to depart. "I'll be keeping an eye on how this plays out. Particularly interested to see which executives suddenly find themselves facing investigation." Batman turned to face her fully. "And the jewelry? I meant what I said about legitimate property." "So serious," she sighed theatrically. "Fine, I won't take anything from Fabergé Nouveau, at least not until this situation with Sionis is resolved." Her lips curved into a mischievous smile. "After that, well, I make no promises about property acquired through corrupt means, potentially finding new homes." It wasn't the absolute commitment he might have preferred, but Batman recognized it as a reasonable compromise given their different perspectives. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her position, without explicitly endorsing it. "Until next time, then," he said, the phrase having become something of a tradition between them, an acknowledgement of their ongoing connection despite their different paths. Catwoman's smile softened into something more genuine. "I look forward to it." She took a step closer, briefly placing a gloved hand against his chest. "Be careful with Sionis, Bruce. He has more resources than most realize." Before he could respond, she had stepped back and launched herself toward the neighboring rooftop with gymnastic precision, disappearing into the night with characteristic grace. Batman watched her go, appreciating her skill even as he considered her warning about Sionis. She was right. Black Mask's operations extended far beyond what most law enforcement agencies suspected, incorporating legitimate businesses, political connections, and strategic leverage over key Gotham figures. Addressing the evidence from the vault would require careful handling and strategic timing. Batman activated his Cowl's communication system, connecting to the secure channel used for contacting Commissioner Gordon. "Jim," he said when the connection established, "I need to meet. I have information on Roman Sionis and corporate corruption that affects major Gotham businesses." "Black Mask?" Gordon's voice reflected immediate interest. "When and where?" "Hour, the usual place. I'll be there." The communication ended, and Batman turned his attention back to the boutique below. Despite their clean escape, he knew that Sionis would discover the security breach eventually, likely by morning when staff arrived and reviewed the security logs. The evidence was safe, copied onto his encrypted device, but the window for action before Sionis could implement countermeasures was limited. As he prepared to depart toward his meeting with Gordon, Batman found himself reflecting on his encounter with Catwoman. Despite their philosophical differences, there was truth in her observation about finding common ground. Both sought justice in a city where official channels often failed. Both operated in the shadows to address wrongs that light of day couldn't reach. The difference lay not in their objectives, but in their boundaries, the lines they would or wouldn't cross in pursuit of what they deemed right. Yet even those boundaries seemed less absolute tonight, blurred by the complex reality of Gotham's systemic corruption. Perhaps that was the true nature of their ongoing dance, not simply opposing forces of law and lawlessness, but complementary approaches to justice in a city that defied simple categorization. The thought lingered as Batman fired his grapnel toward a distant building, swinging away into the night, to continue his mission in the only way he knew how. 3 days later, Bruce Wayne sat in the study of Wayne Manor, reviewing digital news headlines on a tablet. The Gotham Gazette's front page featured a prominent story: major corporations under investigation, Anonymous tip reveals years of fraud, environmental violations. The article detailed how evidence had been provided to the GCPD and District Attorney's Office, triggering simultaneous investigations into 7 of Gotham's largest corporations. CEOs were being questioned, boards of directors called into emergency sessions, and company stock prices plummeting as investors reacted to potential legal liability. Notably absent from the list of implicated businesses was any mention of Prismatic Holdings or its connection to Roman Sionis. Batman had made a strategic decision to withhold that information temporarily, allowing the corporate investigations to progress before addressing the blackmail operation directly. Revealing Sionis' involvement prematurely would have risked evidence disappearing or witnesses being silenced. "Quite the corporate earthquake you've triggered, sir," Alfred observed, entering the study with a tray bearing tea and a light breakfast. "The business community is in considerable upheaval." Bruce set the tablet aside, accepting the cup Alfred offered. Necessary upheaval. The environmental violations alone affected thousands of Gotham residents, particularly in the poorer districts near the industrial zones. Indeed. Alfred arranged the breakfast items on the side table with practiced efficiency. And Mr. Sionis? Has he reacted to the sudden exposure of his leverage material? Fabergé Nouveau closed unexpectedly for renovations yesterday. The vault has likely been emptied already. Bruce sipped his tea thoughtfully. He's consolidating, probably destroying evidence of his connection to the blackmail operation. Yet he must suspect your involvement, or rather, Batman's, almost certainly. But suspicion isn't proof, and he has his own reputation to protect. Bruce gestured toward the tablet. The companies being investigated are scrambling to contain the damage. Several are already offering settlement packages to affected communities, hoping to mitigate criminal charges. Alfred nodded, his expression reflecting cautious satisfaction. A positive outcome, then, though I imagine certain parties might consider the jewelry inventory a significant loss amidst all this corporate drama. Bruce raised an eyebrow, immediately catching Alfred's meaning. Has something appeared in the insurance reports? Nothing official as yet. Alfred's tone remained perfectly neutral, though I did notice a rather striking Art Deco necklace featured in the Egyptian Antiquities benefit last night. Black opals in a platinum setting, if I recall correctly. Bruce's expression remained impassive, though a slight tension in his jaw suggested he recognized the description. Worn by Kyle, naturally, though she informed the Society columnist it was on loan from a private collection. Alfred's lips twitched slightly. Curiously, it bears remarkable resemblance to a piece that was reported missing from Fabergé Nouveau's inventory during their hasty closure. Bruce sighed, setting down his teacup. She couldn't resist. Did you truly expect otherwise, sir? Alfred arranged the breakfast tray with meticulous care. Though one might argue the necklace has found its way to a more appreciative owner, considering its previous custodian's ethical shortcomings. That's not the point, Alfred. Indeed not, sir. Alfred's expression remained carefully neutral, merely an observation. Bruce turned toward the large window overlooking the manor's grounds, his reflection faintly visible in the glass. The investigation into the corporate corruption was proceeding as planned, with the district attorney's office pursuing charges against executives from all 7 implicated companies. Evidence that might otherwise have remained buried in Sionis' vault was now driving substantive legal action. Yet the matter of Selina's borrowed necklace remained, a small but significant reminder of their different approaches to justice. Even working towards similar goals, their methods diverged in ways that couldn't simply be overlooked. I should pay her a visit, Bruce said finally. Alfred raised an eyebrow. As Bruce Wayne or as your nocturnal alter ego? It depends on how the conversation goes. Selina Kyle's penthouse apartment occupied the top floor of one of Gotham's more exclusive residential buildings, a pre-war structure with Art Deco flourishes that complemented her aesthetic sensibilities. The security was sophisticated without being obvious, designed to deter without appearing unwelcoming. It was, like its owner, both elegant and formidable. Batman bypassed these measures with practiced efficiency, though not without appreciation for their quality. Selina's security reflected her professional expertise, effective against conventional threats while incorporating subtle elements that would alert her to more sophisticated intrusion attempts. He had little doubt she was already aware of his presence. This suspicion was confirmed when he reached the rooftop terrace and found the door slightly ajar. Not an oversight, but an invitation. The penthouse interior was bathed in the soft amber glow of carefully placed lighting, the space reflecting its owner's refined taste. Artifacts from around the world adorned shelves and walls, many with provenances as questionable as their acquisition had been skillful. Art pieces, some likely original, others perfect reproductions, complemented the decor, creating an environment that balanced luxury with genuine appreciation for creative expression. Selina herself was seated on a leather chaise lounge, a glass of red wine in hand and an open book resting beside her. She wore simple black loungewear, casual yet somehow still elegant. Her expression as he entered was one of amused expectation. "Right on schedule," she remarked, taking a sip from her glass. "I wondered how long it would take you to connect the dots." Batman moved further into the room, his cape settling around him as he came to a stop several feet from her position. "The necklace, Selina." "Good evening to you too." She set her wine glass on a nearby table. "I assume you're referring to my recent acquisition, the one that apparently caused quite a stir at the benefit last night. You agreed not to take anything from Fabergé Nouveau." "I agreed not to take anything until the situation with Sionis was resolved," she corrected, rising smoothly from the chaise. "And judging by the corporate executives being paraded into police headquarters, I'd say that particular situation has indeed reached resolution." Batman's expression remained stern. "That doesn't justify theft." "Doesn't it?" Selina moved toward an ornate cabinet on the far wall, opening it to reveal a concealed safe, which she proceeded to unlock with practiced movements. "Perhaps this might change your perspective." She removed a folder from the safe, returning to hand it to him. Batman opened it with cautious curiosity, finding documentation related to the Art Deco necklace, provenance papers, historical photographs, and a detailed appraisal. The necklace was originally commissioned in 1925 for Eliza Thornhill, wife of industrialist Edward Thornhill, Selina explained as he reviewed the materials. It was seized by the Nazis from the family's Paris apartment in 1940, then disappeared into private collections after the war. The Thornhill heirs have been searching for it for decades. Batman looked up from the documents, his expression questioning. "And you're planning to return it to them?" "Already in progress. I've arranged for its discovery at an upcoming auction, where a representative for the Thornhill Foundation will be able to identify it and initiate a formal restitution claim." Selina's expression held a hint of satisfaction. "The provenance documentation will conveniently surface at the appropriate moment." Batman studied her, reassessing the situation. "You knew its history before we entered the vault." "I suspected." She shrugged slightly. "Black opals in that particular setting are distinctive. When I saw it in person, the craftsmanship confirmed my theory." Her lips curved into a smile. "I may have borrowed it temporarily, but it's going home. which is more than would have happened if it had remained in Sionis's possession. The revelation complicated Batman's purpose in coming here. While he couldn't endorse her methods, the outcome aligned with justice in a way he hadn't anticipated. The necklace would be returned to its rightful owners after decades of wrongful possession, an act of historical correction that the legal system had failed to accomplish. "You could have told me this beforehand," he said finally, "and spoil the dramatic revelation." Selina's smile widened. "Besides, would you have believed me? Or would you have assumed it was simply a convenient justification for theft?" There was truth in her question. Their history had established certain patterns of expectation on both sides, assumptions about motives and methods that weren't always accurate, but had become comfortable frameworks for interaction. "The corporate investigation is proceeding well," Batman said, deliberately shifting the conversation. 7 indictments so far, with more likely to follow. Selina accepted the change in topic with grace, moving to refill her wine glass. "I saw quite the corporate house cleaning." She gestured toward a second glass beside the wine bottle, a silent offer he declined with a slight shake of his head. Sionis must be furious. All that carefully gathered leverage suddenly worthless. He's gone to ground, closed the boutique, liquidated several visible assets. Smart. He'll resurface eventually with some new scheme, but for now he's focusing on damage control. She took a sip of wine, studying him over the rim of her glass. "You held back his direct involvement from the initial evidence release." It wasn't a question, but Batman nodded confirmation. "Strategic necessity. Revealing everything at once would have allowed some executives to destroy evidence, while attention focused on Sionis. Pragmatic. Her approval was evident. Sometimes justice requires flexibility in approach. The parallel to her own methods wasn't lost on him, though Batman chose not to acknowledge it directly. Instead, he moved toward the large windows overlooking Gotham's nighttime skyline. The city spread before them in its complex entirety. "The evidence will help thousands of people affected by the corporate violations," he said after a moment. "Environmental remediation programs, financial compensation, medical monitoring for exposed communities." Selina joined him at the window, standing close enough that he could detect the subtle scent of her perfume. "We did good work, Bruce. Different methods, same outcome." "Not entirely the same," he countered, though without the stern disapproval that might have accompanied such a statement days earlier. "No," she agreed, "but perhaps complementary. Your way secured justice for the communities harmed by corporate greed. Mine ensures a historic wrong is corrected for one family." She turned slightly toward him. "Both matter." Batman remained silent, considering her words. There was truth in them, a recognition that justice took many forms, addressing wrongs both systemic and personal. His focus had always been on the larger patterns, the structural issues that created environments where crime flourished. Selina operated on a more individual scale, her actions often guided by specific circumstances rather than overarching principles. "The necklace will be at the Gotham Antiquities auction next week," she continued after a moment. "After that, it returns to the Thornhill family collection, where it belongs." She smiled slightly. "You're welcome to verify if you don't trust my intentions." "I will," he replied, though without accusation. "I'd expect nothing less." Her expression held amusement rather than offense. Their conversation lapsed into comfortable silence, both watching the city below, a shared territory they each navigated in different ways. After a moment, Selina spoke again, her tone more reflective. "You know, for all our differences, we both recognize something fundamental about Gotham, which is that conventional systems often fail." She gestured toward the city spread before them. The legal process didn't recover that necklace for 70 years. The regulatory agencies didn't stop those corporations from poisoning low-income neighborhoods. The police couldn't access Sionis's evidence vault. Her gaze met his directly. We step in where those systems fail, just through different methods. Batman considered her perspective, finding more merit in it than he might once have acknowledged. While he maintained his commitment to working within certain moral boundaries, he couldn't deny that his very existence as Batman represented a recognition of systematic failures, gaps in justice that required unconventional approaches to address. Perhaps, he conceded, the admission significant coming from him. Selena's smile suggested she recognized the weight of that partial agreement. She moved away from the window, returning to the chaise, where she had been reading before his arrival. "So, now that we've established this unexpected common ground," she said, retrieving her wineglass, "what comes next? More corporate corruption to uncover? Art theft to prevent or facilitate, depending on one's perspective?" "Secciones is still out there," Batman replied, remaining by the window. "He'll rebuild his operation, likely with additional security measures based on what he's learned from this breach. Undoubtedly, men like Roman don't abandon profitable enterprises easily." She tilted her head slightly. "Planning another vault excursion?" "Not immediately. The priority is ensuring the current investigations proceed without interference." Selina nodded, understanding the tactical approach. "Well, when you do decide to follow that particular thread further, you know where to find me." Her expression became more serious. Sionis isn't someone either of us should confront alone, especially now that he's aware of potential vulnerabilities. The offer of future cooperation hung between them, not directly stated, but clearly implied. Batman didn't immediately accept or refuse, his natural caution balancing against the practical advantages of combining their skills against a common adversary. "I should go," he said finally. "Gordon is expecting an update on potential witness protection needs for the corporate case." "Always another meeting," Selema remarked with a slight smile. "Don't let me keep you from your busy schedule." Batman moved toward the terrace door, pausing briefly before exiting. "The necklace, Selina. I'll be checking. I'd be disappointed if you didn't." Her smile widened. "Until next time?" He nodded slightly, an acknowledgement of their ongoing connection, complex and contradictory as it might be. Then he was gone, disappearing into the night with characteristic efficiency. Selina remained on the chaise, her expression thoughtful as she contemplated their conversation. The evening had gone differently than she had anticipated. Less confrontation, more genuine exchange. Perhaps their experience in Sionis's vault had shifted something in their dynamic, creating space for greater understanding, even amidst their fundamental differences. She rose, moving to the cabinet where the safe was concealed. Opening it again, she removed a small velvet pouch and extracted the necklace that had been the subject of their discussion. The black opals caught the light as she held it up, their mysterious depths seeming to contain entire universes within their boundaries. The piece was exquisite, both as a work of art and as a historical artifact, with its own complex journey through time. Returning it to the Thornhill family was the right decision, one that aligned with her personal code, even as it contradicted her professional reputation. Not that she would make a habit of such nobility, she reminded herself with a smile, but occasionally there was satisfaction in restoration as well as acquisition. Different kinds of justice, each with its own reward. Selina carefully returned the necklace to its pouch and the safe, securing it until arrangements for the auction could be completed. As she did so, She reflected on Batman's restrained response to her explanation. Not full approval, certainly, but perhaps a degree of understanding that hadn't existed before. It was a small shift, but in their long-standing relationship of opposition and attraction, even incremental changes held significance. Like Gotham itself, their connection existed in shades of grey rather than absolute black and white, a complex reality that defied simple categorization. Outside, the city continued its nocturnal existence, secrets and shadows intermingling with light and revelation. Somewhere within that urban tapestry, Batman continued his patrol, addressing wrongs through his particular methodology, while she approached similar goals through different means, complementary approaches to justice in a city that required both. Perhaps that was the most accurate description of their relationship after all. 1 week later, Bruce Wayne attended the Gotham Antiquities auction as an interested observer rather than active bidder. The event drew Gotham's elite collectors and museum representatives, all gathered in the opulent ballroom of the Gotham Grand Hotel to compete for carefully curated treasures. The Art Deco necklace appeared midway through the evening's proceedings, presented with appropriate reverence by the auctioneer. As Selina had arranged, a representative from the Thornhill Foundation immediately recognized the piece and initiated a formal claim based on Nazi-looted art restoration protocols. The auction house, following established procedure for such cases, temporarily withdrew the item pending investigation. Bruce observed the process with professional interest, noting the meticulous documentation that had coincidentally emerged to support the Thornhill claim. Selina herself was notably absent from the event, a deliberate choice to avoid any connection between her public persona and the necklace's reappearance. Bruce had verified through discreet channels that the provenance documentation was legitimate, confirming her account of the jewelry's history and rightful ownership. 2 days later, the Gazette published a small article announcing the successful restitution of the necklace to the Thornhill family, ending a 70-year search for the heirloom. The piece would be displayed in the Gotham Museum of Art for 6 months before returning to the family's private collection. A brief public showing to celebrate its recovery before going home. That evening, Batman found a small package waiting on the roof of the GCPD headquarters, where he regularly met with Commissioner Gordon. Inside was a black opal cufflink, clearly modern, not historic, with a note in familiar handwriting. Different methods, same justice. Until next time. He secured the package in his utility belt, a slight smile briefly crossing his features before disappearing beneath his customary serious expression. Gordon arrived moments later, bringing updates on the corporate fraud cases that dominated Gotham's legal system. 7 executives in custody, 3 more negotiating plea deals in exchange for testimony, the commissioner reported, his breath visible in the cool night air. The environmental damage claims alone will run into hundreds of millions. What about the affected communities? Batman asked. Medical monitoring programs are being established. Testing has already started in the Eastern Industrial Zone. Gordon handed over a file containing the latest reports. We're making progress, but there's still no direct link to Sionis. He's covered his tracks well. Batman accepted the file, already knowing its contents would confirm what his own investigation had discovered, that Sionis had systematically removed evidence of his connection to the blackmail operation, protecting his public business interests from association with the scandal. He'll resurface, Batman stated with certainty. His operation depended on that information. He'll rebuild it. Gordon nodded grimly. Probably already has. Men like Sionis adapt quickly. He glanced toward the bat signal, its powerful beam temporarily deactivated during their meeting. At least we've made significant progress on the corporate front. Real people will see real benefits from these cases. It's a start, Batman agreed, his mind already calculating next steps in the ongoing chess match with Sionis. As their meeting concluded and Batman prepared to depart, Gordon noticed something unusual, a subtle change in the vigilante's typically unyielding demeanor. "Something else on your mind?" the commissioner inquired. Batman paused briefly. "Justice takes many forms, Jim. Sometimes we focus so much on one approach that we miss others." Gordon's expression reflected surprise at the philosophical turn. "That's unusually reflective even for you. Just an observation." With that cryptic response, Batman disappeared into the night, leaving Gordon contemplating the uncharacteristic comment. The commissioner had worked with Batman long enough to recognize when something or someone had influenced his perspective, even slightly. As Batman traversed Gotham's rooftops, making his way toward the next location requiring his attention, he found his thoughts returning to the Velvet Vault and its aftermath. The corporate investigation was proceeding as planned, delivering systemic justice through proper channels. The necklace had been returned to its rightful owners through Selina's unorthodox methods. Different approaches, both achieving forms of justice the conventional system had failed to deliver. It didn't resolve the fundamental differences in their methodologies or moral frameworks. Catwoman would continue to operate according to her own code, taking what she deemed appropriate while following her personal ethical boundaries. Batman would maintain his commitment to justice within certain moral constraints, while addressing gaps the system couldn't reach. Yet perhaps their recent cooperation had created space for greater mutual understanding, a recognition that Gotham's complex problems sometimes required diverse approaches, even those that existed in uncomfortable tension with each other. Batman paused atop the Gotham First National Bank building, surveying the city spread beneath him. Somewhere in that urban landscape, Selina Kyle was likely planning her next acquisition, guided by her particular blend of self-interest and personal justice. Somewhere else, Roman Sionis was rebuilding his empire, adapting to the new circumstances while maintaining his criminal objectives. And here he stood, positioned between worlds, connected to Gotham's institutions through Gordon while operating outside their formal constraints, aligned with justice while employing methods no court would sanction, understanding Selina's perspective while maintaining his own distinct boundaries. Perhaps that was his most valuable position, this liminal space between opposing forces, able to recognize merit in different approaches while maintaining his own course. Not compromise, but perspective. Not agreement, but understanding. Batman fired his grapnel toward a distant building, launching himself back into Gotham's night. There would be other vaults, other encounters with Catwoman, other chess matches with adversaries like Sionis. The dance would continue, evolving with each interaction while maintaining its fundamental patterns. For now, it was enough to acknowledge that their recent cooperation had achieved meaningful justice, both for communities harmed by corporate greed and for a family whose history had been fractured by historic theft. Different methods serving a shared recognition that wrongs required righting, regardless of how long they had persisted. As he swung between buildings, Batman allowed himself a moment of quiet acknowledgement. Perhaps Alfred had been right in his understated observation. The necklace had indeed found a more appropriate path, even if through unorthodox means. Justice, like Gotham itself, rarely confined itself to simple categories. Sometimes it required a bat's unwavering principles. Sometimes it benefited from a cat's flexible approach, and occasionally it was best served when both worked in their own ways toward common goals. Until next time, indeed. The private elevator descended from the Velvet Vault's penthouse, Batman's cape still smoldering from the explosion that had consumed the club's hidden records room. The encrypted drive in his utility belt contained the only surviving evidence of the operation, names of judges, politicians, and business leaders who had been secretly meeting there for years. As the Batmobile cut through Gotham's midnight streets, Oracle's voice came through the comm system. "Bruce, I've decrypted the first layer of files. It's worse than we thought. Half the judicial system in Gotham is implicated." Batman's grip tightened on the steering wheel. Any names stand out? Judge Solomon Warren. He was the presiding judge at Harvey Dent's trial. Batman pulled the vehicle into a shadowed alley, mind racing. Warren was the one who refused to recuse himself despite the clear conflict of interest, the one whose ruling pushed Dent over the edge. "That's not all," Oracle continued. "Warren is scheduled to deliver a landmark verdict tomorrow on the RICO case against the remnants of the Falcone family." The pieces aligned with grim clarity. The Velvet Vault hadn't just been about blackmail and vice. It had been about controlling Gotham's legal system from the shadows. "Harvey will have heard about the verdict by now," Batman said, already changing course toward the courthouse. "If he knows about Warren's corruption, Two-Face's twisted sense of justice won't let that stand," Oracle finished. As the first hint of dawn touched Gotham's skyline, Batman knew that Harvey Dent, once the city's greatest district attorney before acid and trauma split him in two, would be planning his own form of judgment, one where justice balanced on the edge of a coin. The night fell early over Arkham Asylum, shadows stretching long across its Gothic architecture like grasping fingers. Rain pattered steadily against the high windows, creating a gentle rhythm that belied the tension within. Batman stood motionless in the administrative wing, listening to the facility's nocturnal symphony, the distant hum of security doors, the soft footfalls of night staff, the occasional muffled cry from troubled sleepers. Commissioner Gordon's call had been unusually cryptic. A routine prisoner transfer had gone wrong, but the details were sparse. Now, as Batman surveyed the scene, the truth was becoming clear. The transfer hadn't simply failed, it had been carefully orchestrated from within. "We're missing 6 staff members," Captain Miles Thorne explained, his voice low and steady despite the circumstances. The Arkham Guard captain was a veteran, his weathered face showing little emotion as he handed Batman the security footage. "And Harvey Dent is no longer in his cell." Batman studied the footage silently. The camera showed Two-Face being escorted down a corridor, then a momentary flicker in the lights. When the image stabilized, both the prisoner and his escorts had vanished. No signs of struggle, no alarms triggered. "Knew the blind spots," Batman observed. "And he had help." Captain Thorne nodded grimly. "That's what concerns me. This wasn't an escape, it was an inside job. The missing staff, I've had suspicions about some of them for months. Unexplained budget discrepancies, inmates reporting special treatment available for the right price." Rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows as Batman processed this information. Two-Face hadn't escaped Arkham, he was still somewhere inside, and he had taken his court with him, which meant he was preparing to hold a trial. "There's something else you should know," Thorne added, hesitation evident in his voice. "Dr. Meridian is among the missing. She's new, only been working with Dent for 3 months. Brilliant psychiatrist, but perhaps too idealistic for this place." Dr. Victoria Meridian's file showed a promising young psychiatrist who specialized in identity disorders. Her notes on Harvey Dent's case were meticulous. tracking moments when the Harvey personality seemed ascendant over Two-Face. She believed in redemption, a dangerous belief in Arkham. "Show me the old building plans," Batman said, turning from the Rain Street windows. Arkham wasn't always a psychiatric hospital. Before that, it was a courthouse and jail, Thorne finished, spreading yellowed blueprints across the desk. Original construction, 1840s. Most of the old courthouse infrastructure was sealed off during the conversion in the 1920s. Batman's gloved finger traced along the faded lines of the blueprint. Not sealed off, repurposed. The old courtroom became the main therapy hall. Holding cells became patient rooms, but the judges' chambers, the jury room, the underground access tunnels, were walled up, Thorne said. Supposedly, the Arkham Guard captain had been at the facility for 15 years. He knew its secrets, its whispered histories, the rumors passed between guards during long night shifts. If anyone could help Batman navigate Arkham's forgotten spaces, it was Thorne. Two-Face would be drawn to symbolism, Batman continued. The duality of the building itself, justice and treatment, punishment and rehabilitation. If he's holding his own court, he'd want the proper setting. Thorne's weathered face showed a flicker of realization. The South Wing renovation last year. The contractors found an old passage that wasn't on the modern plans. Administration ordered it sealed up again, but not everyone follows orders in Arkham, Batman finished. Not when there's profit involved. Outside, lightning illuminated the asylum grounds, casting harsh white light through the windows that momentarily banished all shadows. In that brief flash, Batman could see determination hardening in Captain Thorne's eyes. This wasn't just about recapturing an escaped inmate. This was about confronting the corruption that had taken root in Arkham's walls. "I'll need to move quietly," Batman said. "If Two-Face realizes we're onto him, the hostages will be at risk." Thorne nodded grimly. "I can give you an hour before I have to alert the full response team. After that, protocol demands we lock down and call in GCPD SWAT. An hour would have to be enough." Batman knew that once SWAT teams entered the equation, the delicate psychological balance would shatter. Harvey Dent might be reached through careful negotiation, but Two-Face would see armed police as just another corrupt system to be judged by his coin. "One more thing," Thorne said as Batman prepared to leave. Dr. Meridian believed she was making progress with Dent. Real progress. Her last report mentioned moments where Harvey was present without Two-Face's knowledge, where he was fighting to regain control. This information gave Batman pause. In all his encounters with Two-Face, he had never stopped believing that Harvey Dent still existed somewhere in that divided mind. If Dr. Meridian had found a way to reach him, that might explain why she was taken, Batman said. She wasn't just a hostage, she was a threat to Two-Face's control. With that thought lingering in the air, Batman disappeared into the shadowed corridor, leaving Captain Thorne alone with the rain-spattered windows and the weight of Arkham's secrets. The oldest sections of Arkham Asylum breathed differently. Batman could feel it as he moved through narrow maintenance passages that hadn't seen human presence in decades. The modern facility's mechanical hum faded, replaced by the subtle creaking of ancient timbers and the whisper of air through forgotten spaces. His cowl's night vision painted the world in shades of green, revealing cobwebs and rat nests, discarded tools from renovations long past, and occasionally carved initials of workers who had moved through these hidden arteries of the building. The history of Arkham was written in these secret spaces, layers of modification and abandonment. each generation building upon the last without fully understanding what came before. Batten paused at a junction where the passageway split. To the left, modern conduit carried electrical lines installed during the 1970s renovation. To the right, the passage descended into older construction, the walls changing from concrete to hand-laid brick. He chose the right path, moving deeper into Arkham's past. The passage ended at a bricked-up doorway, but recent disturbance was evident. Mortar dust littered the floor, and several bricks had been carefully removed and then replaced, not well enough to fool trained eyes. Batman removed them silently, creating an opening just large enough to pass through. Beyond lay a space that time had forgotten. The old courthouse annex spread before him, its grandeur faded but still impressive. Ornate woodwork framed high ceilings, and tarnished brass fixtures hung like sleeping bats. But what caught Batman's attention were the changes. Recent changes. Someone had restored power to this section. Dim lights created pools of illumination amid the shadows, highlighting key areas: the judge's bench, the witness stand, the jury box. The layers of dust had been disturbed, paths swept clean across the floor, and on the walls, newly installed, or perhaps unearthed from storage, the symbols of justice: scales, blindfolded statues, and the Gotham City seal from a bygone era. Two-Face had not just found this place, he had resurrected it. Batman moved silently along the balcony overlooking the courtroom floor. From this vantage, he could see doorways leading to what would have been the jury deliberation room and the judge's chambers. Both stood slightly ajar, soft light spilling from within. And from one came voices, a woman's measured tones, too quiet to distinguish words, followed by the unmistakable rasp of Harvey Dent's damaged vocal cords. Positioning himself above the chamber entrance, Batman activated his cowl's enhanced audio. "Can't sustain this, Harvey." Dr. Meridian's voice, professional even in captivity. "You know that staging these trials will only end with you back in a cell. Is that what you want?" "What I want," Two-Face's laugh was hollow, "what either of us wants stopped mattering the day Maroni threw acid in our face. Now there is only justice, pure justice, uncorrupted by politics or money or influence." "The coin, you mean?" Dr. Meridian's tone remained level, therapeutic. "Random chance isn't justice, Harvey. You know that better than anyone. You spent your career fighting for true justice." A moment of silence, then the familiar sound of a coin flipping, spinning through the air, caught with a sharp slap against flesh. "The coin doesn't lie," Two-Face growled. "The coin doesn't take bribes or play favorites. The coin is fair in a way no human can be." Batman could hear Dr. Meridian shifting position, perhaps leaning closer to her patient. "Is that why you've brought these people here? To submit them to the coin's judgment? They've escaped human justice." The voice changed subtly, still raspy from the damaged vocal cords, but different in cadence and intensity. "Harvey, not Two-Face. I've seen the evidence, Victoria. Medications skimming, taking bribes to falsify patient reports, even selling access to certain inmates for the right price." Another shift back to Two-Face's harder tones. "They've hidden behind Arkham's walls, behind bureaucracy, behind the corruption that infects every level of this city. And you appointed yourself judge, jury, and executioner. Not a question, but a statement, a therapeutic technique to establish boundaries." Batman heard the distinctive sound of Two-Face's coin being flipped again, but this time not caught loud to clatter onto what sounded like a desk surface. "Not executioner," Two-Face said quietly. The coin decides. We only carry out its verdict. Dr. Meridian's sigh was almost inaudible. When will the trials begin? They already have. Warden Flores has been judged. The coin spoke. He lives but will carry a reminder of his crimes. Batman tensed at this revelation. Moving silently, he shifted position to see through the partially open door. Inside what had once been the judge's chambers, Dr. Meridian sat in a straight-backed chair, her posture composed despite the circumstances. Across from her, Harvey Dent stood with his back to the door, his distinctive suit half immaculate, half disheveled, mirroring the division of his face, and on a small cot against the wall, a figure lay motionless. Warden Flores, his face bandaged on one side. The reminder Two-Face had mentioned. Batman withdrew before he could be noticed, processing what he'd learned. The situation was more complex than a simple hostage scenario. Two-Face was conducting what he genuinely believed to be legitimate trials, exposing corruption that might otherwise remain hidden. And Dr. Meridian seemed to be walking a delicate line, neither fully cooperating nor directly opposing him, but maintaining a therapeutic relationship that kept the Harvey personality accessible. Moving back toward the main courtroom, Batman noticed details he'd missed in his initial survey. 5 doors along one wall, the old holding cells, now repurposed. From one came the sound of muffled sobbing, the remaining hostages awaiting their trials. The complexity of the situation demanded a careful approach. A direct confrontation with Two-Face might satisfy justice in the simplest sense, but it would do nothing to address the corruption that had allowed this situation to develop. Batman needed more information, and there was one person here who might provide it. Dr. Victoria Meridian showed no surprise when Batman appeared silently in the chamber after Two-Face had left to prepare for the next trial. She merely turned from where she'd been checking Warden Flores's vital signs, and regarded the shadowed figure with clinical interest. "I wondered when you'd make your presence known," she said quietly. "Captain Thorne called you, I assume?" Batman moved to examine Flores without responding. The warden's injury was severe but not life-threatening. Acid burns on exactly half his face, a grotesque mirror of Two-Face's own disfigurement. Primitive justice, but precise in its application. "He'll need medical attention soon," Batman finally said. "But he'll survive." Dr. Meridian nodded. Harvey was methodical. He diluted the acid just enough to ensure permanent scarring without risking death. The warden confessed to accepting bribes to transfer certain patients to less restrictive wards. "And you?" Batman turned his full attention to the psychiatrist. "Are you a hostage or an accomplice, Dr. Meridian?" The question didn't seem to offend her. She considered it with professional detachment. "I'm a doctor trying to reach a patient in crisis. Harvey doesn't see me as a hostage. He believes I'm here to witness justice being done, to validate it, perhaps. And the others, the staff members he's detained? All guilty according to the evidence Harvey collected. And before you ask, yes, I've seen it. Records, video footage, bank transactions. He was building his case for months." She hesitated, conflict visible in her expression. "The corruption is real, Batman. That's what makes this so complicated." Batman absorbed this information in silence. The rain continued its steady rhythm on the high windows of the forgotten courthouse, punctuating the quiet conversation. Harvey believes he's finishing what he started as district attorney. Dr. Meridian continued, "Exposing corruption, bringing consequences to those who believe themselves above the law. A coin flip determining the severity of punishment," Batman noted. "That's not justice." That's chance masquerading as fairness. Dr. Meridian's expression showed a flash of frustration. Of course it's not real justice. It's the manifestation of a divided psyche trying to make sense of an unjust world. But dismissing it entirely means losing the connection to the Harvey personality, the part of him that genuinely wants to do good. Batman moved to the window, looking out at the rain-swept grounds of Arkham. The asylum's security lights created islands of harsh brightness in the darkness, but between them lay shadows deep enough to hide any number of secrets. "Tell me about your treatment approach," he said, turning back to Dr. Meridian. "Thorne mentioned you were making progress." A careful nod. "I've been working on integration rather than suppression. Previous doctors tried to eliminate the Two-Face personality, which only drove Harvey deeper into division. I've been acknowledging both sides, helping him see that justice doesn't have to be binary, that the human capacity for nuance is a strength, not a weakness." "And it was working?" "Yes, until 3 days ago, when Harvey discovered evidence that Warden Flores had been selling access to certain high-profile inmates, including him." Her professional composure cracked slightly. "Someone's been paying to observe him, Batman, like an exhibit in a zoo. When he learned that, Two-Face reasserted complete control. The pieces fell into place. Harvey Dent's progress toward integration had been deliberately sabotaged by the very people entrusted with his care. The betrayal had triggered not just a relapse, but a calculated response, using the hidden courthouse to enact the justice that Harvey believed the system had failed to provide. "The next trial begins in 30 minutes, Dr. Meridian said quietly. "Chief of Security Blackwell. His crimes are substantial. Two-Face will not be merciful, regardless of the coin's verdict. Batman made his decision. I need access to Harvey's evidence. If what you're saying is true, these crimes can't be swept away, coin justice or not." Dr. Meridian pointed to an antique filing cabinet in the corner. "Everything's there? Harvey is nothing if not methodical." She hesitated, then added, "What will you do?" "What Harvey Dent would do," Batman replied. "Ensure justice is served, real justice, not chance. But first, I need to make sure no one else gets hurt." Outside the chamber, the forgotten courthouse waited in shadow and dim light, ready to fulfill its original purpose after decades of abandonment. In the holding cells, the accused awaited their judgment, and somewhere in the building, Two-Face prepared to continue his twisted version of the work Harvey Dent had once championed. The rain fell steadily on Arkham Asylum, washing away nothing. Chief of Security Roland Blackwell was a large man, his Arkham uniform stretched tight across his substantial frame. Even bound to the witness chair in the center of the courtroom, he maintained an air of authority, the ingrained confidence of someone accustomed to wielding power over others. But his eyes betrayed him. They darted constantly around the courtroom, seeking escape routes, calculating odds, weighing options. They were the eyes of a predator suddenly finding himself prey. Two-Face stood behind the judge's bench, the contrast between his pristine and ruined sides heightened by the theatrical lighting he had arranged. The scales of justice sat before him, slightly tilted, whether by accident or design was unclear. His coin rested on the bench, temporary still in its moment of potential. Dr. Meridian sat to one side, her notebook open but untouched. Her role as observer had been carefully maintained throughout, allowing her to remain present without becoming complicit. In the jury box, Warden Flores sat with his face half bandaged, a living warning of the consequences at stake. And in the shadows of the balcony, Batman watched and waited. The evidence he had reviewed in Harvey's files was damning, not just against Blackwell, but against a system that had allowed corruption to flourish within Arkham's walls. Whatever happened here tonight, things could not return to the status quo. Roland Blackwell, Two-Face began, his damaged voice echoing in the high-ceilinged room. You stand accused of multiple crimes against the inmates under your care and against the principles of justice itself. Blackwell's attempt at defiance came out as nervousness. This is ridiculous, Dent. You're an inmate, not a judge. When we get out of here, Two-Face interrupted. You will either be facing legitimate charges for your crimes, or you will have faced our justice. The choice was yours, long before tonight. You chose to sell access to vulnerable inmates. You chose to falsify security reports. You chose to allow contraband into a facility meant to rehabilitate the mentally ill. Batman could see Harvey emerging in those words, the passionate district attorney who had once been Gotham's White Knight, fighting for those who couldn't fight for themselves. But the scales on the bench, the ever-present coin, the hostages, these were Two-Face's methods, not Harvey's. Blackwell's bravado crumbled further. Look, Harvey, Mr. Dent, there were circumstances you don't understand. Pressures from administration, budget cuts. We understand circumstances better than most. Two-Face growled, gesturing to his scarred face. We understand how one moment can change everything. The question is not why you did these things, but whether you deserve punishment for them. The coin appeared in his hand as if by magic, catching the dim light as he turned it between his fingers. The coin will decide. Heads, you face traditional justice. We turn over the evidence. You go through the system. Tails? He didn't need to finish the threat. As Two-Face prepared to flip the coin, Batman made his move, not toward the judge's bench, but toward the jury box. In one fluid motion, he cut Warden Flores's restraints and pulled him to his feet. The distraction was momentary, but effective. Two-Face's attention snapped toward the movement, the coin momentarily forgotten in his hand. Batman, he snarled. Come to defend corruption again? To preserve a broken system? No, Harvey, Batman said calmly. I've come to make sure justice is served properly. Your evidence is compelling, your methods are not. Two-Face's laugh was bitter. Methods. The system you believe in so much allowed these people to prey on the vulnerable for years. My methods get result. Your methods rely on chance, Batman countered, moving slowly around the courtroom's perimeter, drawing Two-Face's attention away from Blackwell and Flores. The Harvey Dent I knew fought for true justice. Justice based on evidence, on law, on human judgment. Human judgment is flawed, Two-Face snapped, but there was uncertainty in his voice, Harvey responding to the appeal to his former self. Dr. Meridian spoke for the first time, her voice calm and measured. Batman's right, Harvey. What you've discovered here deserves real justice, the kind you once fought for, the kind that creates lasting change, not momentary satisfaction. Two-Face's hand tightened around the coin, his divided face showing the internal struggle as Harvey fought for control. They deserve punishment, he insisted, but the hard edge had left his voice. They deserve consequences, Batman agreed, but determined by more than the flip of a coin. For a moment, the courtroom was silent, save for the distant patter of rain and the nervous breathing of Blackwell, still bound in the witness chair. Then, with deliberate slowness, Two-Face placed the coin back on the bench beside the scales of justice. The evidence, he said, nodding toward the files. Everything is documented. Transactions, times, witnesses. Batman approached the bench, maintaining eye contact with Two-Face. I've reviewed it. It's thorough. It would stand up in court. Something shifted in Two-Face's demeanor, a subtle change in posture, in focus. Harvey was closer to the surface now. They were selling access to patients, treating us like exhibits. Even Crane, even Isley, even... I know, Bachman said quietly, and they will answer for it. You have my word, Harvey. Dr. Meridian moved to stand beside Batman. This can be a moment of integration, Harvey. Two-Face found the evidence, felt the righteous anger, but Harvey Dent can ensure justice is properly served. Both sides of yourself working together towards something better than vengeance. The internal struggle was visible on Two-Face's divided features, the scarred side twitching with tension, the unmarred side showing a vulnerability rarely seen. His hand moved toward the coin again, but stopped halfway. "And what happens to me?" he asked finally. "Back to Arkham? Back to being observed and studied and betrayed?" "Reform," Batman said firmly. "Real reform. Your evidence doesn't just implicate individuals, it exposes systemic failures. That gives us leverage to demand changes in how Arkham is run, how patients are treated." Lightning flashed outside, momentarily flooding the courtroom with harsh white light. In that instant, decision solidified in Two-Face's expression. "Take them," he said, gesturing to Blackwell and the other detained staff members. "Take the evidence, make it count." Batman nodded, understanding the trust being extended, fragile trust that could shatter if betrayed. "And you?" Two-Face's laugh held no humor. "Where else would I go? Arkham is home now. But perhaps it can become what it was meant to be. A place of healing, not just containment." Dr. Meridian stepped forward. "I'd like to continue our work, Harvey. If you're willing." The moment stretched, balanced on a knife's edge of possibility. Then, slowly, Two-Face nodded. Not surrender, but choice. Perhaps the first real choice the divided man had made without deferring to the coin in years. Dawn broke over Arkham Asylum, pale light filtering through the rain clouds that had emptied themselves through the night. In the administration wing, Captain Thorne reviewed the evidence files with grim satisfaction, occasionally glancing at the bound forms of Warden Flores, Chief Blackwell, and the other implicated staff. "Gordon's on his way," he informed Batman, "along with agents from the district attorney's office. This goes beyond Arkham. Some of these transactions connect to organized crime figures using the asylum to gather information on rivals." Batman stood by the window, watching as the morning shift of guards and medical staff arrived, unaware of how much had changed overnight. "The reforms we discussed, make sure they're implemented, not just promised." Thorne nodded firmly. "You have my word. And with these criminals removed, I'll have the authority to make real changes." He hesitated, then added, "What about Dr. Meridian? She stays as Dent's primary psychiatrist. Her approach was working until this corruption undermined it. She deserves the chance to continue." As if summoned by the mention of her name, Dr. Meridian appeared in the doorway, looking tired but composed. "He's back in his cell," she reported. "Voluntarily. Two-Face is quieter now. Harvey is more present." "Integration," Batman observed. "Not suppression." She nodded. He used both aspects of himself last night. Two-Face's righteous anger, Harvey's methodical legal mind. That's progress, even if the circumstances were extreme. Outside, police vehicles began arriving, their lights flashing silently in the early morning mist. Justice was coming for those who had corrupted Arkham from within. Real justice, based on evidence and law, not the flip of a coin. He asked me to give you something, Dr. Meridian said, extending her hand toward Batman. On her palm rested Two-Face's coin. He said he won't need it for our next session. Batman looked at the coin without taking it, the physical manifestation of Two-Face's divided nature, his surrender to chance rather than choice. Keep it, he said finally. Lock it away, but let him know it exists, that letting go of it is his choice, one he can revisit or reaffirm in his own time. Dr. Meridian closed her fingers around the coin, understanding the psychological significance of what Batman was suggesting. Not forced integration. The Harvey Dent I knew always believed in choice, Batman said. In free will, in human judgment, flawed as it might be. Perhaps that's the part of him that's finding its way back. As Gordon's car pulled through the asylum gates, Batman prepared to depart. The night's work was done, one small corner of Gotham's corruption exposed and excised. But his mind was already turning to the larger implications, the connections between Arkham's corruption and the criminal networks that had exploited it. Asked one more thing, Dr. Meridian said as Batman turned to leave. He asked if you still believe in Harvey Dent. Batman paused, the question hanging in the air between them. Outside, the rain had stopped, and weak sunlight was beginning to break through the clouds, creating patterns of light and shadow across Arkham's Gothic architecture. I never stopped, he said finally, and was gone, leaving Dr. Meridian holding a two-headed coin in the gradually brightening room, a small symbol of how even the most divided soul might find its way toward wholeness, one choice at a time. The ancient courthouse hidden within Arkham's walls would be sealed again, returned to darkness and memory. But the justice it had briefly housed would continue in the light, reminding Gotham that systems could be corrupted, but also healed, that even the most divided nature contained the capacity for integration, for balance, for choice. And in his cell, Harvey Dent watched the sunrise through barred windows, feeling something he hadn't experienced in years. The quiet that comes when both sides of a divided self find, at least for a moment, a common purpose. Not harmony, not yet, but the first fragile notes of what harmony might someday become. Outside Arkham's walls, Batman disappeared into the brightening day, carrying with him the knowledge that sometimes justice and healing followed the same path, and that even in Gotham's darkest corners, the possibility of redemption remained, waiting for those with the courage to choose it. And while Harvey Dent began his fragile journey toward wholeness in the quiet dawn, another tale was taking shape in Gotham's forgotten corners. For in this city, where fear and justice intertwine like vines in an untended garden, one man's healing often coincides with another's descent. Tonight, we follow Batman into the realm of terror itself, as the master of fear begins his most insidious work. The night grows long as we enter our next story, Scarecrow, Harvest of Whispers. The fog rolled across the cornfields surrounding Arkham Outreach Facility like a living thing, its tendrils reaching between stalks, caressing the weathered wood of old barns repurposed as laboratories. Autumn had painted the landscape in muted golds and browns, the harvest moon hanging low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the research compound. Batman stood motionless atop the highest building, his cape settled around him, watching as scientists and staff moved between structures. Their breath formed small clouds in the cool evening air, visible briefly before dissipating into the mist. From his vantage point, they looked like ghosts, drifting through a forgotten world. 3 days ago, an anonymous message had reached the Batcave. a series of disjointed sentences, clinical observations about fear responses, and a plea for help. The origin had been traced to this remote facility, established 2 years prior as Arkham Asylum's Progressive Therapeutic Research Center, focused on treating phobias and anxiety disorders through controlled exposure. According to official reports, their work was promising. According to the desperate message, something had gone terribly wrong. Batman's cowl sensors detected trace chemicals in the fog. Nothing immediately dangerous, but compounds he recognized from previous encounters with Jonathan Crane's work. Subtle, diluted, almost undetectable. Not enough to trigger full-blown terror, but sufficient to enhance existing anxieties, to make shadows seem deeper, silence more oppressive, and whispered conversations more sinister. Perfect conditions for gathering data on fear responses, perfect conditions for the Scarecrow's research. Movement below caught Batman's attention. Dr. Elena Winters, the facility's lead researcher, exiting the main laboratory with an armful of files. Her stride was hurried, her gaze darting between buildings as though expecting something to emerge from the mist. Batman had reviewed her background extensively. Brilliant neuroscientist, pioneer in anxiety treatment, true believer in the healing potential of controlled fear exposure. Now she moved like someone trapped in one of her own experiments. The soft crackle of his communicator interrupted his observations. "Sir," Alfred's voice was clear despite the distance. "I've completed the analysis of staff changes at the facility. Dr. Jonathan Crane was brought in as a consultant 3 months ago, specializing in phobia response patterns." "Under what name?" Batman asked, already suspecting the answer. "Dr. Joseph Crowley. The credentials appear legitimate. He created quite a thorough false identity. Expertise in therapeutic applications of controlled anxiety induction. Hiding in plain sight," Batman murmured, "using a legitimate research facility to gather data and test new compounds. There's more, sir. 6 patients from Arkham's anxiety disorder ward were transferred to the facility 1 month ago. Their treatment records show marked improvement in phobia response, at least on paper. Willing test subjects," Batman said grimly, "or unwilling ones who don't remember consenting." He watched as Dr. Winters disappeared into the administration building, her silhouette visible briefly through frosted windows before the fog swallowed all detail. "I'm going to need a way in that doesn't attract attention," Batman said, scanning the compound. "Crane would recognize me immediately, and if he's been dosing the staff with mild fear toxin, my appearance could trigger a panic response. Perhaps Bruce Wayne could be of assistance," Alfred suggested. "Wayne Enterprises does provide significant funding to Arkham's research initiatives. A philanthropist's surprise visit to check on his investment wouldn't raise eyebrows." Batman considered the suggestion. Bruce Wayne would have access other investigators wouldn't. Could ask questions that would seem natural coming from a major donor. But if Crane was present, he might recognize the connection. Too risky, he decided. But there is another approach. The facility requisitioned additional storage equipment last week, scheduled for delivery tonight. The supply truck will give me the access I need. Below, workers were preparing to receive the evening delivery, setting up a loading area near the largest barn. Batman moved silently across the rooftop, his form briefly visible against the harvest moon, before disappearing into shadow once more. The night's investigation had begun. The interior of the old barn retained little of its agricultural origins. Steel and glass had transformed the space into a modern laboratory, though wooden beams still crossed the high ceiling, and the walls occasionally creaked as though remembering their former purpose. The scent of hay and earth had been replaced by antiseptic and ozone, but something of the original building's character remained, something that couldn't be erased by technology or renovation. Batman moved silently among the storage crates, having separated from the delivery he'd used as cover. The laboratory was empty of people at this hour, but not of activity. Computers hummed, monitoring equipment beeped softly, and ventilation systems pushed air through the space with a gentle whoosh that almost masked his movements. The setup was impressive, more advanced than the facility's public funding could explain. Private investors, perhaps, or resources diverted from other projects. Batman examined workstations as he passed, noting the meticulous organization, the careful labeling, the attention to scientific protocol. This wasn't the chaotic workspace of a madman. This was methodical, precise research, which made it all the more disturbing. He stopped at a locked cabinet with a biometric security panel. The technology was top of the line, but security systems were only as effective as the people who used them. A quick scan revealed fingerprint residue on specific areas of the panel. Using equipment from his utility belt, Batman created a temporary duplicate of the most likely print pattern and applied it to the sensor. The cabinet opened with a soft click, revealing rows of carefully labeled vials. Each contained a slightly different compound, modifications of Crane's fear toxin formula, diluted, refined, altered to produce specific effects rather than generalized terror. "My God," whispered a voice from the doorway. "You're really here." Batman turned slowly, deliberately non-threatening, to face a young man in a lab coat who stood frozen in the entrance. Early 20s, hands shaking slightly, dark circles under wide eyes, signs of sleep deprivation and chronic stress. "Michael Chen," Batman said, recalling the staff files he'd reviewed. "Research intern. You sent the message." The young man's shoulders sagged in visible relief. "I wasn't sure it would reach you, or if you'd believe it." He glanced nervously over his shoulder. "We don't have much time. Dr. Crane, whatever his name is, he'll be making his rounds soon. Tell me what's happening here," Batman said, closing the cabinet quietly. Michael moved further into the lab, still checking behind him as though expecting pursuit. "It started small," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Unusual test results, patients reporting symptoms that didn't match their diagnosis. Staff members becoming paranoid, jumpy." He ran a hand through already disheveled hair. "I thought I was imagining things at first, we all did. That's the brilliant part. When everyone's slightly afraid, slightly paranoid, no one trusts their own perceptions." "The fog," Batman suggested. "He's been introducing trace amounts of fear toxin into the environment." Michael nodded. "The ventilation system too, it's subtle. Not enough to cause hallucinations or panic attacks, just enough to heighten things, make everything feel slightly wrong." He moved to one of the workstations, fingers flying across the keyboard to access files. "But that's just preparation. The real research happens in the therapy sessions." The screen filled with clinical data, heart rates, cortisol levels, brain activity patterns from test subjects exposed to various stimuli. The results were organized with scientific precision, correlating specific chemical compounds with particular fear responses. "Dr. Winters doesn't see it," Michael continued. "She believes in what we're doing here, using controlled exposure to help people overcome their fears. But Crane is collecting data for something else entirely. Something," he struggled for the right word, "targeted." Batman reviewed the data with growing concern. Unlike Crane's previous work, which focused on triggering generalized terror, These experiments were cataloging exact chemical formulations to induce specific fears: heights, darkness, confinement, social rejection, abandonment. A precision approach to fear induction. "Where are the test subjects now?" Batman asked. "In the residential building." "They're not prisoners, exactly. They volunteered for experimental treatment, and on paper they're showing improvement. In reality," Michael trailed off. "They're being conditioned," Batman finished. "Their fear responses are being mapped and categorized." A sound from outside, footsteps approaching the laboratory, made Michael freeze mid-nod. "That's him," he whispered. "I need to look busy, normal. You should." But Batman was already gone, melted into the shadows among the ceiling beams, a darker presence among the aged wood. The laboratory door opened, and Dr. Joseph Crowley entered. Jonathan Crane, without his scarecrow mask, but unmistakable nonetheless. Tall, slender, moving with academic precision, he carried himself with the confidence of someone completely in control of his environment. His eyes, behind wire-rimmed glasses, missed nothing as they scanned the room. "Ah, Mr. Chen," he said, his voice pleasant but carrying undertones that raised hackles. "Working late again? Such dedication." Michael managed a nervous smile, his fear visible but easily attributable to a junior researcher facing a demanding superior. "Just organizing the latest test results, Dr. Crowley. The patient response patterns from Group C were particularly interesting." "Indeed." Crane approached, standing too close to the young intern, invading his personal space in a way calculated to increase discomfort. "And tell me, have you been experiencing any unusual sensations yourself? Heightened awareness? Moments of inexplicable dread? I do worry about the hours you've been keeping." From his position above, Batman could see Michael's hand trembling slightly on the computer mouse. "Nothing unusual, sir. Just normal research stress." Crane smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes. "Good, good. We must all maintain optimal cognitive function." He glanced around the laboratory, gaze lingering briefly on the cabinet Batman had accessed moments earlier. "I thought I heard voices as I approached." "Were you speaking with someone?" "Just myself, sir," Michael said quickly. "Talking through the data correlations helps me organize my thoughts." For a moment, Crane seemed skeptical. He moved through the laboratory, checking equipment, running a finger along countertops as though testing for dust, a professor inspecting a student's work. When he reached the storage area where Batman had entered, he paused, head tilted as though listening for something just beyond normal hearing. "The autumn air plays tricks," he said finally, turning back to Michael. "The wind through the old buildings, the shifting of settling structures. Sometimes it almost sounds like whispers, doesn't it? Like the corn itself is speaking." His thin smile returned. "A fascinating phenomenon, how the mind strives to create meaning from ambient noise, to transform the random into the significant. Fear sharpens this tendency, you know. Makes patterns emerge from chaos." Michael nodded too quickly. "Very interesting, sir." "Yes." Crane's gaze swept the ceiling beams, passing over Batman's position without pause. "Well, don't stay too late, Mr. Chen. Dr. Winters has scheduled an important demonstration for our Arkham liaison tomorrow. We need everyone at their best." With a final lingering look around the laboratory, he departed, footsteps fading into the silence. Only when the sound had completely disappeared did Michael release a shuddering breath. "He knows," he whispered. "Not about you specifically, but he knows something isn't right. He can sense it. Somehow." Batman descended silently from his hiding place. "What demonstration is planned for tomorrow?" Dr. Winters is showcasing our progress for Dr. Phillips from Arkham's board. She believes we're on the verge of a breakthrough in phobia treatment. Michael looked up with haunted eyes. But Crane has been making modifications to the primary compound all week. Whatever happens tomorrow, it won't be what Dr. Winters is expecting. Outside, the fog continued its slow dance through the cornfields, and somewhere in the distance, something that might have been wind or might have been a voice moaned softly through the night. Dawn brought little clarity to the research compound. The fog had thickened overnight, transforming the space between buildings into a grey limbo where shadows moved and distances became deceptive. The corn surrounding the facility rustled continuously, stirred by a breeze too gentle to disperse the mist. Dr. Elena Winters stood by the window of her office, watching staff members appear and disappear in the fog as they moved between buildings. Something about their movements seemed off, too cautious, too quick between points of safety, like small animals crossing open ground under a hawk's gaze. "Beautiful, isn't it?" said a voice behind her. "The way fear changes human behavior at a fundamental level." She didn't turn. She'd known Joseph Crowley, no, Jonathan Crane was there, though she couldn't have said how. Some change in the air pressure, perhaps, or a subliminal cue her conscious mind couldn't identify. "How long have you been experimenting on us?" she asked, her voice steady despite the circumstances. Crane moved to stand beside her, both of them looking out at the fog-shrouded compound. "From the beginning," he said with academic detachment, "though the real work only started once I had gained your trust. You were so eager to believe in the therapeutic potential of controlled fear exposure, so convinced that facing our terrors can make us stronger. It can," she insisted. "The research is sound. The early results were exactly what I needed to continue my work," he interrupted gently. "Your therapeutic goals provided perfect cover for my data collection, a mutually beneficial arrangement, though you didn't realize your role." Elena finally turned to face him. Jonathan Crane looked the same as he had yesterday and all the days before. The respected colleague, the brilliant researcher who had brought new insight to her project. But now she saw what should have been obvious from the start: the clinical detachment in his eyes, the complete absence of empathy beneath his professional demeanor. "The board representative will be here in an hour," she said. "Whatever you're planning is already in motion," Crane finished for her. "And you're going to help me, just as you've been helping me all along. The demonstration will proceed exactly as scheduled. You will showcase the remarkable progress our subjects have made in overcoming their specific phobias. And if I refuse?" Crane smiled, the expression academic rather than threatening. "You won't. The compound you've been exposed to over these past months has created certain susceptibilities, certain patterns of response that I can trigger at will." From his pocket he produced a small atomizer, a more concentrated version of what you've been breathing. Not enough to cause hallucinations or panic, but sufficient to make the idea of defying me uncomfortable. Eleanor felt her heart rate increasing, a cold sweat forming despite the office's carefully regulated temperature. "The subjects," she managed to say. "What have you done to them?" "Nothing they didn't agree to," Crane replied. "They came seeking freedom from fear. I'm simply giving them a different kind of freedom, a controlled relationship with specific terrors, precision-tuned and catalogued for future application." Through the window, Elena could see the Arkham Liaison's car approaching the main gate, a dark shape emerging from the fog, like a sea creature surfacing. "I trusted you," she said quietly. "Yes," Crane agreed. "That was your first mistake. Trust is merely fear's absence, you know, an evolutionary blind spot that allows us to function socially despite knowing how dangerous other humans can be. He pocketed the atomizer and straightened his tie. Now, shall we greet our guest? The next phase of our research awaits. As they left the office, neither noticed the shadow that detached itself from the ceiling corner, a darker patch among the building's many shadows, moving with purpose toward the laboratory where the demonstration would soon begin. The therapeutic observation room had been designed to create a sense of safety and control. Soft lighting, comfortable seating, neutral colors, everything calculated to minimize stress while researchers and subjects worked through controlled exposure therapy. Today, with fog pressing against the windows and an almost subliminal tension humming through the space, these same features seemed artificial, a thin veneer of normality stretched over something fundamentally wrong. Dr. Phillips from the Arkham board sat stiffly in the observer's chair, a portly man whose institutional caution was at war with his desire to report positive results to his superiors. Beside him, Dr. Winters maintained a professional demeanor, despite the fear Batman could see in her eyes. She knew what Crane was now, but was powerless to stop the demonstration without risking everyone present. Behind the one-way glass, a young woman sat in the therapy room, hands folded neatly in her lap. According to the file Batman had reviewed, Eliza Harmon had been transferred from Arkham with severe social anxiety and fear of judgment. The notes reported significant improvement under the facility's experimental treatment protocol. Subject 4 has shown remarkable progress, Dr. Winters was explaining, her voice only slightly strained. Her baseline fear response has decreased by 63% in controlled social scenarios. Dr. Phillips nodded, making notes. And the treatment methodology, still using the graduated exposure approach? With refinements, Crane interjected smoothly, entering the observation room with a tablet in hand. We've developed a precisely calibrated atmospheric enhancer that helps subjects process fear stimuli more effectively. Dr. Winters has been instrumental in perfecting the delivery system. The look that passed between Winters and Crane spoke volumes. Her horror at being implicated, his subtle warning to maintain the charade. Today's demonstration will showcase how specific phobia triggers can be introduced and processed in a controlled environment, Crane continued. Subject 4 previously experienced severe distress when feeling evaluated or judged. Now she can face such situations with minimal anxiety response. Batman watched from his concealed position in the observation room's ceiling vent. The space was cramped, but offered a clear view of both the observers and the therapy room beyond the glass. Michael Chen had provided access codes and facility information during their midnight meeting, painting a disturbing picture of how Crane's research had progressed from theoretical to applied. In the therapy room, Eliza Harmon continued to sit quietly, but Batman noticed subtle changes in her posture, a growing tension, a hyper-awareness of her surroundings. The ventilation system had activated moments after Crane entered, introducing something into the air that was affecting her gradually. We'll begin with a mild stimulus, Crane said, tapping commands into his tablet. A simulated evaluation scenario that would previously have triggered significant distress. On cue, a recording began playing in the therapy room, multiple voices discussing someone's performance, their tone critical but not unkind. Professional evaluation language, the kind used in academic or workplace reviews. Eliza's response was visible but controlled, a straightening of her spine, a slight increase in breathing rate, hands clasping more tightly in her lap. Normal anxiety indicators. Not the severe distress such a scenario would trigger in someone with her diagnosis. Remarkable, Dr. Phillips murmured, making more notes. Previous reports indicated she couldn't even discuss the concept of performance reviews without experiencing panic symptoms. Crane's smile held genuine pleasure, though not for the reasons Phillips assumed. Indeed. And now we'll introduce a more significant trigger. Another tap on the tablet and the recording changed. The voices became more personal, discussing flaws and failings, their tones sharpening from professional critique to social judgment. Under normal circumstances, this would be challenging but manageable for someone making therapeutic progress. What happened instead was subtle but disturbing. Eliza's expression remained calm, but her eyes widened slightly, darting around the room as though tracking movement in empty air. Her breathing accelerated beyond normal anxiety response, and a fine tremor began in her hands. Response is within expected parameters, Crane commented, though Batman could see this wasn't true. Something beyond standard anxiety was happening, something observable only to those who knew what to look for. Dr. Winters saw it too. "I think that's sufficient for today's demonstration," she said quickly. "We don't want to undo her progress by pushing too far." "Nonsense," Crane countered smoothly. "The protocol calls for graduated exposure through multiple trigger levels. Dr. Phillips has come all this way to see the full therapeutic potential." Before Winters could object further, Crane tapped his tablet again. The recording changed once more, but now Batman could hear almost subliminal undertones beneath the voices, modulations designed to enhance fear response, to bypass conscious processing and trigger primal reaction. In the therapy room, Eliza went completely still. Her face remained eerily calm, but tears began streaming silently down her cheeks. She stared fixedly at empty corners of the room, tracking invisible movements with increasing terror. "Something's wrong," Dr. Phillips said, leaning forward with concern. "She's not responding appropriately to the stimulus." "On the contrary," Crane replied, his academic tone slipping, revealing something colder beneath. "She's responding exactly as designed. What you're witnessing is fear in its purest form, divorced from its trigger, experienced as an objective phenomenon rather than a subjective threat." Dr. Winters moved toward the door. "This needs to stop. She's not—" "Sit down, Elena," Crane said quietly, producing the atomizer from his pocket. "The demonstration is just beginning." It was time to act. Batman had seen enough to understand what Crane had accomplished, not just a refinement of his fear toxin, but a methodology for conditioning specific responses, for creating subjects who could experience terror without external symptoms, who could be triggered by precise stimuli, weaponized fear, invisibly deployed. As Crane raised the atomizer toward Dr. Winters, Batman dropped from the ceiling vent, landing silently behind him. "It's over, Crane," Batman said, his voice low but carrying in the suddenly silent observation room. Crane didn't seem surprised. He turned slowly, his expression shifting from academic detachment to something more animated, more alive. "Batman, I wondered when you'd make your appearance. Always the protector, rushing in to save others from their fears." He glanced at his tablet. "But I'm afraid you're too late to stop what's already beginning." In the therapy room, Eliza had risen from her chair, still moving with that unnatural calm despite the terror evident in her eyes. She walked to the observation window and placed her hand against the glass, looking directly at them, or rather, through them, at something only she could see. "What have you done to her?" Batman demanded, advancing on Crane. "Merely helped her transcend ordinary fear responses," Crane replied. She and the others are my proof of concept, subjects who can experience extreme terror without external indicators, who can function normally while their minds process carefully calibrated nightmare scenarios. His eyes gleamed with intellectual excitement. Imagine the applications: soldiers who feel fear but don't show it, operatives who can function under extreme stress without betraying themselves, or, conversely, he smiled, targets who experience debilitating terror without visible cause, who cannot be helped because no one believes their suffering is real. Dr. Phillips had backed against the wall, finally understanding what kind of research the facility had actually been conducting. Dr. Winters looked ill, the full implications of her unwitting collaboration dawning on her. Batman moved faster than Crane anticipated, knocking the atomizer from his hand and pinning him against the control panel. "The antidote," he growled. "No." Crane laughed, the sound holding genuine amusement. "There is no antidote, Batman. That's the beauty of the conditioning approach. These aren't temporary chemical effects, they're learned responses, new neural pathways. You can't simply administer a counteragent and undo months of precisely calibrated fear exposure." Through the glass, Elisa continued to stare, her expression placid, while her eyes screamed silent terror. And now the observation room door opened, admitting the other test subjects. 5 individuals moving with the same unnatural calm, their faces composed while their eyes showed the same disconnected horror. "They respond only to me now," Crane said quietly, "to specific command tones embedded in their conditioning. They appear perfectly normal until activated, making them ideal for my next research phase, fear transmission in social settings." Batman tightened his grip on Crane's lab coat. "Reverse it," he demanded. "You built these pathways. You can deconstruct them." "Perhaps," Crane acknowledged. "With time, with the proper methodology. But not here, not now." His gaze flicked to the tablet he'd dropped. "And not before my data is collected." Batman followed his glance, seeing active transmission indicators on the tablet's screen. The demonstration results were being uploaded somewhere off-site, the culmination of months of research being preserved beyond the facility. "The research compound is compromised," Crane continued conversationally, despite Batman's grip. "But the work will continue elsewhere. The data is too valuable to lose, to Arkham, to various government agencies, to private military contractors. Fear is a commodity, Batman, one with almost unlimited applications." Outside, the fog had begun to disperse, revealing police vehicles approaching the main gate, Gordon responding to Batman's earlier alert. But inside the observation room, time seemed suspended in a moment of perfect, terrible understanding between Batman and the architect of this quiet nightmare. "You'll be going back to Arkham," Batman said, "as a patient, not a consultant." Crane smiled serenely. "For a time, but my work is in the world now, spreading like spores on the wind. You may contain me, but never the fear I've harvested." He glanced at the silent, staring test subjects. "They are my whispers, Batman, my legacy, living testimonials to the perfect marriage of fear and function." As Gordon's team secured the facility and Crane was taken into custody, Batman turned his attention to the victims, the test subjects. Dr. Winters, the staff who had been unknowingly exposed to months of low-level fear toxin. Their road back would be long and uncertain, their minds rewired by Crane's methodical work. Michael Chen approached as Batman was helping Eliza to a waiting ambulance, her calm facade finally cracking to reveal the terror beneath. "Can they be helped?" the young intern asked quietly. Batman watched as medical teams attended to the other subjects, their professional demeanor hiding their own horror at what had been done. Yes, he said finally. Not quickly, not easily, but there are treatments, specialists who understand how to address conditioned responses. He turned to face Michael. Your evidence will be crucial both for prosecution and for developing therapeutic countermeasures. The morning sun had finally broken through, burning away the last of the fog to reveal the research compound in its entirety. A collection of old and new structures surrounded by harvested cornfields, ordinary in the daylight but forever changed by what had occurred within its boundaries. Dr. Winters approached, looking exhausted but resolved. I wanted to help people overcome their fears, she said, watching as Crane was placed in a secure transport vehicle. I never imagined he exploited your good intentions, Batman said. But your research wasn't wrong, just perverted to serve his purposes. The principles of exposure therapy are sound. They can be reclaimed. She looked unconvinced. How can I ever trust my work again? How can I be sure I'm not causing harm? Batman had no easy answer. The line between helping people face their fears and exploiting those same fears was delicate. A boundary Crane had deliberately obscured and crossed. The question remained, could fear ever truly be harnessed for healing? Or would its power inevitably corrupt those who sought to wield it? As the facility was secured and evidence collected, Batman prepared to depart. The immediate danger was contained, but the echoes would continue, in the victim's ongoing recovery, in the data Crane had transmitted to unknown recipients, in the questions raised about the ethical boundaries of fear research. Gordon approached as Batman was studying the tablet recovered from the observation room, its screen still showing transmission completion indicators. We'll track the data, the commissioner promised. Try to contain whatever he sent. Batman nodded, though both men knew such efforts might be only partially successful. Ideas, once released, were difficult to recapture, especially ideas as seductive as weaponized fear, invisible terror, precisely targeted anxiety. The patients will need specialized care, Batman said. Not at Arkham, somewhere without associations. Gordon understood. Wayne Foundation might have suggestions for appropriate facilities, he noted, the hint clear but deniable. With a final look at the research compound, its purpose corrupted, its promise tarnished, Batman left the scene to Gordon's capable management. The physical evidence would be catalogued, Crane's methods documented, his victims treated with all the resources modern psychiatry could provide. But as Batman moved through the cornfields surrounding the facility, he couldn't shake the image of Eliza Harmon's eyes, calm on the surface, screaming underneath. Crane's new methodology represented something more insidious than his previous work. Fear that hid itself, terror that wore a mask of normalcy, anxiety that couldn't be seen and therefore couldn't be addressed. The ultimate harvest of whispers, silent screams that only the sufferer could hear. The sun continued to rise over the research compound, washing everything in clear autumn light. The fog had dispersed completely, leaving no visible trace of the fear that had been cultivated so carefully in those isolated buildings. But Batman knew that some clouds lingered beyond sight, in minds carefully conditioned, in data transmitted to unknown recipients, in the very concept Crane had developed. Fear as a precision tool, terror as a subtle weapon, anxiety as an invisible chain. As he returned to the Batcave to analyze what data they had recovered, Batman carried with him the weight of this understanding, and the knowledge that somewhere the whispers Crane had harvested continued to spread, quiet as corn silk rustling in an autumn breeze, patient as seeds waiting for spring. The courthouse steps ran slick with rain as Harvey Dent was led away in restraints, both sides of his scarred face locked in opposing expressions, rage and resignation warring just as they always had. Behind him, the marble statue of Justice lay toppled, her scales shattered across the floor of courtroom 237. "It was all for nothing," Gordon said, watching the transport van disappear into the night. "The evidence against Judge Warren is inadmissible, too tainted by Two-Face's vigilante methods." Batman stood motionless in the shadows of a gargoyle overhead. "Not nothing. Warren's true face has been exposed to Gotham, even if the law can't touch him." Gordon's radio crackled. "Commissioner, we've got a situation at Blackgate. Multiple explosions reported in the East Wing." Batman was already firing his grapnel gun before Gordon could respond. The timing was too precise to be coincidence, a prison break orchestrated to coincide with the chaos at the courthouse. Someone had been using Two-Face as a distraction. As the Batwing cut through storm clouds toward the island prison, Oracle's voice filled his cowl. "Bruce, I've identified the target's cell block, E13. Batman's jaw tightened. "The hole." "Yes, Blackgate's most secure section, currently housing only one inmate." May. Lightning illuminated the prison below as Batman began his descent. Blackgate's walls had been breached with surgical precision, and in the center of the complex, a strange green glow pulsed like a heartbeat from deep underground. Whatever had been smuggled in to free Bane wasn't just technology, it was something ancient. Something that called to the darkness beneath Gotham's foundations. Water dripped endlessly from corroded pipes, each drop echoing through cavernous chambers that once cleansed Gotham's water supply. The North River treatment plant had been decommissioned 15 years ago when the city upgraded its infrastructure, leaving behind a labyrinth of massive tanks, pressure chambers, and maintenance tunnels buried beneath the streets. Forgotten by most, the facility had found new purpose in recent months, one far removed from public service. Batman and Robin stood motionless in the shadows of a rusted catwalk, observing the scene below. What had once been the plant's primary settling tank was now a makeshift arena, its curved concrete walls rising 30 feet to create a natural coliseum. Floodlights hung at irregular intervals, casting harsh light and deeper shadows across the improvised battlefield. The remnants of water treatment equipment had been pushed to the periphery, creating a ring 40 feet in diameter, where two men circled each other with predatory intensity. Around the upper rim, Gotham's criminal elite gathered to watch, placing bets and shouting encouragement to their favored fighters. Security personnel, heavily armed and professionally disciplined, maintained order among the spectators with quiet efficiency. "Third fight tonight," Robin whispered, his voice barely audible even to Batman beside him. "Same pattern as the others. They're building toward something." Batman's enhanced vision scanned the crowd, identifying known associates from multiple criminal organizations. "The operation is expanding, drawing bigger players, more resources." "And where is our host?" Robin asked, though they both knew the answer. As if summoned by the question, a massive figure emerged from a tunnel entrance opposite their position. Even at this distance, Bane's presence commanded the room, conversations hushing as he approached the edge of the fighting pit. He wore no mask tonight, his face visible to all, a calculated display of confidence. His venom delivery system remained, tubes running along powerful arms to the control mechanism at his wrist, but it appeared inactive. He didn't need chemical enhancement to dominate this environment. "The ultimate showcase of strength continues," Bane's voice carried easily through the chamber, requiring no amplification. Two warriors enter, one leaves victorious, the other He shrugged expressively. The other learns his true place in the hierarchy of power. The crowd roared approval as the fighters below intensified their combat, desperation evident in their movements. These weren't professional athletes or trained martial artists, Batman realized. They fought with the raw determination of men who had something to lose beyond just a match. Oracle, he sub-vocalized, activating their secure communication channel. Status on GCPD's missing persons report. 7 new cases in the last 2 weeks, Barbara Gordon's voice responded in his cowl. All men with either military or combat sports backgrounds, none with criminal records, and get this, 2 were last seen at legitimate boxing gyms. Looks like Bane's recruiting has expanded beyond the criminal class. Robin's posture tensed slightly. Kidnapping civilians for his blood sport, escalating from voluntary fighters to forced combatants. Consistent with his philosophy, Batman observed. Bane believes in testing strength through adversity. Willing or unwilling doesn't matter to him, only the crucible itself. They watched as one fighter finally overpowered the other, driving him to the ground with a series of punishing blows. The victor looked up toward Bane, clearly seeking approval. The defeated man remained motionless on the concrete floor, his fate hanging in the spectators' response. Bane raised a hand, silencing the crowd. "Mercy requires strength greater than victory," he pronounced. "Take him to recovery. He fought with courage, if not skill. Perhaps he will learn." 2 attendants entered the pit, dragging the unconscious fighter away. Not a death match then, at least not yet, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Bane was building toward something more final. "New arrival through the East Tunnel," Robin noted. "Not security, different movement pattern." Batman focused on the indicated entrance, where a lean man in plain clothes was being escorted toward the upper level. Unlike the spectators around him, he carried himself with the unmistakable alertness of law enforcement, subtle but evident to trained observation. "Detective Mitchell Carter," Oracle confirmed after Batman transmitted the facial image. "Working undercover in organized crime. Been embedded for 3 months tracking a new gambling syndicate, which apparently led him here," Robin concluded. "Think his cover's intact?" "For now," Batman replied, "but we'll need extraction contingencies. Bane's security team includes former intelligence operatives. They're trained to spot infiltrators." The undercover officer was positioned with a group of mid-level gangsters, maintaining his cover while clearly gathering intelligence. His presence complicated their operation, another variable to protect while dismantling Bane's fighting ring. "Main event approaching," Oracle reported, monitoring communications she'd intercepted. "Something called the Gauntlet, scheduled to begin at midnight." Bane returned to the center of attention, his powerful frame silhouetted against the stark lighting. "Tonight's preliminaries have demonstrated individual merit. Now we prepare for true challenge. The Gauntlet awaits our champion." The crowd's response was immediate and enthusiastic. 4 opponents in succession, each stronger than the last. Survival brings reward beyond mere wealth. Recognition as worthy in the eyes of those who understand true power. "We need more intelligence before we move," Batman decided. "Separate and gather reconnaissance. I'll track Bane's movements. You follow the recovery team. Find out where they're keeping the fighters." Robin nodded, his expression momentarily betraying concern before professional focus returned. "Meet at the Northeast Junction in 30 minutes? Unless circumstances dictate otherwise." Batman's hand rested briefly on his partner's shoulder, a rare physical gesture of reassurance. "Remember, this is intelligence gathering. No engagement unless absolutely necessary." "Understood." Robin melted into the shadows with practiced ease, making his way along the catwalks toward the tunnel where the defeated fighter had been taken. Batman moved in the opposite direction, navigating the treatment plant's complex upper infrastructure. The facility had been designed with maintenance in mind, providing multiple concealed routes between sections, perfect for surveillance. He followed Bane at a distance, noting how the massive fighter interacted with his organization's hierarchy. This wasn't just a fighting operation, it had the structure and discipline of a paramilitary group. 20 minutes into his observation, Batman encountered an unexpected variable. A maintenance door opened silently as he passed, a hand reaching out to touch his arm. Years of training prevented his instinctive counterattack when he registered that the gesture wasn't aggressive. "You shouldn't be here," a voice whispered from the darkened alcove. "None of you should. He's expecting you." Batman assessed the speaker. Male, approximately 50 years old, athletically built but showing signs of numerous old injuries. His face carried the distinctive scarring of a career fighter, but his eyes held something unexpected, genuine fear. "Who are you?" Batman demanded quietly. "Desmond Knox, former heavyweight before injuries ended my career." The man glanced nervously down the corridor. "Been training fighters for Bane's operation. Had no choice at first, but now..." He trailed off, clearly struggling with conflicted loyalties. "Why warn me?" Knox's expression hardened. "Because he's not running fights anymore. He's building soldiers, testing techniques. The whole operation changed 2 weeks ago. Fighters who used to volunteer are now being recruited at gunpoint, training methods getting more extreme." He pulled up his sleeve, revealing fresh bruising. "I questioned the new approach, got this as answer." Batman processed this information against what they'd already observed. "The gauntlet. What is it?" "A death sentence," Knox replied bluntly. 4 opponents in sequence, no breaks. Last one is always Bane himself. Nobody survives that. But tonight's different. He's added something new. Chemical augmentation for the final challenger. Venom, Batman concluded. The performance-enhancing drug that gave Bane his superhuman strength would be lethal to most users without proper preparation. Knox nodded grimly, testing its effects on new subjects, calling it controlled trials, but there's nothing controlled about throwing untrained fighters into the ring with that poison in their veins. Where are they keeping the fighters? Filtration sublevel. Old sand filtration tanks converted to holding cells. Knox pulled a maintenance access card from his pocket. "This will get you through the security doors, but be careful. The monitoring system's been upgraded. Motion sensors everywhere." Batman took the card, studying Knox's expression. "Why help now?" "Because they've taken my son." Knox's voice cracked slightly. "Marcus was asking questions about where I've been disappearing to at night. Followed me here last week. Bane's security caught him. Now he's scheduled for tonight's gauntlet. Says it will motivate my performance as a trainer." His eyes met Batman's directly. "I've done things I'm not proud of, worked with people I should have walked away from. But my boy doesn't deserve this." The personal stake explained Knox's willingness to risk Bane's retribution. Batman updated his mental map of the situation. Another civilian to extract, but also a valuable inside source. "Stay visible, maintain your routine. We'll handle this." Knox looked unconvinced, but nodded. "There's an old control room overlooking the main pit. Security monitoring runs through there now. Might help you see the whole operation." As Knox slipped back through the maintenance door, Batman transmitted the new intelligence to both Oracle and Robin. The situation was evolving from investigation to rescue operation, with multiple civilian lives at stake. Robin's response came immediately, found the holding area. 6 fighters in modified filtration tanks, guards rotating on 20-minute intervals, minimal restraints. They're keeping them weak through food and water restriction. Detective Carter's position? Batman asked Oracle. Still maintaining cover, but he's isolated himself twice to attempt communications. Security's watching him more closely after the second attempt. Batman continued his methodical surveillance, working his way toward the control room Knox had mentioned. The treatment plant's layout became more complex as he descended, a maze of pipelines and pressure chambers creating a 3-dimensional puzzle around the central fighting pit. The control room provided the overview he needed, a panoramic view of the operation from behind one-way glass. Inside, 2 technicians monitored security feeds from throughout the facility. The chamber was designed for water quality analysis, now repurposed with modern surveillance equipment alongside the original control panels. Batman accessed Oracle's channel again. I can see the main arena and approach tunnels from here. Security is concentrated on the spectator entrances, minimal coverage of the upper maintenance levels. Main's quarters located? Robin asked. Northeast quadrant. Heaviest security. He's modified the old decontamination chamber into personal space. Batman studied the monitoring stations. The gauntlet begins in 30 minutes. 6 fighters visible in the preparation area, including Knox's son, based on the description. They're being fitted with monitoring equipment. Medical telemetry, Oracle confirmed, analyzing the data Batman transmitted. Heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation. They're treating this like a scientific experiment, testing the effects of stress and fear before introducing the venom, Batman concluded. Bane's approach has always been methodical. He studies weaknesses before exploiting them. The plan formed with practiced efficiency. Batman would disable the monitoring system, creating blind spots in Bane's security coverage. Robin would extract the captive fighters during the confusion. Then they would secure Detective Carter and Knox before confronting Bane himself, preferably after his operation had been dismantled around him. Remember, Batman cautioned as Robin prepared for his phase of the operation. Bane wants a direct confrontation. It validates his philosophy of strength. Our objective is dismantling his operation without giving him the battle he craved. Targeting his ego rather than engaging his strength, Robin replied. Got it. The execution began precisely as the facility's ancient wall clock struck 11:30. Batman infiltrated the control room, subduing the technicians with silent efficiency before accessing the security systems. With Oracle's remote assistance, he created a programmed series of camera malfunctions, nothing dramatic enough to trigger immediate alarm, but sufficient to create the openings Robin needed. Security blind spots established, Batman confirmed. Eastern approach to the holding area will show looped footage for the next 6 minutes. After that, northeastern exit corridor for 4 minutes. Robin moved instantly, using the maintenance passageways to approach the filtration sublevel undetected. The 6 captive fighters were being prepared for transport to the arena, creating a narrow window for intervention. Guards separating the subjects into transport groups, Robin reported. 2 escorts per fighter. Standard restraint protocols. Focus on Knox's son first, Batman directed. He's scheduled for the initial round. Batman continued monitoring the operation from the control room, maintaining the sequence of camera disruptions while tracking security responses. So far, they were attributing the malfunctions to the facility's aging electrical system, a reasonable assumption given the visible state of disrepair. Bane himself remained in the main arena, supervising final preparations for the gauntlet. His posture conveyed absolute confidence, completely unaware of the operation unfolding around him. Or was he? Batman noted how Bane occasionally glanced toward the upper levels, as if sensing a disturbance in his domain. First extraction successful, Robin reported. Marcus Knox secured, moving to secondary targets. Change of pattern, Batman warned, observing movement on the monitors. Security team diverted from spectator entrance to sub-level access. Someone triggered an alert. The operation's rhythm shifted instantly. Robin accelerated his extraction timeline while Batman prepared to create a diversion if needed. Years of partnership had honed their ability to adapt without lengthy communication. Detective Carter's cover is compromised, Oracle announced suddenly. Security is moving to isolate him. 3 minutes until they reach his position. Batman scanned the monitors, locating the undercover officer now being subtly surrounded by Bane's security team. Robin, status: 4 fighters secured, moving them to the northwest maintenance shaft. 2 remaining captives plus Knox Sr. still in play. Batman made a rapid decision. Continue fighter extraction. I'll secure Carter. He moved through the facility's upper levels with controlled urgency, using maintenance shafts to bypass security checkpoints. The detective was being herded toward a side chamber, away from the main crowd, a textbook isolation tactic before capture or elimination. Carter sensed the trap closing around him but maintained his cover, feigning intoxication to explain his erratic movement. Batman intercepted the security team leader first, removing him silently from behind as Carter rounded a corner. The momentary confusion among the remaining security personnel provided the opening Batman needed. Detective, he addressed Carter quietly from above. Emergency extraction. Now. To his credit, Carter didn't hesitate or reveal surprise. He moved immediately toward Batman's position, maintaining situational awareness as they retreated through a maintenance hatch into the upper infrastructure. 3 more teams converging on the sub-level, Oracle reported. They've discovered the missing fighters. Batman guided Carter toward the rendezvous point while updating Robin. Security alert escalating. Complete your extraction and withdraw to fallback position Alpha. Already moving, Robin confirmed. All fighters secured except for Knox Sr. He's insisting on helping with the evidence collection before leaving. The entire operation's evidence now. Carter spoke for the first time, his voice carrying professional assessment. 3 months building this case, documenting connections between Bane's operation and 5 major crime families. Your cover's blown, Batman informed him. Focus now is securing you and the civilians. Carter looked like he might argue, but nodded instead. Understood, but we need something concrete to justify the raid that'll follow. Otherwise everyone scatters and rebuilds elsewhere. An explosion shook the facility before Batman could respond. Not large, but precisely targeted. The control room he'd vacated minutes earlier was now engulfed in flames, visible through observation windows. A calculated response, Batman noted. Bane's eliminating evidence while announcing he knows we're here. As if confirming this assessment, Bane's voice echoed through the facility's ancient public address system. Batman, how predictable you remain, even after all our encounters. Always the shadows, always the indirect approach. The quality was poor, but the contempt unmistakable. You disappoint me. I offered spectacle, the true test of strength against strength, and you respond with rescue. He's trying to provoke direct confrontation, Batman observed to Carter. Standard psychological tactic, Bane continued. Your young partner moves the weak to safety while you skulk through my domain. Is this the example you set? The legacy of the Bat? A pause, calculated for effect. Perhaps a demonstration will clarify the stakes. Another explosion followed, smaller but precisely placed. One of the exit routes they'd planned to use was now blocked by debris. He's mapped our extraction paths, Batman realized. This was anticipated. Robin! Oracle's voice carried urgent warning. Multiple security teams converging on your position. Already adapting, Robin responded, the sound of movement evident in his transmission. Rerouting through the western drainage system, fighters secure but slowing progress. Batman assessed their rapidly evolving situation. Bane was attempting to funnel them toward a confrontation of his choosing, likely the central arena where he held every advantage. Standard procedure would be to reject these terms completely, to withdraw and approach the problem from an entirely new angle after regrouping. But with civilians and a police officer at risk, options narrowed significantly. Oracle, facility schematic analysis. Find me an approach to the central area that Bane won't expect. Working on it, she replied. There's an old emergency overflow channel that doesn't appear on the updated security system. It runs beneath the main fighting pit, designed to prevent flooding if the primary pumps failed. Access point? Western quadrant, maintenance level 3. But Batman, the channel hasn't been maintained in decades. Structural integrity is questionable at best. Noted. Batman turned to Carter. Continue to the extraction point with Robin. Get the civilians to safety. Carter understood immediately. You're going to confront him. I'm going to distract him, Batman corrected, while you complete the evacuation. As Batman moved toward the overflow channel access, Robin's voice came through the communication link. Security teams diverted to the central arena. Bane's calling everyone back to witness something he's calling the true gauntlet. He's adapting too, Batman noted, recognizing the operation is compromised and converting it to a trap. The overflow channel was exactly as Oracle had described. Neglected, partially flooded, and structurally suspect. Batman navigated its length with careful precision, mapping the supporting architecture of the fighting pit above through periodic inspection hatches. Bane's voice continued to reverberate through the facility, now addressing his assembled audience rather than Batman directly. Tonight's demonstration evolves. Instead of our planned tournament, you will witness something far more significant. The defeat of Gotham's defender on our terms, in our arena. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Excitement at the promised spectacle, tempered by concern about increased police attention. Many were already departing, unwilling to risk capture when the inevitable GCPD response came. Batman reached a position directly beneath the fighting pit. The original design included maintenance access to the arena floor, likely sealed during Bane's renovations, but potentially still breachable. He located the panel, its edges visible despite attempts to conceal them with fresh concrete. Robin, status on evacuation, almost complete. Final group moving through the northeast tunnel now. Knox is with them, providing alternate route guidance. Batman prepared his explosive gel, carefully tracing the access panel's outline. A controlled detonation would breach the floor of Bane's arena at the moment of his choosing, an entrance designed to disrupt the psychological advantage Bane had been carefully constructing. All civilians clear, Robin reported minutes later. Detective Carter coordinating with GCPD for perimeter establishment, ready to provide backup on your position. Maintain distance, Batman instructed. Second phase response only. Above, Bane continued addressing his dwindling audience. Perhaps Batman reconsiders his approach. Perhaps he recognizes the futility of indirect methods against superior strength. His tone carried theatrical disappointment. A pity. I had hoped for a worthy conclusion. The moment had arrived. Batman activated the gel, the controlled explosion precisely calibrated to breach the floor without risking the arena's structural integrity. Concrete dust billowed upward as he emerged through the newly created opening, directly into the center of Bane's fighting pit. The dramatic entrance achieved its intended effect, momentary psychological disruption of Bane's carefully orchestrated scenario. Rather than being forced into the arena on Bane's terms, Batman had chosen both the timing and method of his appearance. Impressive, Bane acknowledged after his brief surprise faded. The unused maintenance access, a detail I overlooked. He stepped forward into the arena, massive frames silhouetted against the harsh lighting, but ultimately meaningless. You stand before me now, as you are always destined to. Batman remained centered, making no aggressive move. Your operation is finished, Bane. The fighters have been freed. GCPD has established a perimeter. Your audience has largely departed. Details, Bane dismissed with a wave. Transient elements. What remains is what has always mattered. You and I. Strength against strength. He gestured to his venom delivery system. No enhancements, not yet. First, we establish the natural order. There's nothing natural about this, Batman countered. You've kidnapped civilians, enforced combatant servitude, created an elaborate theatrical setting, all to satisfy your need for validation. Bane's expression darkened. You misunderstand as always. This is not theater, it is laboratory. Each fight provides data. Each fighter reveals weakness under pressure. He began circling, maintaining distance but establishing dominance of the space. The Venom trials were particularly illuminating. How different physiologies respond. Which minds break first under enhanced strength. Human experimentation, Batman clarified, without consent or controls. The only meaningful consent is survival, Bane replied. Those who endure prove their worthiness for advancement. Batman recognized the continued psychological approach. Bane was still attempting to provoke direct confrontation through ideological challenge. The longer this verbal exchange continued, the more time for complete evacuation and GCPD. Your philosophy hasn't evolved since Penadur prison, Batman observed, still defining strength through the narrowest possible lens. While you still hide behind technology and shadows, Bane countered, afraid to test your natural limits. As they continued their verbal sparring, Batman catalogued the arena's features, possible exit points, structural vulnerabilities, remaining audience members. The crowd had thinned to perhaps 30 hardcore followers, mostly positioned near the upper exits. Security personnel maintained their posts, but looked increasingly uncertain as the situation deteriorated. Tactical update, Oracle's voice came through his cowl. GCPD tactical units in position at all major exits. Detective Carter has provided facility layout. Robin reports all civilians secured and receiving medical attention. The operation's primary objectives were achieved. All that remained was extraction, preferably without the direct confrontation Bane so desperately wanted. Your audience continues to disperse, Batman noted aloud. Your operation exposed, your purpose here unfulfilled. This ends not with the battle you crave, but with the failure of your methodology. Bane's patience finally broke. With surprising speed for his size, he charged across the arena. Batman sidestepped the initial rush, using Bane's momentum against him, a deliberate echo of their first encounter years ago. Still the same tactics, Bane growled, recovering instantly. Still avoiding direct engagement. Still proving my point. Batman countered. Strength without strategy is just brute force. Bane's hand moved toward his venom control mechanism. Perhaps a reminder of true strength is required. Before he could activate the chemical enhancement, a series of small explosions detonated around the arena's upper level, precisely placed charges that Robin had set during the evacuation phase. Not destructive, but disorienting, creating chaos that further scattered Bane's remaining audience and security team. Batman used the momentary distraction to deploy his grapnel, ascending rapidly toward the catwalk system above. Bane roared in frustration, activating his venom system as he leapt upward with enhanced strength, barely missing Batman's ascending form. Running again, Bane challenged, the venom already visibly affecting his physiology, veins bulging, muscles expanding. Tactical repositioning, Batman corrected from the shadows above. The facility's lighting system failed suddenly, Oracle's contribution to the extraction plan. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, creating a strobe-like effect that transformed the environment into a disorienting patchwork of light and shadow. Bane stood in the center of his arena, venom-enhanced senses straining to locate his adversary in the rapidly changing lighting conditions. "You think darkness conceals weakness," he called out, "that shadows disguise fear." Batman's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a ventriloquism technique perfected through years of practice. "I think your need for direct confrontation reveals more about your insecurities than my methods." The psychological reversal was deliberate, shifting Bane's focus from physical challenge to intellectual defense. The massive fighter turned in frustration, venom pumping through his system with increasing dosage as his emotional control deteriorated. "GCPD breach in progress," Oracle reported. 30 seconds to main arena. Batman continued his strategic movement through the upper infrastructure, leading Bane's attention away from the primary GCPD entry points. "Your operation ends tonight," he called from a new position, "but not with the validation you sought." Bane's frustration reached breaking point. With venom-enhanced strength, he tore a section of railing from the arena wall, hurling it toward Batman's voice. "Face me directly. Prove your worth." "Worth isn't proven through combat," Batman replied, now from behind Bane. "It's demonstrated through choices." As tactical teams breached the main entrances, Batman made his final approach, not to engage Bane directly, but to disable his venom delivery system. A precisely thrown batarang severed the primary tube, causing immediate chemical backflow into the control mechanism. Bane realized the sabotage too late. The damaged system began pumping unregulated doses, overwhelming even his tolerance. He staggered, caught between rage and the sudden understanding of defeat. "This isn't victory," he gasped as the venom overdose began affecting his cognitive functions. "Just avoidance." "It's adaptation," Batman corrected, remaining beyond immediate reach as GCPD tactical officers secured the perimeter. "Something you've never truly understood." As medical units administered venom counteragents and Bane was secured for transport, Batman withdrew to the facility's upper levels, where Robin awaited at their extraction point. "All civilians accounted for," Robin reported. "Knox is cooperating fully with GCPD, providing documentation on the entire operation. His son's receiving medical treatment but should recover fully." Batman nodded, surveying the facility as police methodically secured each section. Bane's philosophy always contained its own contradiction. True strength isn't demonstrated through direct confrontation, but through strategic achievement of objectives. Speaking of which, Robin gestured toward where Detective Carter was coordinating the evidence collection. He says this operation will dismantle fighting rings across 3 districts. Bane's experiment provided connections to organizations they've been trying to infiltrate for years. They departed as the facility hummed with police activity. The underground fighting ring transformed into a massive crime scene. The old North River treatment plant would soon return to obscurity, its brief revival as Bane's fighting arena becoming yet another forgotten chapter in Gotham's endless struggle between power and justice. Later, as they debriefed in the Batcave, the philosophical core of the encounter remained worth examining. Maine still believes you avoided true confrontation, Robin noted as they reviewed the operation's documentation. That strategy somehow represents fear rather than intelligence. A perspective that ensures his continued failure, Batman replied. He measures success only through direct domination, missing the broader victory of achieving objectives while minimizing risk. The fighters he kidnapped would certainly agree with your definition of success, Alfred observed, bringing fresh coffee to the workstation. Particularly young Mr. Knox, who I understand has already provided detailed testimony about the operation. The night's events would have lasting impact beyond Bane's eventual return to Arkham. His operation had revealed connections between previously isolated criminal enterprises, providing law enforcement with valuable intelligence. The fighters he'd captured would recover, their experiences contributing to better understanding of Venom's effects and potential countermeasures. Most importantly, the methodical dismantling of his fighting ring reinforced the lesson Bane seemed perpetually unable to learn, that true strength wasn't found in physical domination or chemical enhancement, but in the strategic application of intelligence toward justice. It was a lesson Batman and Robin demonstrated not through grandstanding confrontation, but through the careful, methodical achievement of their objectives. As dawn approached, casting its gentle light across the cave's dark recesses, the contrast seemed particularly appropriate. In Gotham's eternal struggle between brute force and calculated justice, sometimes the most decisive victories were won not through dramatic confrontation, but through smart, principled choices made in the service of protecting others. As the last evidence was catalogued from Bane's underground fighting ring, Batman found himself reflecting on adversaries who challenged through physical might and those who struck at deeper vulnerabilities. The bruises from the water treatment plant confrontation would heal quickly, but other wounds, those carved by enemies who understood one's past, often left scars that time could never fully erase. It began with a simple package delivered to Wayne Manor, addressed to Bruce personally rather than his vigilante persona. Inside, a hand mirror of antique design, its reflective surface cracked precisely down the center. No note accompanied it, but the implication was clear to anyone who knew the sender's methods. A fractured reflection, representing a divided self, public face and private truth separated by the thinnest of barriers. Only one adversary delighted in such personal tokens: Dr. Thomas Elliot, the brilliant surgeon turned vengeful mastermind who operated under the name Hush. A childhood friend who had become Batman's most psychologically penetrating enemy, Elliot understood Bruce Wayne in ways few others could claim. And now, after months of silence, he had resurfaced with this deliberate message. As Batman prepared to face this new threat, he knew the challenge would unfold not in underground arenas or frost-covered conservatories, but in the landscape of memory and identity, where every reflection might hide a painful truth. Our story turns now to Mirrors of the Past, where Batman must confront an adversary who knows not just how to break the body, but how to wound the soul, through the power of shared history. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.